ní balẹ̀ gbogbo ilẹ̀ á sì tutù bí ejò òwúrọ̀. Mọ́ṣẹ́wà Ẹlẹ́dùmarè tó láyé rárùn. Àtọ́rí aláìsùn wọ́n ṣe ni ọba tí ń gbẹ́kú ẹni lódìndín. Ṣé bí wà ló fọ̀rọ̀ dálé ayé o? Kábíyèsí rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ló ṣe ni iṣẹ́ ló ṣe ni iṣẹ́ ló ṣe ni ọba mi àfìrí gbọ̀ngbọ̀n.
Orí adé tọmọdé tàgbà ní dáríjọ tí bọ̀gún àràbà bó bá ti di lọ́dọọdún. Ayé àmọ́ dáríjọ wá pínrẹ fún yín ní orí adé ó bàbá mi àgbógbógbó fèwú sókè kò sí ohun tí ó sọ bá ẹ̀ ní kú mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́. Àwa máa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni o. Àwa máa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni. Àwa máa forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni o. Àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni ẹ̀yin lẹ́mọ̀ bọ́ba yín ò jọ yín lójú. Àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba ni ẹ̀yin lẹ́mọ̀ bọ́ba yín ò jọ yín lójú. Àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba ni ẹ̀yin lẹ́mọ̀ bọ́ba yín ò jọ yín lójú. Àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba ni. Kábíyèsí o.
Lonely, lonely, lonely. Money on my mind. Money, money, money. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. I'm on the road chasing my dream because I know. Chase it for me. Wanna love like a man from my love. Barakoto ikisha my love. Everyone see like Jack on my love. Not to find anybody, no money I want. Only hear what the people you talk. Once again I shall get it till love. That's a life from no one, no get another one. I go take, I'm do waiting alone. Waiting alone. Waiting alone. Waiting alone. Waiting alone. Waiting alone. Wait on my own. No world will be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger. But no, they waste time. Mr. Money Ginger.
You will dance especially for me today. Yeah. Yes. Hello.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you for joining me. We'll be covering some of the news headlines and the events of the week. And, anyone that feels like there is something to be shared that we have not covered, they can also come up and share some of the topics so that we can look into them. The spirit of the conversation is for us to share ideas, learn, and to be able to grow as a people, and to be able to navigate the world that we live in without some of the issues that we have been dealing with. So there is no room for discrimination. There's no room for tribalism, racism, religious bigotry in on this platform. The idea is to exchange ideas robustly and to challenge each other whenever we make statements that are not accurate or we think are not accurate. They should be examined closely. And sometimes it might come across as being a little bit too searching or too aggressive, but I think sometimes to get to the truth, you need to really dig a little bit deeper into things. So that is what the spirit we are going to be having this conversation. And if you are not interested in being, ask questions about what you are saying, whether they are true or false. I'm not sure this is necessarily the conversation. You can remain on the comment section, share your opinions. But if you are open to learning, like I am, sometimes it may not come across as that. I'm also open to learning. So you can come on and share your opinion. So I will be sharing the news now and some of the events that has occurred during the week. So let me play the one from INEC regarding a judgment that was reached recently. Some of you have heard about it in Nigeria.
Court judgment annulling aspects of INEC's timetable and what exactly this means for INEC's independence. I am joined now by Oluwole Osaze Uzi, the former director of voter education at INEC. Thank you very much for joining us on Newsnight. And no better person really to have here.
I don't know about that.
Maybe first off, I'd like you to quickly, give me your take. Last guest there from the Youth Party just came here and told us that they are no party at all. They have no part, the Youth Party, in this judgment that's been, given by the Federal High Court that they did not institute the case. What do you make of it if you were part of INEC now, I wonder what you'd be thinking now.
Well, there's an assumption when a lawyer files a process in court that I represent XYZ. There's an assumption that he has the authority of that person, whether a body corporate or an individual, to represent that person. So unless and until somebody comes with authority, comes and says he is speaking for himself, he didn't file this case on our behalf, then you get that, and that's professional misconduct on the part of the lawyer. I think the gentleman says he's a publicity secretary. Well, most party constitutions,
Director of communications.
Yes, most party give the power and authority to the legal advisor of the party to brief lawyers. So possibly, I don't want to go into the merits of that because I don't know. But if it was the legal advisor saying so, or the chairman of the party, then I'll put more weight on what has been said.
Maybe it even explains why INEC would say we'd need a register of party members. But let's come to the issue at hand.
Yes.
With the Federal High Court judgment, a number of questions have arisen as to the independence of the electoral umpire, or the extent to which it should or it can exercise its statutory role in organizing elections. What do you make of what is going on so far?
I don't think it impugns in any way on the independence of the commission. I've seen some people take that position, but I don't think it does, quite honestly, because INEC is independent, especially operationally, but it's not independent of law. It's not independent of the Constitution. It's not independent of, in terms of financial regulations, for example. elections are rule-based, so we follow the rules. And where we start from is the Constitution. What has the Constitution said? If the Constitution has made a pronouncement about a specific thing, then nobody else, no law, not the National Assembly, not INEC, nobody can go contrary to what the Constitution has said, because the Constitution is supreme. Next in line is the National Assembly, because it's supposed to be composed of people we have elected representatives. So they have certain powers, and they cannot exceed the powers donated to them by the Constitution. So as long as they don't go contrary to what the Constitution says, then they're in good stead. Then INEC has its own powers. It can make guidelines and regulations as long as
it's empowered to by the
Constitution and by the Electoral Act. Yes, it has those powers. But as long as those guidelines do not conflict with the Electoral Act or with any act of the National Assembly or with the Constitution, because in the hierarchy of laws is the Constitution, the Electoral Act, and then the regulations, and of course, case law.
Now, what INEC has done in terms of fixing a deadline to carry out primaries, of course, the register of party candidates and all of that, is it contrary to what the Constitution envisages? Because the Federal High Court has said that INEC lacks the statutory powers to abridge timelines provided under the Electoral Act 2026. Of course, refers to sections 29, 82, 84, and all of that.
Yes.
You know, it said it does not extend to determining timelines for party primaries.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. You have to take each one accordingly. Now let's take party primaries. As far as I'm aware, there's nothing in the Constitution with timelines for party primaries.
Right.
What the Constitution says, for example, is that INEC can fix dates of election as long as it's section 76, for example, as long as it's not earlier than 150 days or not later than 30 days to the expiration of tenure. So that is quite clear. So the National Assembly cannot pass a law either telling INEC to conduct all elections in one day or giving INEC a guide as to where to do. The Constitution has given INEC that power. Now, as for party, the Electoral Act has spoken. The Constitution does not speak about time for submission of lists of candidates. It does not speak about it. But the Electoral Act has now done so. So as long as it has not spoken about it, you can't say that provision, section 29(1), for example, is contrary to the Constitution.
Right.
You cannot say so because this Constitution is silent about that. Now, and secondly, 29(1) speaks to political parties. It says, every political party intending to sponsor candidates shall not later than 120 days will submit your list of candidates.
Not later than.
Not later than, yes. So INEC cannot abridge that time. It's donated
but it has done that.
Well,
which is why the court
has intervened. The court has said that, no, you cannot abridge it because that time has been set by the Electoral Act, by the National Assembly, elected members of the National Assembly. 12 of you constitute the commission cannot come now and do that. But primaries is a different thing. The primaries we're talking about.
Right.
Now, the primaries, the Constitution and the Electoral are silent about when you conduct your primaries. They're silent. There is no provision during when time for conduct of primaries. So INEC, because of the 120, they now said, okay, let us now set a time so that they can meet the 120-day deadline, so that not just your primaries, but any appeals or resolution, using your guidelines, any resolution of any dispute that may arise, you must finish it within a certain time. I think that's what the Commission saw.
So it appears, the Nigerian government is not getting all its way with the events of the election. So maybe this is a welcome development. People are now allowed to, join the race for presidency. Who knows who is going to join? Who else is going to join? All right. So let's go to the U.S. News of green card. I'm surprised the Israeli, flotilla incident was not covered this week. That was one of the major news of the week, where a lot of Western leaders were condemning Israel's Ben-Gvir. I think he's a security minister, a kind of security minister in Israel that was, they said he was a kind of humiliating the NGOs or the flotilla activists that were looking to deliver aid to the Gazans, due to the, situation in Gaza. So there was a lot of condemnation, and that was a major, if anything, that was the single most significant news of the week, actually. All right, so now I will. I'm not sure why that didn't make it to the top line. Let me play that of the U.S. green card.
Trump administration says anybody in the U.S. who wants a green card has to return to their home country to apply. DHS says the new policy will allow immigration, quote, to function as the law intended instead of incentivizing loopholes. But with 500,000 people applying for green cards from here in the U.S. each year, critics say it's just Trump's latest immigration crackdown. NBC's Jonathan Allen is joining me now from the White House briefing room. John, talk us through the impact of this new memo, and do we have any sense of how the Trump administration is going to enforce that?
Yeah, it's not immediately clear, Tom, whether this will actually go into effect. Presumably, there will be lawsuits. There is a law. There are laws regarding who can be in this country legally. People applying for green cards from within the country can be here on student visas, can be here on work visas, can be here under refugee status. And so there is every indication from immigrant rights groups that they are going to take this to court. And the question, I think, then will be whether it stands up. Now, in terms of what the administration is trying to do here, they're absolutely trying to signal that they want to crack down on immigration. The president had promised to deport millions upon millions of immigrants who are here illegally. He's been unable to do that. There was controversy with that policy as his officials charged into American cities earlier this year. And I think the White House is looking for new ways to find immigrants that they can push out of the country. In this case, people who were here legally to begin with, who would now be declared effectively illegal if they stay in the country while applying for a green card.
Yeah. Well, as DHS rolls out this new requirement, we have Secretary Mullen saying that he might remove CBP processing from sanctuary city airports. Here's what he said last month. Well, we don't have audio on that, but John, walk us through what he said last month real quickly, and then is that next? And how would removing those agents from airports impact an already stressed out travel industry?
Yeah, what he's saying, Tom.
So that is the news about the U.S. green card. The idea was basically that they were going to have people that want to apply for indefinite leave to remain, to return back to their home countries, not necessarily to their home country, to leave the country and apply from that location. So some people, as I've said, that some there are some applicants often they go to Canada instead of returning back, like in the case of Indians, instead of them to go back to India, they go to Canada, then from there they apply for indefinite leave in the US. So that is an interesting development. In the UK, I think they even said the UK, they were looking, that's if the Reform Party gets into office, they were going to completely kind of remove the indefinite leave to remain, or people with indefinite leave are not even allowed to get any state benefits or anything like that. So that is a new change that they want to do. To be fair, it's not surprising. When things get hard, and democracies get hard too. So it's not entirely a surprising thing. And maybe it's a good thing that they force us to return back home anyway. So if we go back to Nigeria or go back to Africa, who says that it's not going to end up being better, because the best minds will return back and maybe help solve some of the problems we have on the continent. All right, so that is that on this news about the green card changes. In order to be able to secure green card now, it's become more difficult. In other words, it's just become more difficult in the US. And the same is true in many European countries and Western countries. They are tightening rules now for people to be able to get a green card. So, which is not surprising. And there's this made news that occurred this week. Again, I'm also surprised it didn't make the headlines today about the Oyo State kidnapping of 40 students or people from a school, and then the head teacher was beheaded by terrorists, and it has been quite traumatic for a lot of people in that region, and we should not minimize the significance of such events in any area of Nigeria. And it just goes to show how serious the issue of insecurity is in Nigeria, and the paralysis that we as a people have inflicted on our nation. Because during this week's conversations, I've heard, some of the anguish in the voices of people regarding that event. And they were sharing a lot of the video online. So a lot of people were really, really kind of, they felt very strongly about what we were seeing, and some of them maybe even traumatized, because it was very, very, grisly kind of sight to behold. And the teacher was begging for his life. He prayed, and it's what happens when these cruel people do what they do, and then that is your point, to terrorize people. But during the conversations, what I gathered was that some people, when you argue that, okay, why are we not securing all these places? And the argument was that we should have our own people in that area secure the forests. That people from other areas are not allowed to secure the forest. That's, in other words, the Nigerian military is not allowed, or they disagreed with the Nigerian military coming to secure their forest for them and making sure the area is secure. If the Nigerian military was to be assigned to do that, they prefer that it's from the local area that is securing that area. But the conversation was that, but then the local security forces are not enough. That what if we raised our, the number of soldiers and police and generally our security forces in the country, if we raise the numbers? And the argument was that, oh, no, why would you do that? Because it's going to be only the northerners that will join the military. I was like, but what is the problem? He said, because it's them that are killing people. Like, but it's not them, it's still them that are protecting the cities, if that is your argument. If you are trying to say more northerners are in the military and the security forces, then what is happening in the cities? Are they not the ones still defending the cities? Are they not the ones still losing their lives against these terrorists? Or do you want to join the military? Do you want to join the security forces? You see, the problem is that many southern states, the security forces in Nigeria are complaining that many southern states, they don't field enough people that wants to join the security forces. This is a fact, because many southerners prefer education, prefer to pursue a career, prefer to do all kinds of different other things. Some of them just want to jackpot. They don't care about joining the Nigerian military. The northerners don't travel as much. So when they want to join the military, you tell them, oh, don't join the military because we don't trust you. But you don't want to join. What are you asking for? You want more children to be kidnapped? And this fear of the northerners, it forced me to think that why are they afraid that northerners will be more in the military? Is it that they are worried that when northerners are more in the military, they are going to just come and start attacking the southerners? Let's say they do that. How far would they get? If they try that, can't you see that is terrible for them? And they know that they are not stupid. Because the moment they do that, it's over for them. Nigeria affords most northerners that all the way to the Sahel access to the sea, access to crude oil, access to a lot of resources that they would not normally have access to, like the way Niger doesn't have access to those things, Chad doesn't have access to those things, Mali. These countries are terribly poor. The access to Nigeria gives those northerners in that area access to a lot of strategically important aspects of the economy. To the sea, they can, travel through Nigeria, go to, ship items. They have access to the crude oil of the nation and all the rest. If they start attacking the southern states, that would be suicide. As a matter of fact, before they even start thinking about doing that, they will rather just decide that they want to go on their own nation, because they know that will be the result. The country will be over. And when the country is over, they have more to lose. So that fear for me is, if anybody wants to keep Nigeria together and doesn't want to attack anybody and trigger the South to fight them, is the Northerners. It's bad news for them. But these terrorists, they want to foment division. That's their job. They want to make it easier so that when the big bosses like Trump and all the rest want to come and break the country up, they'll find it easier. And our leaders are aiding them by not solving the insecurity in the country. They may not say they are aiding them, but that's exactly what they are doing by not solving the insecurity problems themselves. That's what our leaders are doing. That's what Tinubu is doing, because now he wants to recruit 28,000 into the military. 28,000 is a drop in the ocean. It's a start. It's something. It's not zero, but it's a drop in the ocean. We need hundreds of thousands. If you want to secure the outskirts so that all those people in the IDP camps, they start returning home, you need hundreds of thousands. Because these terrorists, they are wicked. Though. The way they go around, some of them will carry more than 20 to 50 cars. I don't even, you see, it just shows you how little security is present in many parts of Nigeria. Because how can you have that many cars and you're able to escape? Are you Tinubu? It's like they have convoy. Are you Tinubu with his long convoy? Terrorists have convoys too in Nigeria. And they get away. They come into this, the outskirts, kidnap children, and they disappear. Their convoy includes Okada too, of course. It includes Okada, it includes cars, it includes everything. And they get away. For the life of me, how they even get away, it just shows you how insecure the country is. Most of our border, there's barely anybody manning them. Nigeria doesn't have fence, not to mention wall. We barely even have checkpoints. So the country is very hollow, and our leaders refuse to do anything about it. Because you know why? Because the people that they serve encourages them not to do anything about it. And we, the people, don't want to force them that you need to provide security everywhere. If you need to fence the country around, fence it around. If you need to put military outposts all over the country, do it. Because that is cheaper than the money we are losing every year due to insecurity, that the lives we are losing every year due to insecurity. So many things Nigeria is losing out on due to insecurity. It's just, for me, it's so simple to fix. We should stop doing this thing where we are afraid because of other tribes will join the military that you don't want to join. What do you want? You don't want to join. You don't want other people to join. You want them to keep kidnapping people. Or you say only your people should be able to join the security forces. So they will have to arm your people then, won't they? If you say your own people have to secure your areas, which is not a bad argument, you can make that argument, then they will have to arm them. If they are supposed to be any good at securing the people, they have to arm them, because the terrorists are armed. You can't go around with machete to go and fight terrorists that are coming with machine guns and all kinds of RPGs. So to secure them, you need to arm them. So you want to create another militia in the local area, because that is what it's going to become if the national security apparatus is not strong enough. Power differential matters. The center has to be a lot stronger for you to be able to do that kind of stuff. And the center is very weak. And if the center is any stronger than it is right now, just double or triple the number of security forces we have in Nigeria, you'll find that Nigeria will become even more secure. You will not even need to recruit from your area anymore. So that is that anyway. And I really feel bad for the people that lose loved ones due to this insecurity, because it's so tragic the way it often occurs. Your family member will go to work, boom, gone. They will go to school, gone. Children. children gone. I don't know how we'll put up with this. I really don't know how we'll put up with this. We have to have a concerted campaign to force these leaders to do what needs to be done. Force them. If they say what they want to recruit 30,000, you tell them recruit times 10. And if you say you don't have the money, all that money you are borrowing, what are you using it to do? What are you using it to do? Because people, you see, Nigerians, they've started a second economy now of collecting money from international organizations to keep IDP camps. You see, the thing about Nigerians is that they are very, very sharp. You know, Nigerians are very sharp when they see any source of income. This is why they say if you go to any country, Nigerians are not present, know that there's no money there. We are very sharp at, picking up any source of income. Yet, in the case of Nigeria right now, the disadvantage is that because we pick up any source of income and the UN or international organizations are paying governors and states to maintain IDP camps, guess what's going to happen? Then these politicians will have an interest in maintaining the IDP camps. Nigerians were trying to even get money for COVID. They have empty buildings and they were collecting money for COVID, saying that there is a hospital for people that have got COVID. That is what is happening in Nigeria. We have built an economy now that is based on just maintaining insecurity. Let me play another video of I think this was Thabo Mbeki commenting on the South African stuff. Then I'll play the one of Israel too, while I fix my camera, because it looks like my camera is beginning to speak a different language from the one I'm speaking right now. And so let's hear what Thabo Mbeki had to say about what's happening in South Africa.
Botswana was an ally and a friend of South African people in our quest for justice, democracy, and human rights for all. Botswana provided solidarity and support as well as refuge to our people during our days of need, sometimes at great cost to yourself. We will forever be grateful for the support that the people of South Africa, who found Botswana as a refuge, came fleeing South Africa here. You supported us, and you expected nothing in return from us. And we are eternally grateful. And thank you very much.
South Africa was helped by many countries. That is truth. During apartheid, they provided them with support, with funding, with weapons, with training, with passports to travel across the world, because back in time it was very difficult with a South African passport as a black person, and many other things. We know there's been xenophobia uproar across South Africa in many places. People being beat up bad, not nice. So what's happening right now? So let's watch some of these videos and we can make a comment on top of it. Okay, let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we gather today at a time when South Africa has, over the past few weeks, observed acts of violence against foreign nationals. While acknowledging concerns about illegal foreign nationals involved in crime, we strongly condemn the anti-migrant protests and xenophobic violence. And we urge law enforcement to address these issues through legal means, not mob violence. These violent acts, as mentioned by President Cyril Ramaphosa, are shameful and do not reflect the views of South Africans or government policy. We must therefore stand together as government, traditional authorities, civil society,
undocumented Africans. They are not. We know the history in detail of how South Africa, 1994 to 2000, 2008, 2009, the country goes up like this. Growth rates reach 6%. From 2009 goes the opposite direction. Doesn't cause by undocumented immigrants. The people who caused that, you look at it, that decline, they are laughing in a corner there. Because we're pointing not at them, but we're pointing somewhere else. It's wrong.
This is a minister in South Africa making a speech. Now listen to what this lady had to say.
We cannot allow anyone to come and say we want your passport, who's not law enforcement. We cannot allow the mobilization that wants to destabilize the country, that wants to use an excuse of attacking other people on the basis of we're dealing with illegal immigration. By the way, the people that are being attacked is not only undocumented foreigners. They are attacking even people who don't speak a particular language, the people who speak Tsonga, people who speak Sivenda. It is a problem. So we are dealing with that. So we should not be convenient. There is an illegal immigration challenge in South Africa, and we are seized with dealing with that. We've put the white papers, and there are employers who continuously not want to employ South Africans and in the convenience of employing non-South Africans and creating tensions with ourselves. And talking of corruption, it's us who have instituted measures to deal with corruption, including the very Madlanga Commission. You spoke about load reduction, woman. You said we won't sort out load shedding. We sorted out load shedding. Now you want to use load reduction. We've given a commitment, but that 7 of the provinces will be rid of load reduction by December 2026 and 3 by March 2027. And we are going to deliver on that.
Now, this reminds me of something interesting. I don't know if this reminds you of something, okay? It should remind you of something. So people beating each other because you look different and you don't sound the same. And like she said, people being mobilized based on one tribe. Which tribe was she talking about? Let's find out what this man has to say.
Don't vote for me. I don't want that vote. I don't want a xenophobic vote. I love my African people. The same way I love my mother and my grandmother. I'm in love with Africans. Africans are hated everywhere. You go to America, the black skin is a source of hatred. You go to UK, a black skin is a source of hatred. You're asking me to join in the hatred of black people. I know what the hatred of my skin did during apartheid. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be asked that I should stand at the border, at the fence between Limpopo and Zimbabwe and block a mother who's carrying a child, only crossing to get a medication in Musina and going back to Zimbabwe because there is a problem in Zimbabwe. I refuse to join that chorus. And if that will not make me the president of this country, I'm happy that let me die with my conscience being clear than being a president who has emerged through selling out his own soul. Nobody asked me to feel like this. Yeah. I feel very strongly about black people. I feel very strong about African continent. And I would rather not be a president because I know for a fact that this is an establishment that is spreading this anti-blackness that we experience everywhere else. It's not true. There's jobs in the restaurants. There's Lesotho women who are working in our houses. Yeah. Our sisters don't want to work there. They've gone to schools. They want quality jobs. Not that they look down on these jobs. They are saying, I cannot, with a diploma, with N6, with qualifications, go and be a domestic worker. Yeah. We want more. Who wants to go and work and be paid with wine in the Cape Farms? Who wants to do that of South Africans? Yeah. Let me and you take trucks and buses now and go and fetch those foreigners who are working there during harvesting season in the Cape wines. Let's go and take them and let's see what's going to happen to those Cape wines. All of those grapes are going to get rotten because our people will never agree to work in exchange for wine. Never will I. Nothing will persuade me. Not the results of the elections, not a gun on my head, not any form of intimidation will persuade me to hate on black people. I will never hate on Africans, not even for votes. Do not vote for me if you don't love Africans and you want me to hate them. I won't do that.
Let me know how you feel about this. It is a great pleasure. We need to be very, very careful. As much as we have some genuine concerns, we need to be very, 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 very careful on how we proceed. God bless.
Yeah, that is the take of basically the events of the week in South Africa. I must say, I think it is positive that people are coming out and start calling out the violent attacks on foreigners. And it's still going on, by the way. And they have given foreigners up to, I think, June 30th or 31st to leave the country. Otherwise, they will be attacked. I'm seeing some charts saying that I am against fence of a country. I don't know how anybody will come up with the idea that I'm against fencing the Nigerian state. That is crazy. Why would I be against fencing Nigeria? But sometimes people remember things wrongly, and based on the way I reason, it's not consistent. Why would I argue against fence? That said, I want to touch on the events of the week about the flotilla. Let me play that flotilla video.
עיתונאי לשעבר, קול משפיע, פה גדול, פרובוקטיבי, תגרן,
Oh, this one is even more provocative. I wanted to play the flotilla one first because that one was major. As a matter of fact, maybe one of the top events of the international events of the week, actually. I don't know why it was left out. Let me see if I can find that. I don't think it's here, you know. I don't think it's a part of the lineup of videos today. Let me see if I can put it up quickly, because that flotilla issue is a serious one, because these people were going to Gaza to deliver aid. You know, as you can see, the war has ended a long time ago, ceasefire and all, but people are still suffering in Israel, so they want to take sustenance to the people of Gaza, and they were maltreated, and so a lot of condemnation when they came the way of Israel because of it, because Ben-Gvir, an Israeli minister, was the kind of messing with the Israelis, and because of that, a lot of people condemned Israel for what they did. So let me see if I can pull this video up. I think I'll have to use a different method to share the video for once, which is something I've not done in a long time. I don't even know whether it's going to work. I'm going to try to share the video using a tab because it tends to crash a lot. Whenever I tried that recently, I'm not sure why. You know, StreamYard seems to be struggling with tab sharing technology. I'm not sure why it's struggling, because it's supposed to be quite straightforward to share tabs. So I'm going to share the video with you so that you can get to see the events that led to condemnation. Even the Israeli Prime Minister, to be fair to him, also condemned the behavior of the treatment of the protesters, or you call them protesters, I don't know what you call them, activists, that the treatment of the activists was not very good. So he wasn't very happy about that. So let me see if I can get it up. Tab. Far right. I think that's it there. Is that a far right? This thing? Far right. Ben-Gvir. That should be it now, isn't it? So I will share with audio. And that should be it. Should come up now.
Welcome to Israel. We are the masters here, he says. Concerns have been raised for the global Samud flotilla volunteers after Israeli commandos began boarding the fleet of 52 boats on Monday near Cyprus.
Why are you shooting?
Here, the sound of what activists said were rubber bullets. Israel denied using live fire. The final boats were intercepted this morning in what the organizers said was the illegal abduction of those seeking to confront Israel's ongoing crimes against the Palestinian people. The Israeli government called the flotilla Hamas supporters and defended their detention, but Ben-Gvir's video has brought condemnation from government colleagues and from abroad.
I mean, we see these totally disgraceful scenes in this video shared by Israeli cabinet minister Ben-Gvir, which shows a total disrespect and violation of basic standards of human dignity in the way that people were being treated.
While the US's ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, said that the flotilla was a stupid stunt, but Ben-Gvir betrayed the dignity of his nation. Today, damage control, as Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu moved quickly to denounce his security minister, saying it didn't reflect Israel's values. Itamar Ben-Gvir is a renowned provocateur, and his critics say he delights in displays of cruelty. And this is Israel entering election season. But the rebuke from his cabinet colleagues is a message to keep electioneering from becoming an international scandal. For the activists, they wanted to draw attention to the ongoing suffering in Gaza. Instead, they've exposed a face of Israeli politics its leaders would prefer from going global. Amir Nader, BBC News, Jerusalem.
I'm here with from UNFPA visiting the Emirati hospital in Rafah. I was here 2 months ago, and the situation has...
Peace activists who were part of a flotilla of about 50 boats carrying humanitarian aid to starving Palestinians at the Gaza Strip were roundly detained, abused, and mocked on camera by the Israelis. But what's getting the most attention is the fact that Itamar Ben-Gvir, who happens to be the defense minister of Israel, posted about it on social media and made the Israelis look bad. So currently, there's a big debate, Cenk, about what to do about Itamar Ben-Gvir.
Yeah, so I want you guys to watch the video and see how bad it is, and then I want to talk to you about the cover-up and whether the cover-up is going to help or not.
So we're going to show you the video. You're going to hear Hebrew for our audio listeners. We will give you the statement. We'll read it to you when we come back from the video. Take a look.
הם באו עם הרבה גאווה כגיבורים גדולים. תראי איך הם נראים עכשיו, תסתכלי. תראי איך הם נראים עכשיו. לא גיבורים ולא כלום, תומכי טרור. אני אומר לראש הממשלה נתניהו, תן לי אותם לעוד הרבה זמן. תן לנו אותם בבתי הכלא של המחבלים, ככה זה צריך להיראות.
I'm here with from UNFPA visiting the Emirati hospital in Rafah. I was here 2 months ago, and the situation has gotten significantly worse. When I sat with Dr. Haider, the medical director of the hospital, he told us that they cannot continue, that the staff cannot continue.
So that was Itamar Ben-Gvir. This is what he said. They came with...
All right, I think that's about enough of that. So as a matter of fact, that was the only news of the week that was quite universal everywhere. I'm not sure why it doesn't make it to the title of this live for this Saturday. It's very interesting. They tend to ignore the Israeli part of the news. Is it that people seem to be scared of, covering Israeli topics for some reason? And when you start becoming scared of talking about certain people or certain government or anything, you have a problem on your hand. Well, I agree with the Islamist, TYT. So TYT is not Islamist. That is a really funny thing to say. Then say Islamist. They are not even close to being that at all. They are one of the most secular channels out there because they don't do this thing that we do on our own end. They are not interested in any of that games at all. So so for me, let me put it this way. The way I'm looking at it, okay, let me stop this actually. What is going on here? It's just being weird now. Okay. Anybody, I hope everybody can hear me. Yeah, I can hear myself now. I can see everything now. Good. So when you start becoming scared of talking about any issue, then you have a problem. And I think we really should be able to speak on any issue. I think I heard Jide mention that Tucker Carlson is racist and many things really. I'm not sure I disagree with that. When do you agree with somebody and when do you disagree with someone? Do you agree with them because you agree on many issues together? even when they are wrong on a specific issue? Or do you agree with them on an issue by issue basis and disagree with them on an issue by issue basis? I say you disagree with them on an issue by issue basis and agree with them on an issue by issue basis, because what that means is that you encourage or support things that you consider positive, and you disagree with things that you consider negative. Because if you don't do that, the people could mistake you for supporting negative things, because you are choosing to support somebody just because you agree with them on most things, even when they are wrong on some issues. You know, just because I agree with, let's say, with some of the things Dangote is doing, like most of the stuff Dangote is doing now in Nigeria, I agree with what most of the stuff he's doing. It doesn't mean that if there's something I see I don't like, I won't say it. I will call it out too, because it's not about him. It's about discouraging that kind of stuff from happening again. I thought that's what we taught children. You know, that's how you're supposed to teach children, so that they don't repeat mistakes. You condemn something that is wrong and agree with what is agreeable. It's just that simple. Tokakasin may be racist, and it's probably true that he's racist, but it says a lot of common sense things. Now, I'm going to play this video of Tokakasin in Israel, and he was being interviewed in Israel. Now, this is a very, very good video to play, actually. Now that we have covered the headlines, so that people can hear what he said in that interview and tell me what was wrong there. He's racist, but do you disagree or agree with him? Now, let me play this video. All right, let me pull this out. This was a lot longer than I anticipated. Look at that, look at that, look at that. 2.5 million or whatever this thing. Let me put you backstage since you are sleeping. Well, because when you are not talking about Begolo, you are never happy. Welcome, Femi. Welcome, Femi. Thank you for joining us. All the people in the chat, if you had anything you disagree with Tokakasin in there, you tell me, because that performance to me was flawless. If you have anything you want to criticize, tell me. I want to hear it. Is it the part where he said it doesn't support murdering children? It's elementary, but yet you will watch people watch that kind of stuff, and they'll be like, "No, he's racist. He's racist." Yeah, he is racist when you ask him about black people and about senators, but that is not the context of the conversation. The context of the conversation, I've never seen somebody make such a cogent argument to an Israeli news channel, and they couldn't push back against him, because what he was saying was true. And the guy knows if he push back, it's going to be worse, because then Tokakasin is going to bring up more and more examples of why he literally said Israel is not a democracy to an Israeli news channel. I couldn't believe that the guy took that one. I wouldn't take that. I would try to argue that this is Israel is a democracy, but it's a fact. Palestinians are not allowed to vote. Technically, Palestinians are Israelis, because they are under Israeli control, they are under Israeli occupation, and Israeli control their lives. So, but they are not allowed to vote. But welcome, Femi. And there has been a lot of news. Green card. I don't know whether you're looking for green card. Trump is after you guys now. If you're looking for green card in America, Ovie, I know you're not an American citizen, so hopefully, I'm sure
I have a green passport.
Yeah, okay, you got a green passport. Yeah, Nigeria now. We are all Nigerians. So, but what do you make of it, Femi, and some of the stuff you've had, Bengavir, green card? For me, the Oyo State incident, resonated throughout this week because it seems to have touched a lot of people that that normally don't get concerned about these things.
Yeah, thank you, forefathers and Ovie. Before the people from our village come to complain about the fact that we're not talking about Nigeria, let me just quickly go over the green card thing, and then the Bengavir and even Smotrich before running up with Nigeria. At least that's fair. For the green card, I didn't come illegal, so, but not that it matters. And it doesn't matter whether you're a citizen or not. Yes, I may have the blue passport. The fact remains that I remember a long time ago, a couple of years ago, I have this black American friend. She told me, she said, you do realize that even we, very well schooled. She actually lived in Imo State for like 2 years, so she knows Nigeria well. She told me, she said, you see, those of us that are Black Americans, for example, African Americans, first of all, we're still second class citizens, right? So what they will do is they'll first start with whether it's green card or whether it's a yellow card. They'll first start with those of you that came from, these are words that came from Africa, illegal, whatever we may call ourselves, you know. And keep in mind, on the American passport, I don't know how it is for Canadian passport or British passports or Australian passports, for example. Even if you become a citizen by immigration, whichever we got it, so long as you were not born here, they will still write country of origin, Lagos, Nigeria, versus those that are born here, where, I mean, that's not that they're trying to tell you invariably that, see you, just in case we decide 2030, because anyway, that want to change our, what's it called, laws again, that it doesn't matter that you may have come in legally or whatever. He said they'll first start with those of us. Then you now see them, the Black Americans, for example, they are next. Whether they'll find one country to send them to the way Trump has been doing, you know, meaning that whether you're Black American or African American or even Mexican American, you get level, you know. Then that's on one hand. But ultimately, that doesn't mean that each country should not do as he wants when it comes to trying to manage immigration. It's just that, generally speaking, whether it's America, whether it's Nigeria, human beings are just hypocrites, irrespective. Because if you want to go down the line of even arguing the case, irrespective, or just with one looking outside looking in, I mean, you know about the wife's situation now. How the
Which wife?
current wife, his current, well, I know he has a lot of wives. His current wife.
Oh yeah, Melania.
You know how she came in here. You know,
Oh yeah.
the story is being told. I mean, there's a lot coming out now as regards even that ties into Epstein and how Epstein's friend. There's this other story about this model in Brazil. I don't know. Maybe that will come out eventually when if the Democrats. There's a lot of stories going on, but let's not go too far. But generally, what I just feel is a lot of these things are just political stunts on one hand. And of course, there's also the fear about how by 2050, I believe, I should be fact checked. There's this fear about the Hispanics the whites becoming minorities for the first time in the history. Those are undercurrents as well that are not being discussed out there. But that's on for that. As for, and then maybe just to round off, all these what's it called, executive orders. Ultimately, it's supposed to be the courts and the justice system. As a matter of fact, if you're not aware, there's a lot of what we refer to that we're advocating for Nigeria when it comes to institutions that's being derailed in America as you speak now. I mean, it's not like it's not been done on both sides before, but it's just that it's just becoming evident. Like I keep telling people, you're seeing the unveiling of America, the same America that we always try to compare, use as a standard. But anyway, when it comes to Smotrich and Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, it's like trying to choose between the devil and the deep blue sea because they go hand in hand. You're talking about Ben-Gvir, but Smotrich is just as terrible. I think he's supposed to be the younger party out of the two of them. And for those who think Netanyahu, and which is what I used to think, was the problem. If Netanyahu leaves today, Gavir is worse. And there's a lot like that because, and then something I wanted to tell, I tried to also, I wanted to also incorporate into this part of the conversation. When you see, they have beginning to have a narrative problem in America, within Americans as well, when it comes to this use of the word, the phrase the word anti-Semitic. Keep in mind, the Arabs are actually a Semitic. They're Semites too. They're just as Semitic, if not they're related. At least the real Jews, because there's also division. There's also, it depends on what kind of Jew you are. Ovie can decide today if they allow him to enter Israel and claim to be Jew. All you need to do is just believe in certain principles, But
I am part of the Biafran movement already, so we are Jewish people.
Part of the Biafran Jews, no problem.
Yeah, we are Jews.
But now down to Nigeria, just to round off for now, so I can let Ovie go. That or your thing, I think someone said something a couple of months ago when this issue first. I mean, it's been an ongoing issue anyway, it's like forever or right now. When Trump first threatened to come to Nigeria to come and bomb, and some of us were like, "Oh, this one is just for sure," Someone said something then about how some of us are being hypocritical because sometimes people don't seem to want to listen to you beyond the surface level. It's not like I like what's going on in Nigeria. I mean, it pains a lot of us as much as the other person. It's just that the point of views might differ at a certain level. At the time, they mentioned that maybe by the time he gets to Yoruba land, the way we always go around ethnicity and everything, especially when we becoming too emotional. And in my head, I was like, whilst I understand the pain, because I have pains as well when it comes to this insecurity, knowing that it doesn't matter. It was just a matter of time, especially when it first started in Sambisa way back then. And everything was being treated with levity up until when it now started spreading all the way down to Ondo. And I remember telling even my uncle, because hate him or love him, I am not one of those Yoruba men, for example, because at the end of the day, everything in Nigeria always comes down to ethnicity. As much as some of us try to run away from it, I was telling my uncle at the time that I'm not one of those because I was arguing. We were having this argument, and he was like, Tinubu, aka Pablo Escobar, let him get there because he's one of those. He's their own people. He's their people, so you know how to deal with it. And in my head, I'm like, I do not necessarily think he knows what to do when he gets there. I'm not saying that he's not smart or street smart in a way, but a lot of the smart is just about getting there. And it also comes with this ludicrous thought of it is our turn, which was what he espoused. Now that he's there, what has changed? I don't even know whether it looks like it's only gotten worse. And just like someone mentioned earlier, you did notice, if Jos was just an example, if people thought this thing was just all about down to ethnicity alone, which in some cases it is when it comes to Nigeria and Africa, someone that refused to actually visit the families of the victims and actually speak to them, even if the empathy was a lie, when he visited Jos, have you seen any statement that even makes sense that he has? Not that the statement will change anything per se, but after all, they'll be making statements. Have you seen any statement change being made and any moves being made actively in the case of Oyo? No. Is it not Yoruba man? Is an Hausa or Yoruba person, not still people? Because this was and then just like people were saying that we're reducing it down to just Christian genocide. At the time, it wasn't like I admitted that yes, there's elements of what's it called, certain extremists going for Christians. But one thing we also fail to realize is that it can't be all of everybody that's a Muslim. After all, there were imams. There were cases of an imam, for example, that had to shield Christians in a mosque, hide them in a mosque right there in Plateau. And there were several instances of this as well. And we've seen the other side of it too. But I just said to say that my fear is that I hope it doesn't have to get to the point where it gets to Lagos, for example, before this thing now gets taken. Because, once I don't know whether they are waiting for it to get to Lagos. Maybe that's when we realize that we're not serious. Because now that we're in the politicking season, it doesn't seem as if people really care. If at all, it seems that they continue to just pay lip service. One thing I also wanted to highlight, I didn't want to forget this, is I don't know if you've ever heard of the Agbekoyas. It's a Yoruba term, but
I've heard of the term. Yeah, I've heard of the term, okay. Definitely.
So midweek, I was listening to. Actually, I was reading one of the top leaders talk about how in the past, this is Nigeria for you. on with this as a case study. It was talking about how, and it felt so pained about how they had been reaching out to, as far back as when it happened in Ondo. Remember that Catholic Church one that first happened in Ondo? They had reached out to the governor. After all, they are collecting security votes, Abi. And if this thing has to come down to them using champs alongside the government funding them with proper guns, because at some point, even when you look at democracy, the way it's practiced, even in the Western world, it's not even working anymore. For example, so that if we had to kind of like localize it too, that's something I advocate for, something that works for us. Same scenario with this Agbekoya guy that was talking about. It has now come to the point where if they have to use champs, that they know how to deal with these people. Go and look at their history. But what have these governors been doing, at least in the Southwest? They keep ignoring them. That's why it's funny. Just if I have to round up now, that's why it's funny when you see someone like, well, it's not even funny actually. When you see someone like Yaya Bello, that is a confirmed corrupt, what's it called, politician by excellence, sounding us out and telling us that it's going to fight corruption. How now? So
yeah, but the thing about Bekoya, now that you mentioned it, once you mentioned champs, it came back to me again that they are like people that use champs. But do you really think that is viable way to fight modern jihadists and terrorists using champs?
Professor, let me ask you one question. What do you think science is? Or at least white science, the way we know it?
Science is a form of knowledge that is used to actually, it's a chain of truths. By using different processes to ascertain it. So, but most of those charms, yes, in some cases they work, but the reason why they work, we are not close. We are not as close to the truth as science is of why they work, and it's random. That's why we can't predict.
Have you ever heard of genes? You know about genes, right?
Genes of in the Middle East, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Okay. There's something about how an Akemit, for example, will get into a bat, at least as far as the story we're told, as far as that folklore, I call it a folklore, is he gets to a bat and that's how he discovers density, Abi. But an ordinary, a regular person like me and you would be seeing the same thing that these people, we will not see the same thing that only few people that we call geniuses would see. In my opinion, or in a way, I just think of science as something that's built on top of what we would look at as black magic, for example. It's just that we never did something to kind of like in the sense of some people that will never seem to come up with good things when it comes to our own version of science, which I consider to be black magic, if you will, for lack of another term.
My sake is I actually believe that the earliest minds were a form of scientists. Because if you are the earliest person in the world and you don't know anything you do has to be carefully observed, calibrated, and make sure you don't make a mistake, because if you make a mistake, it probably will exist. You see what I mean? So the difference between science as we have it today and our traditional methods, it's not because our traditional methods don't have merits to them in terms of some truths are not gleaned from their practices, but the scientific method is more rigorous. It goes into processes of trying to say, okay, how true is this? Hey, you check whether what I said is true. Hey, you check can we scale it up? Can we prove it anytime? That is what that's the difference. It doesn't mean that.
Do you think that's where we fail? Because I don't want to keep talking.
That's where we failed. That's where we failed.
Okay. All right.
Yes. And it's very, very important. It's very it's basically tampering with the fabric of reality itself.
I just want you to know. Sorry, I won't talk after this. I just want to know that if you just read about the issue of the Agbekoyas, know that this has worked before. At least give them a trial. If every other thing fails, give them a trial. These people are willing to.
Seriously, we are not there yet. Now we have not even used people. We use 0.1% to the. You see, after we've tried 8% population to defend the country, then we can try Agbekoya. See, the thing is, Oyibo came here. If Agbekoya was there, what happened? Can somebody explain it to me? Did Oyibo bring their own juju with them? Or the Catholic God is the juju? So that's what I see. I was in a Nigerian village, and if something works, I believe it. But if it doesn't work, why should I? I don't know. It's not like I don't believe it, but I believe more on the ones that I know that actually works, because that one seems, because it works, it's more aligned with reality, isn't it? All right. So let me bring our man 2.5 million votes when the whole Delta State. Okay, the Delta State, Edo State is more than 2.5 million. Welcome, 2.5 million votes. Oh, he's gone. Okay, I don't know. Let's get Akin in then. Akin, thank you for joining us. Hello, you're always free to speak. You know that. So, yeah, welcome. So you saw the headlines. You know, the head teacher one is the most, for me, is very wrenching. I am kind of traumatized by just watching what happens to our people, and over again. And this stuff started even, I think it began in the Arab slave trade. And since then, our women and our children have never known peace. They've always been subject to one force or another continuously. And the men are subject to it, but the reason why I don't include the men, because they are the ones that are supposed to fix these things, to make sure this don't happen. So, but they allow their women and children. I don't even know how we do it. How can we hold our head up in any form of pride, allowing these things to be befalling our people over and over repeatedly? But you saw the videos, and the head teacher, he lost his head. I don't know how, that's not intended at all. That's ridiculous. Head teacher lost his head. What kind of talk is that? These type of words, they come up now and again. The Trump is now looking to mess about with green card. There is also the condemnation of Ben Gavir versus, the treatment of the activists that wanted to provide aid to the flotilla. And there is also the Nigerian election shenanigans that is going on. It appears the court has passed a ruling that will allow more presidential candidates to join the race. So I don't know which one you can always come up with anything that you think you are passionate about that has occurred in the past week.
Yeah, so I'll begin with the beheading of the head teacher. It's very disenchanting and very disheartening. But like you say, all the time in regards to security, if the security is not there, like everyone knows, it's going to be bad. Based upon what occurs, I think Islam is terrible for West Africa, in my opinion. I know it's not just directly towards Islam, but it's just an effect to where it's an aspect to where you can militarize a group. And the people, functionally, I think that these groups are created from the outside through certain means, the people that already exist through certain opinions, but the people that have the fundamentalist views end up coalescing, and then the people from the outside take advantage of it. So as long as we have these foreign entities that have people's views that outside and foreign of their culture, they're going to have these problems. So like you said, this has been occurring since the 7th century. These raids coming from what you have Tuaregs for the most part. That's more of the Mali area, but the Tukulur, it's always been occurring. So these foreign ideologies have to go. In my opinion, that's very drastic. In regards to them forming organically and the internal security within the country, again, I think this is all a case from exterior forces. I think the exterior forces incentivize these leaders having insecurity. There's no way that it's a coincidence that every nation within the continent has quote unquote sub-Saharan has insufficient security means. There's no way that this just happens by happenstance. I think if you want to see the root of a problem, you need to see who benefits from it. In regards to the excerpt you played of Trump, not of Trump, of what's his name, Tucker Carlson, and speaking to the Israeli operative, as I call all of their media operatives, their media members, operatives. That's, to me, that's just simulated opposition. It's like these journalists, these broadcasters in the United States, they might oppose the quote unquote status quo, but behind the scenes, these people are all cool together. Like behind the scenes, the same people that he's castigating, he's buddy with, and they receive compensation from these people. So it's just simulated. When actual things come to pass, then they're nowhere to be found. So his words can sound good, and I don't even care if he's a quote unquote racist or not. It doesn't affect anything. These people are just with the continuance of power and the status quo. So.
Okay, so let's say they are, criticizing the status quo, or I feel like they sometimes, okay, they are on the same side. Let's face it, Trump and Tucker Carlson, they are on the same side. They are kind of white supremacists. Let's face it, that's what they are. And I think what I, to an extent, like about Tucker Carlson, he doesn't pretend, but he also tries to strike a level of morality in the sense that he doesn't believe innocents should be killed and all those sort of things. He tries to strike that. And someone like him, if let's say there was a lynching in America, he would have to speak against it, because that is against, according to him, his Christian teaching. But we've not seen that happen. So when that time comes and he doesn't criticize it, then like I always say, I criticize people based on a issue by issue basis. Because if, let's say, somebody was lynched, a black person was lynched in America, and Tucker Carlson remains quiet, of course, I'm going to be against him. But when he says Gaza children should not be attacked, they should not be killed, yeah, I will support that. When he says Israelis are oppressive, I would say that. Now, when he says they should not be supporting Israel with American funds, that is their own opinion. Me, I'm neither here or there. The problem I have, whether America is giving Israel all this money, I don't care. What Israel is doing with it is the one I care about. So I take it issue from that point of view. Yeah, many of them are racist. See, I am racist by my own way of looking at the world sometimes. So people will consider me racist. You see, because I will be like, oh, I have to worry about black people's fates. And when you do that, you're being sectional. The question is it toxic? Is it dangerous for the world?
What you just described really isn't functional racism. Functional racism is creating systems that actually affect people's lives. Just quoting sentiments, that's not racism to me. And anybody that would categorize it as that's just a meaningless definition then. But
so if I create a system that favors Africans, would that be racist?
If you do it at the detriment of another group to castigate them systematically, yes, that would be racism.
Okay,
if
so
just empowering your group, no, that's not racist. If you do it at the detriment, that's a direct intended detriment of someone, and a consistent detriment of someone, that's racism.
So if you do a trade deal that makes foreigners, or let's say the Europeans, poorer, while your side is getting richer, is that racism?
If that's your ultimate intent, to have them perpetually in their state of poverty, yes, that's racist. That can be classified as being racist if it's fueled directly by those people's race. If it's just happenstance that you're doing it for the betterment of your people and no ideology comes behind that, then no, I mean, you can't classify that. You're just doing a good deal
for your people.
For your people, yeah.
Okay.
It's
okay. I think I get it. Intent has to be there. Like they are doing it not in a way to suppress another people. But you can argue that many of the stuff Europeans have done to us is based on that argument that they are trying to better their own people's lives.
Yeah, but it's not. That claim would be nonsensical. They're gluttonous. Everything that they do is based upon greed. They have their standard of living is far exceeds the people. They don't need the really extra stuff that they have, and it's not even, and it doesn't even really trickle down to the average citizen as it should, for real. It's just the top group that's really just extremely gluttonous, but they all are if they could be in that position, though. To me, that's their intrinsic position. The views that I express do not express the channel or the people that are on the channel, but I think that's intrinsic to their nature, based upon their biological evolution.
Because for me, when I look at it, I feel like when you argue from that point of view, it's very easy to be racist. It's very easy to be, because there are quite a lot of things people do that, as a matter of fact, they do it in a way that, okay, that guy, they should not get advantage over us. Even racing, you do in such a way that that person should not get advantage over us. Let me get the benefit for my people and all the rest, so that we can be selling to them and become richer. That's what
But
we
it's
do.
not
So
just
from that
that though. That has to be enforced with a background ideology that's going to continuously oppress and subjugate another group of people. And then you're also putting your people at the top culturally and inherently, and really, it just affects. You have to make it effective in all aspects of society, of social interaction. I would say the 9 areas of activity.
But is that not the slippery slope? If the other side is like the other group is not competing, then you decide that, okay, my people are going to be the best culturally. We're going to release good songs, movies. We are going to have good trade, good security. Are you going to like say, oh, because we don't want to leave those people behind, let me not do this for my people? Because
it's not
the reason why I'm
it's
asking
not a
is because
necessity. They're doing it. To me, it's a complex. It's not a necessity for what they're doing. I'm saying if you can benefit, you can further your people without having to put anyone else down. That can occur, and it's very possible. They're the first people that created a system like this.
Yeah, but you see, that point you made just now, you can better your people without necessarily damaging other people. For me, most of the stuff that the modern racist or the modern Tokausen can disown and argue for is better our people. We don't care about the others. We don't care about making their lives worse. As long as they are not a problem to us, we don't care. We just want our own lives better.
No,
so
they won't.
Would you call them racist?
They won't say that publicly. Of course not.
But it's not fair now. But they've not said it though. What have they done?
It's not about. They don't have to say it. The system is at a point now to where it's on autopilot. All they're doing, they're conservative elements within the system. They don't have to go out and do the old school, quote unquote, old school outward racism. The system is insidious now. That's what makes it so effective. It's running on autopilot. Really, the groups of people that they oppress are really the main culprits of furthering it. So they don't have to do any work directly anymore. The people that they programmed
that
and
doesn't make them
do
racist though. How about, does that make Tucker Carlson and Candace Owen racist?
I'm not, but me personally, I'm not concerned about whether they're individually racist. I know that there are conservative elements within a racist system, so that functionally they're racist because they're not their conservative element. They're not going to change anything to put the other groups on the footing that they should be based upon the resources that they produce, which I'm not asking them to. But with Candace Owens, I would, because she's black. But Tucker Carlson, I really don't care about what they do individually, to be honest. It's systematic. As individuals, they don't have any real power anyways.
But everything you are saying implies that you are racist because you are not doing anything to remove you are not removing the barriers for black people technically, because you don't have the power to do it. Let's say Tucker Carlson is not removing the barriers. He is just there arguing for white people. Does that make him racist?
No, I'm saying his rhetoric. His rhetoric is a conservative element. He in himself is a conservative element. But I'm saying, no, I'm not a white supremacist or quote unquote. These are air quotes in words. These concepts are just colloquialisms. I don't necessarily ascribe to them. Just for conversation's sake. But in regards to functionally being quote unquote racist or no, I wouldn't be that. I'm not conservative. I'm not a conservative element within the system. I damage the system in every functional way I possibly can.
It's funny, isn't it? I think somebody once said that Pan-Africanists and conservatives, they tend to see eye to eye, and like Malcolm X and white supremacists, they saw eye to eye. I think the reason why they can see eye to eye is because both sides understood that they are simply fighting for their own side, not necessarily wanting to destroy the other side, but fighting for their own sides. And I'm beginning to be concerned that the people that are saying they are not doing these things, while they are doing it, maybe even more shady, like the Democrats. They are doing it, but they pretend as if they are not doing it. They are doing to side with the white people, while they disarming the black people, thinking that making the black people feel like their lives are better. But today, if you look at it in America, the inequality still remains. Not
Yeah, but
much has
again,
changed.
this is what you call the Hegelian dialectic. It's simulated opposition, like I just said with Tucker Carlson. These parties, these people are psychologists. They study this stuff. They know when you put two binary systems that you're going to have one group that goes with this one and one group that goes with that one. But behind the scenes, the people that wield power, they're going to operate their agenda. They just use these people as pawns. There's nothing like the conservatives are white, are quote unquote white supremacists just as much as Democrats and liberals are quote unquote white supremacists. It just expresses itself in a different manner. Democrats and liberals are more insidious, but they're both conservative elements within them conserving power. They're not going to equally distribute it if it's at their detriment or that their perceived detriment that they lose living quality.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
like their position.
Yeah, let me bring Okpegolo because he has been in and out. His internet, because outside is not the strongest today. Sorry about that, Okpegolo. It's a shame that you've been going in and out. So, what would you like to talk about? You want to deal with the Nigerian election issue, the court ruling, or the Southwest insecurity this week with the teacher and the students? 40 students or so were kidnapped, and the American green card issue, the Ben-Gvir episode that occurred in Israel this week, and the Caucasian interview that I played, and that of South Africa, by the way. Thabo Mbeki came out and also said that, I like when elders come out. I don't know what he was doing before now, whether he was sleeping in a chamber quietly while the country burns. Why he waited till now to come out and say, hey, those people you're attacking are not your problem. So please go ahead, 2.5 million votes, disciples.
We'll get any good news.
What do you mean?
You just went from one.
Let me go to Dangote. Okay. The East African countries, Tanzania and this in Kenya, I kind of dragging Dangote. Dangote wants to build a refinery with Kenya, and the Kenyan leader Ruto made the announcement that the location of the refinery was going to be in Tanga, somewhere in Tanzania, without consulting the Tanzanian leader. And the Tanzanian leader came out and he kind of rebuked him for it. Then the next thing, Dangote went to the Tanzania to meet the Tanzanian this leader to talk about building the refinery there. I think they're going to be building also fertilizer facility in Ethiopia too. So Dangote is really representing for Nigeria big time. So that's good news, isn't it? So I thought I should give you that since you.
Good news and bad news. There's no good news. Everything when going from one bad news to another. Yeah. Anyway, I think it's the reality of our time when we argue. But I think let me take it differently from the argument that you guys were having from earlier on regarding internal threat and external threat, where the problem lies. Abi? That was the central point of the argument now.
Yeah.
Nigeria, yeah. Well, I think at this point, we don't even have what it takes to fight the external aggressor. So it only makes sense we deal with them internally. But the Nigerian situation is peculiar, right? We are still the conversation around oneness, one nation is still very much on the table at the highest level. If you listen to what the presidential candidate pretty much lately and some of the opinion molders, they are saying it out loud. So when that is our reality, when there are these three big tribes, fighting for power, and you are now you're now wondering how the external factor has so much influence among us. It's obvious, and this does not just start from our generation. That has been the basis of argument from the one. I mean, you can argue against, you can argue in favor of the founding fathers that their vision of what they envisioned was different from this. They envisioned in Nigeria growing strong together, powerfully, economically, and what have you. But from a regional point of view, that was their vision. But that was truncated from coup to civil war and all that. And eventually, I would say that America has the upper hand over the British colony, because we are still quote unquote a colony. So since the Americans have the upper hand and are able to model their way covertly and overtly, we are under their system as we speak. And instead of the leader to find a way to come together, to want to get out of that entanglement, but it seems to be embracing it. And we argue that, I don't know if I say they have a choice or they don't have a choice, because me and you are also on the pathway. So, but for some reason, the American system seems to have a grip of every one of our leaders. Right? Why the other side is also pulling in swing. But so in the Nigerian context, there's no oneness, even from a leader perspective. Want to go by one person will solve our problem, or from a Muslim perspective. There's no. I can ask you from time to time why there's a reason why there's no national leader or national movement.
But Ovie, let me just say this. I think you just said something that got me to. It just triggered this question in my mind when you said you don't know why our leaders are so kind of in lockstep with the agenda of the Americans. We can even put it as the West. Is it maybe part of the reason why we don't necessarily know how the mechanism fully works, even if we have an idea of what is going on? It's because we don't bring the actual politicians that are active right now here, or you hardly bring them. I don't think we've ever had an House of Assembly member, even National House of Assembly member has never been here before while they are active. So you don't necessarily know how the mechanism works, because I'm beginning to feel like they are like a kind of school or university where you go to, and when you enter the first layer, before you rise up to knowing what is going on there, you have to go through a lot of filtration processes that leaves you completely beholden to the West by the time you even have any decision making capacity within the country or influencing stuff in Nigeria. And if we don't understand it, how can we solve it? Is that not the problem?
No, I don't think it's only. I mean, I don't think it's for the fact that we're having conversation about it. If we're at this level that we're having conversation about it, that means we have a clue. So they know. My brother here said something because of his submission, being like you, that the one way to find out where the problem lies is to identify who benefits from it along that line. Right? Somebody said that. So if we don't understand the system,
I think the original question. I think this guy was saying I should ask the question. The original question is that is it not because we don't actually study how it happens in Nigeria, how it changes, how our leaders change and become so subservient?
We are our subservience has nothing. It's not force at this point. It's willingness. All right. It goes back to what I just said. Who is benefiting from this system? Me and you are proudly English speakers. In fact, one of our prouding achievements is that we see better than people in the village. How do you explain that? So in other words, even us are gone. I'm just looking at it from the perspective of having a true sovereignty. If we actually want to deal with that problem head on, we have to be able to come together and develop our own sense of sovereignty and belonging, security, and everything. So, but for the gain, coming from the Nigerian context, now 3 in 1. And from the prism of these current leaders, nobody they even say, okay, let's force the argument to be at the middle. Anybody that got the chance will face his own people head on. Do your worst. So I think that is the obvious problem. We are not working towards one common goal. I think at this point is not conspiracy in any sense of it. We have seen this democracy in 24 years, 25 years. So if people were there and born that time, all about those who are adults. Now people actually fought for it, implemented it, working day and night to make sure the system flourish.
So your argument is that we are willing.
We have.
Yeah,
we are willing
we are
participants.
willing. We are already willing to do their bidding before we got there. But who teaches us how to be
satisfy
like that?
We are never. No, we are trying to force us together. We are pretty much an experiment, right? We are never like that. We are never. Be this together in the sense of it. We live a community, we live cohesively, but not at the point that somebody will be at the middle telling farmer from the east, from the west, from the north, this is all foreign to us. Now, one can say, okay, the world is changing, we should learn how to coexist, but we have to now find something that will bring us together, hold us at that point. I don't know, maybe at this point I will have to go with what you are saying. Something has to happen that threaten our existence. And when we argue that is already here, foreign interest in our affairs, that's it's pretty much life as essential. But again, one will say since we the generation that are alive today, I mean maybe Nigeria still get 100 years old people, 110 years old. All of us are all product of the Western colonialist domination. So if we don't, we have to fight. If we have to live together like this as one Nigeria, we have to stop pretending. There's no two way about it. We have to stop pretending. Or for me, the idea of a regional government order is not even viable. We have to look at the Chinese way and the American way. We need one government. For me, I propose one political party system where all these men, maybe they one place, they fight themselves. Where they want, they can't go. Where if all of them, for example, like say all of them, the APC, where will be one go? What do you want to compromise? What do they want give a point to say no? I no go contest. I will have to support the consent. No, let them argue it and let them kill themselves if they may be. This idea of multi-party system now just a way to deceive the majority.
Do you know that even an American wrote a document more than 50 years ago describing the polarization that is going to occur in America because of the nature of the democracy system that they operate? That he literally spelled out all the stuff that is going to be happening now because of the way the democracy works. It's very adversarial. But I wanted to ask you one last question about, sorry, before I go forward, because there are other people are beginning to join now. You know how a lot of Southwesterners were arguing that Northerners, because when I say, okay, they should recruit more into the security force, they say Northerners are going to join the security force. So that if the Northerners join the security force, they are going to be able to one day come and attack them. So, because based on my own deductive reasoning, I don't see that as beneficial at all. So, what would your reasoning be of that kind of thinking? Is it real? Is it a true, is the fear justified? That fear, is it justified?
Yeah, I think this is the only time I believe that trauma is real. People that fought civil war are still alive. People that fight are still alive, not be saying that their father or grandparent. So if you go back to Nigerian history, these are some of the things that raise this question, right? One side dominates the military at the officers level, and the other side feel threatened. That is also a part of the reason. So if you see the North, I mean, you can argue they are blown out of proportion, scared of this East, and these are also scared of the North. This is not out of blue. There's a history to it. They went to war. Again, a civil war, 3 million people died. People don't. Now, it's just like yesterday. Those people are still very much alive. Now them still they control power. Those who actually carry gun control troops. So it is not out of place. There is fear, there's genuine anti-trust among these people. They don't trust them. Yes, they flock together, work together, but there's no genuine trust. Now lie, especially between the north and the south.
Okay,
Let's not
we are
deceive
talking about
ourselves.
Southwest. We're talking about Southwest because during this conversation, the eldest guy there is the one fueling it, saying that they are afraid of the Northerners joining, a lot of them joining the military. Because looking at it, okay, let's say they are going to do the kind of stuff that happened in the Civil War. But that is not wiping a whole people out. That's not taking over. Like, is there any future where Northerners will join the military that they can be able to take over the whole country and dominate the South, take over the South completely? Is there any future that could happen?
No, I think the dominance that you are talking about is already happening. Wiping out is not wiping out everybody. You as again have to go back to your not too much distant history. The times they dominate the military apparatus, what happened? What happened?
Nigeria was safer then than now.
Safer at the expense of what? And what do you mean safer?
At the expense of the South being more developed than the North.
So when you say dominate, when you say take over, when you say that's how you do it. These days,
because I don't know. I'm just trying to get to the core of it. How is this rational? The South, when they were controlling the country, is still more developed than the North.
See,
and they don't have the power to take over the whole country.
This is the way I'm seeing. This is the way I'm seeing it from, right? I lean towards those who are arguing that the Fulani sect are stranger or a minority among us with the intention of to dominate the whole country. I reason with those people, and I don't see anything wrong with what the Fulani people are doing. That's how the world works. But again, people will say, "Oh, the North is not developing, the South is not developing." That is not the right way of seeing things. You have to ask yourself, what is the agenda of the both sides? When you argue that the Fulani are a small group of people who are stranger to the land, today they pretty much control 60 to 65% of the political structure. That's dominance. That's progress for a small sector of people. They control 19 to 17 to 19 states of this federation. That's the majority. That is progress. Under 50 years, would they praise China for raising people out of poverty? These people came and dominate. Hold on. The question you should not ask yourself. Hold on. The question you should ask yourself: if they can achieve this in 50 years, what will happen in the next 50 years if they keep going at this trajectory? That is the fear where everybody is having.
Hold on, but to be fair, that was consensual. The Northerners allowed it to happen. That's the problem. The Northerners, when it came through religion, the way the Northerners saw it was like a revolution. They allowed
it to happen. So are you now saying the South should allow it to happen? Because they are not stopping. Exactly. So why are you now?
No, but
that's why
hold on. No, the one I'm talking about is if the South allows it, that's when it's going to happen. That's my point.
That's what they're trying to stop. That's why you see all this agitation, pushback, and all that kind of a thing. With all the insecurity, everybody they push.
Hold on. So your argument is that they are trying to stop the domination from the North because Fulanis are at the top of certain organizations in Nigeria when they are some of the poorest people in the country still.
Yes, and the only way to push back.
I don't understand how the entirety fits
Hold on
together.
now. Hold on. Again, you are focusing on the wrong thing. You are focusing on they are not materially wealthy, are not materially progressive for now. But ask yourself, they came in from one small angle. They are controlling vast amount of land, and they have not stopped. The goal is to control the entire territory, then progress, then embark on development. Now, stage by stage.
So you are saying that if Northerners join the military, they are Fulanis.
You agree with me that the Hausa people allow the Fulani to take over their land. So they are politically speaking. I'm speaking from that angle. They are in control. Who control power? Control everything. I don't care how you see things.
If it is consensual, I don't know.
Okay, again,
I don't know whether you call it taking over the north. Because my argument is not even about Fulani. My argument, you brought the Fulani in. My argument is about the northerners joining the military. How is that a problem for the nation? Because if the South doesn't want to join the military, then why are you stopping them from joining the military to protect the country?
Again, I think you missed the way I asked the question. Maybe not the way I phrase that, right? The way if I engage you in war, right? The first thing is to define who you are to my people and push that narrative. I go say you be winch, you won't keep whatever that will work for me and go with the people, right? So the narrative of the Fulanis conquer the north is a narrative that works. Now the Yoruba man is saying the only way, the best way for me to push back is for me to get power and empower my people, politically speaking. That's what Bola Tinubu is doing, right? And if an Igbo man become president tomorrow and he's doing the same thing, I don't expect the other side to be happy, but I expect them to do their own part to elevate their people. Since the trust is not there, there is no goal for it to elevate ourselves collectively under one umbrella. It is not happening at this point. Maybe we're having conversation around it, but in practicality, it's not happening. Anybody that gets to power runs away with it. The winner take it all, especially.
You may be touching on something interesting because, from what I can see, or from what I've heard, that because Fulanis control the north, if the northerners join the military and gain a lot of power, they may use that power to take over the south and oppress the south.
Won't you do it? Won't you do it if you find yourself in that position?
But it's not physically possible.
Forget but. No, see, nothing is possible until it happens. Forget that it is not possible.
Hold on. I don't know what you mean. No, just hold on. Let me. Are you saying if a people consensually, if let's say we now in the south decide to do a revolution and take the side of Islam and convert the nation to Islam, again, how is that conquest? If we decide that.
Now, okay. First of all, will you agree with me that who holds power control your destiny pretty much?
Not necessarily.
In terms of not necessarily.
Depend on who you think holds power. Because like now you are saying the Fulanis hold power, but in reality, if just like a lot of people say Jews hold power in the West, you see this thing we are discussing as a matter of
hold on first. Hold on. See, you have to follow the trajectory here. Everybody have a start. Everybody get the start for his own start. The Nigerian question, right? The Nigerian question was pretty much built on what? Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba, right? The question of Hausa Fulani coming through a political narrative. Now, you can argue about and I didn't delete on, I didn't delete, but that is the narrative out there, right? So they have a trajectory. They came in through Sokoto, just one small angle. Today, they control 19 states. Politically speaking, because we need to put that into perspective. Politically speaking, they control 19 states out of 36 states. My brother, if that is not excellence, I don't know what you mean. Now, in today's world, in order for you to take over a territory, nobody they go there, go surrender everywhere with gun. Even you every day you elevate Iran, how well they are pushing against the world power, right? It is pretty much impossible. But these days, you either infiltrate the other people ideologically through propaganda or whatever, or economically, or via political takeover. So I argue today, if the Fulani narrative is anything to be credible, they are dominating economically because they produce 3 out of 4 richest people in Nigeria, economically speaking. So they are winning. In terms of government apparatus, I argue they are in charge of at least 55 to 60% of the political structure. What do I mean by political structure? From the judge to the police.
Who are the 2 richest people in Nigeria they produce, that the Fulanis produce?
You said what?
Whom are the two richest people that the Fulani is producing in
Dangote
Nigeria?
and Dangote
Dangote is not Fulani.
Boa is what?
Dangote is Hausa.
Nigeria, we'll have that conversation for another
No, but Dangote
episode.
is not Fulani now, so I don't know where. That's my point. See, your argument seems to be that because this point is very important because what
all right, okay, okay. So it's now Hausa,
I'm
but
free
who
to
made
speak
it?
now.
Nigeria, let me for the sake of conversation, let me agree with you now, Hausa, but who made it? Politically speaking, and economically speaking, who made him?
The Nigerian state made him.
Okay, who
From
construed the Nigerian state as that today?
You
Because that's majority.
That is Obasanjo that started the trend.
But the point I'm trying to make, if you follow the trajectory like that, you go give them credit. They have achieved more than expected, and they are not slowing down. So if the other people are reacting, that is what they are reacting to. The trace is there. No be saying they give you story that is not there. You can follow their trajectory from Sokoto Caliphate to today. Half of Nigeria is theirs. That is a story that people don't want to talk about. That is the credit that people don't want to give to this people. I give them credit. I'm not even against.
I don't know this thing where you say they own it because they are in emir position. They literally kicked them. The Kanuri Abacha kicked Sultan of Sokoto out of office. I don't know where you say they are controlling.
To Nigeria, I keep saying it's a politically speaking, they control the vast majority of Nigeria. Whether you agree or disagree with you, the evidence are there. Just enter all your
which type of moderator are you now?
I am fascinated by it.
Hey, hold on.
Hey. All this
people
you need to stop.
don't want them to
bully
speak.
me now. What's be all this now?
Okay.
What kind of thing is this? You don't want women to exist in your midst. You carry topic of women.
Madam, you are free to speak anytime. You are free to speak anytime. You know you are free to speak.
Now, when I speak in tongues again now.
A lot of
heaven descend.
Whenever anyone is coming, that's where trouble starts. I start misbehaving. But it's fascinating now.
They sell your vote for millions, 2.6 million.
It's fascinating, but why don't you have a guest? Just have one guest and just allow them to watch.
They're going back and forth like as if the people were there be. I don't vex.
Welcome.
Now? See,
allow her to speak, Sha.
All these people that say they are conquering, you are conquering, but you're being enslaved. What are you conquering? You're there with all your voodoo and your conquering power. Someone came from nowhere and just sabotaged everything that you have and you own for your children and still enslaved. And then we're here talking about how one area that we're supposed to be one is being on top or whatever. If one man from one region is rich and others are poor, insecurity will increase. How about there is equality for everyone? Give rooms for people to grow as well. Nobody is goat. Do you know what I mean? Because you should make people to belong. You should make people feel that this country belongs to all of us so that, we would find a way forward to solve this mess we're in if we ever get out of it. Because I don't think that we even know. We may know by book or by histories that we've gone to school to read histories and PhD. But in the actual sense, how are we going to be free? We can come here and talk about knowing all this, the stories that we've read in books and stuff and researches that we've been enslaved by. What is the way out? What is the solution? What is the solution? We can't come here and be saying every time this one get money, that one is politically astute, whatever. Who gives a shit?
Thank you.
Who cares? I don't give a flicking hoot. Yeah, let's find a way forward. Now we have insecurity.
Forefather, you are muted anyway, but that's good for you.
There's insecurity everywhere. Random. It's a tragedy in Nigeria.
Hello. I wanted to share something that I experienced this week because, like, when the teacher in the Southwest was beheaded, a lot of passions were running high on the panel, and you can hear people were really passionate and angry about the insecurity going on, spreading to the Southwest. And when I say, okay, you need to strengthen your military, recruit and everything. They say, no, they don't want to do that because the people from the north are going to be the majority that will be joining the military. I said, but why are you people not joining? He said, no, they don't want to join. They just want to get their own security in their own area. I'm like, you don't want to join the military. You don't want them to increase the size to protect your country. The same military is protecting your cities. Why are they not killing everybody in the cities? He said, because they could use the military to cause trouble for them. So the question I wanted to ask is that a valid fear? Yeah, because I'm trying to play the scenario. How are they going to use that military to now take over the South? If they do that, are they not going to cause the end of Nigeria? And it will not be the advantage. They are going to lose access to the sea. They are not going to lose access to oil. They are going to lose access to Lagos, everything. How is that the advantage of the North to start problems?
Well, it
So
depends.
that's my reasoning anyway. I don't know what you think about it.
For me, I do not particularly think that any one person or any one region should own Nigeria, in as much as we're in it together. And some of you would argue that politics, the winner takes it all. Yeah, you take it all, but the other one is on the floor. Then it comes back and grab it from you and stuff like that. It becomes a lawless zoo, like they say. Do you know what I mean? So, what will it benefit whoever to enslave his brethren or he in the same country? And then for how long? What's gonna happen? So what's the difference between you and the people you're pointing, accusing fingers outside of the country, what they done to you, and you want to do it to people around you? How are you gonna have peace? I know maybe they said once a country like Turkey was a Christian country, all of a sudden it became a Muslim. I don't know how long it took before they all changed, but with the kind of weapons we have these days with AI and stuff like that, those days are different. I think things have changed and people may be more alert and I hope astute. But for me, I do believe that people are scared to go into the security, to join security stuff or apparatus because of fear, you know. The proliferation of insecurity as a business, the elites, the so-called elites are profiting from blood, insecurity in Nigeria, which has become a multi-billion naira industry, which individuals, because I made this research and I wrote it down, the individuals tasked with ending the violence are often the ones making money from it. They secure vote loopholes, like the governors, the top military commandants receive massive unedited monthly cash allowances or allocations known as security votes, because this is zero accountability or oversight for how this money is spent. Also, there is a massive financial incentive to ensure the security crisis never actually ends. And if peace returns, the unaccountable cash flow dries up. So this insecurity will continue and nobody will want to go and shed their blood. You join the military and then all of a sudden there's going to be, what's going on? What's going on? So you join the military and then like what happened to Oba, we know about that. And then here, another point I have is that the defense procurement cartel, like the saying, the billions of dollars are budgeted annually to buy weapons, drones, and military gear, and corruption networks within the defense ministry and political class routinely inflate these contracts. They split the money or buy substandard equipment, leaving frontline soldiers outgunned and exposed. The kidnapping for ransom economy is another huge problem, which kidnapping is no longer just a criminal act. It has transformed into a highly structured corporate enterprise that has replaced regular economic activities in fractured regions. It's become a business model where bandits and armed syndicates operate with corporate efficiency without being challenged. They're highly organized networks of local informants, often including compromised local leaders, logistics suppliers, and even rogue low level security personnel. to identify targets. You know, financial pipelines, millions of naira are extorted from grieving families weekly. This untraceable cash is immediately laundered into the mainstream economy by buying livestock, real estate, or high-grade weapons from um, international black markets, making the cartel stronger than local police forces. So these are cartels inside, corrupt, some of these corrupt elites working with the local chiefs and outside rogues to siphon billions and billions of worth of millions of resources out of the country. It's really, when I saw all this by research, like I do research to know what's happening, not just in Nigeria, Nigerian issue.
That's good.
I wept, because I felt we're in a big trouble. If we don't know it, it's not just about talking. The people, how is it possible that we should start to decolonize our mindsets, decolonize ourselves from this bondage? Because this bondage is not going to end. It's just like when our president came here, before you know it, he went back with loans. And we are not going to pay those loans back. They will continue they will get the percentages they need. The people that loaned that money will get the percentages and put it back into their systems that is making them more money whilst we're being siphoned, empty pocketed and stuff like that. All those fabrics, it's like colonialism never left Nigeria, right from day one. Put together by force. Now we know we're put together by force. What's the way forward? Should we allow our children to continue to be slaves? Why can't we find a model that will work for us? How do we begin to declutter these colonial traps? Is it by IMF? Is it by the oil percentages of contracts? Nationalizing the things that we have on the ground and ban the exports of all these things. Put your country first. But unfortunately, the people in position maybe have some dirt on them that they don't want people to know. And these outsiders that put them there for some reason know their dirt. So they are in cahoots. They don't give it them as long as their children are okay, So it's not going to be a country until something is done.
Did you hear about the Mexican
Yes,
cartel that is now beginning to pop up in Nigeria now?
Not just Nigeria.
Yeah, I think
other African countries as well.
South too. Yeah,
I think they
it does make
arrested
sense.
them in somewhere in other African countries, But one thing about it that made me felt sad was that some Nigerians were involved in all those other countries as well. Why? Why are our youth running out of the country? Why is it that we have wealth, but we don't own it? We have wealth, but the people that are supposed to protect this wealth and use it for the benefit of the country is fighting for their own pockets alone. They borrow loans to fund their lifestyles and for political positions, and then they pay little bits of money to some touts, some corrupt-minded Nigerians who are gullible. The mindset is wrong. Until we agree that we know that we are forced together. Yes, we know that some parts maybe when election is won, they put their people there, but we can begin to change those 1999 constitutions and things that make us to be a carbon copy instead of original people and put our own laws and stamp it. We may be like Zimbabwe, so be it. But if we do not teach our young people the history of colonialism, the impact of colonialism and mental slavery to help liberate them so that they know and be able to submit themselves to defend the country as one people, not as divided as we are right now. We are gone. There's no hope. All of us will continue to run out. Brain drain, resource drain, everything drained. We don't own nothing. We can't even model. Imagine model a copy, even though they're going to strike us with copyright claims and stuff like that. Just use it within yourselves there. Develop yourselves. Look for models and make it unique as a prototype to solve your unique problems. Secure your food systems. Secure the insecurity stuff that is happening. Give energy, because without energy, nothing is going to work, like electricity and stuff like that. I don't know how these people sleep at night. I don't understand. And we come
I
here like
think,
the North, this one is that. It's not about the North versus the West. I know it's politics, but politics is becoming more dangerous. We are playing politics in Nigeria as a divisive unit, not the way it should be. Even if the West are doing that, should we copy it? Can't we do something that benefits our own people? Because if you are on top, I know politics is grab it, run with it and that. Get all the money for yourself. Central system, be powerful, oppress others. It's in our blood. But we need to change our mindset, because without that, we have over 200 and something ethnic groups there that have their own mindsets. You cannot enslave all of them and think that the country will move forward. Thank you.
yeah, thank you for that. I think this is where people that share this type of views are supposed to be working together, even if they have some disagreements, but they should focus on putting stuff together, because what Ovie is saying is basically telling us the way things are on the ground right now. I might not agree with the narrative, but what he's saying is true, because that's what is happening on the ground. Nigerians fear each other, they don't trust each other. And even if the fear is irrational, it's not possible, they can't do anything with it. You know, this thing about, sorry guys, this thing about power, where we say one person controls power, just like the way some Jewish people control power in the West. Yeah, they control power for a time, as the Bible always says, for a time. But there's always this time when the people that actually that are within the nation say, no, enough. They'll throw you off and they'll take charge and do whatever they need to do. Then after they are done, they can go to sleep again and say, you run the shop now. That is how it works in societies where you see minorities have disproportionate amount of power. It doesn't mean the majority are stupid. They are there, they are watching, and in time when they want to react, they will react. And their fate is often, they actually control their fate. You look at what is happening in America right now, it's going to be a case. So I've been telling people that this thing happens historically, it repeats itself over and over again. They will take control from those Zionists that is controlling America.
What's the way forward? That's my point. What's the way
The way
forward?
the way forward for us is for people like you, people like me, AY, all these people that the GD, all of us, we have to work hard to change the narrative on the ground. Because if you change the narrative on the ground, that is how you change the minds of people towards these key institutions that make up the state. Because if they don't trust it, they will not let you. That's why, and now I see why people argue against me, even if they don't say it openly all the time. But on the other channel, they were saying the reason why they don't want they don't want the military to be big, because they don't trust each other. So it is what it is. AY, thank you for joining us. My apologies for, you know me.
Every weekend is apology. Every weekend, same thing.
What can I do now? I like to talk. Thank you for.
It's a lot of people around.
Yeah. So, what do you make of the news anyway? There are quite a few of them, so you can pick and choose from.
You don't even have topic.
Green Card, Smotrich, and Tucker Carlson. The one in Nigeria, the tragic event that occurred in Oyo State this week, the election court judgment that now allows more people to be able to join the race. You know, it's not too late. We could just, I don't know, can we create a party for you, AY? If it's possible, a million.
Except Diego, give me these 2.5 million votes.
Yes, if we're going to give you, we'll look for it to push. Yeah, imagine if a proper nationalist actually joined the race, a proper one that's in and out.
I mentioned it's not really a bad nationalist, so.
Don't worry, AY. They'll just count. You know the way that guy was counting 1,
2,000.
See, to be fair, that is internal party election.
It's still the same thing now. It's the same thing they do in the national.
I would like to see that.
Have you not seen them doing it externally too?
Yeah, it's the same.
I've not seen it. Okay, see, if they do that, it means that the other party member is compromised. Like they are helping the opposition, because you remember in actual elections, the rival party has people there too, counting with them. So if let's say I was representing Labour Party and APC is on the other side, why would I allow APC to be jumping like that? I wouldn't let them do that kind of stuff. That's my thinking. I don't know how they get away with it in real life, but it's okay. So, AY, so what do you make of the subject, the topics?
Where this issue of green card, right? That question is actually Trump supporters. You would have asked them to explain to you what's going on with Trump. You see, me, I'm really, really tired of Trump. I think it's waste of time discussing Trump and the supporters.
Has Trump been good for Africa, for Nigeria, though?
What?
Has Trump been good for Nigeria overall?
How? Trump is not
Nigeria
even good for
better off
America
today because of Trump?
No.
So you mean Dangote oil is not better off today than it was 5 days ago?
Trump does not have any contribution to Dangote oil now. It does not have any.
Yeah, but is he not making Dangote refinery more strategic and more important?
Because of him attacking Iran? That's a no-brainer now. But what happened to the ordinary people? What happened to the ordinary people? People are poor.
Oh, no. Ordinary people, see, I know that ordinary people side. And that's why I say Nigerians. Has it not helped Nigeria have more influence?
No. Yeah, that
was
a billionaire already. That was a billionaire already. Yeah. The other thing you guys were discussing, I heard you guys argue about that. What is an Hausa man? Even boy is an where he claim Hausa is actually from Edo. Actually, the mother is Hausa.
There's also Babangida. I gather that Babangida is not actually Nupe, even if he grew up in Niger and claimed to be Nupe at first, but he's actually Hausa too, not Fulani, Hausa. So, which is interesting. If that is true.
Yeah. So there are people all over now.
So, but the fear though, the fear, because that fascinating conversation, I would like to hear your take on it because you are a little bit more balanced on these things.
Well, sincerely, there has been fear since the inception of Nigeria. The fear will never, I don't think it will go away, to be honest. It will not go away. It's just the honest truth. But why
is the South afraid? Don't they see that they did not try anything? Why is the South afraid?
See, that is another that's another problem on its own. The South are not afraid. The truth is, even when you create a country, a certain country, there will be fear among the tribes. So it's not even about North or South. No, that's a mistake. If you create, you say South go, North go. In the South, there will be more fear. In the North, there will be fear. It's just the honest truth. You need to look at how the country is structured, right? You go to some state for it, apart from the big group, the Igbo, the Yoruba, you go to the other group. For example, you go to Rivers, Ogoni, Ikare, what's the other group? Ijo. Different group are over there, right? You go to Delta, you have Isoko, you have Urobo, you have Ishekiri, you have Delta Igbo, you have a different group. You come to Edo is a mini Nigeria. 3 big group.
So, but is the trick not to learn to live with the fear and doing the right thing strategically for the nation?
Somebody, Sola was speaking a lot today. He said, actually, I think the father of Nigeria, they made some they made some mistake. They could have this issue of indigene, state of origin. I take their BS. So from the get-go, we could have citizenship, Nigeria. So you identify yourself as a Nigerian rather than identify yourself as Hausa man, Igbo man, Yoruba man, Kanuri man, this man. I think that could have helped. But however...
Yeah, but we do identify ourselves as Nigerian though, don't we?
We do, but you don't listen to Nigeria speak? Oh, I'm Yoruba before Nigeria. I'm Kanuri before Nigeria.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
So this is how Nigeria speak, right? So they don't understand that the nation building. So, but
is that not is that not a vestige of what the British did? Because from what I got, they kept them separate anyway. So
of course,
if you kept them separate, then you left them, then they will remain like that.
It's divide and control now. Yeah, it's intentional on the British side. So it's intentional. They were intentional about it. Yeah. Even I don't know if you are looking at Yakubu Gowon book. Even when you look at what is happening, part of my understanding, you will see that the British were really involved in Nigeria Civil War. Then the actors, the Yakubu Gowon and the Ojukwu of this world, they were young. They didn't really know. You think they know? There are a lot of things they did not really understand. They were in their 30s. They were power drunk. They were looking for the power. Then they pushed themselves into war. So I'm really sure both of them, after that war, they start regretting what we have, what they have done to the country. But they actually there were some external forces that were really pushing them. That's just my understanding of it. Yeah. So
the only thing that like is it not inevitable that there was likely to be a civil war in Nigeria and many African countries? Because when you put nations together, especially when they are of different ethnicity, sooner or later, which you can't avoid in Africa, they are going to want to fight each other to sort themselves out which one is dominant and which one is less dominant. Stuff like that. Is that not inevitable process of nation forming or something?
Yeah, it's true. But when you base on when you base the development, everything about the country based on justice, and fairness to everyone, then the likelihood of pushing the country into war is going to be very minimal. It's going to reduce. So that's the other part, right? So I think sincerely, even till today, which I think even if it's 50 years, 100 years for Nigeria to move forward, they have to restructure the country. There is no way out. Some kind of restructuring where if you don't want to regionalize it, it's okay. You can allow the state to remain. You start creating more local government. You kind of put people in bosses. Because the way Nigeria is, right, Homo, I don't think if you know Nigeria very well, even when you go to the remote areas, you go to a local government, for example, you see people having different dialect. They start distinguishing between themselves. In fact, even in villages, in typical Nigeria villages, you will see people are differentiating themselves based on the quarters. So these things are common. You see, that's why when I hear people say, "Oh, give me my country, give me this," I just laugh. But
but hold on though. Is what you are describing here? It's almost like the nature of things. That's the nature of how societies are.
Yeah.
So then why do we give it so much weight as the reason why our nation is where it is?
We are putting too much weight. It's not me. We are putting too much weight, right? Because, for example, if I go to my village, sometimes I discard people from having some kind of discussion around me. For example, they can tell you, "Oh, that community, oh, that quota over there, oh, don't go and marry there, oh, those people are bad, oh." Then I'm like, what about you? What about you? Are you good? So this is how Nigeria think. Even the major group you hear, right? When you go to, Femi will tell you now, go to the Yoruba, you think they are united, create a country. Then you will see an Oyo man tell you is different from Ijebu man. Ijebu man tell you is different from Lagos man. In Lagos, they tell you Lagos Island are the owner of Lagos. You never see Wahala. So there is this
Actually, that's the greatest thing. If you think about it, in the past 100 years or so, the Southwest were the ones that were fighting each other the most.
Yeah, they fought the longest one.
They were very warlike, very, very warlike.
It's everywhere. If you go to the east, it's the same thing. Anabramatic is the more. So there is jealous. Enuguma will tell you I'm the original Igbo man. Eboyima, they will tell you they are not original, they are not Igbos. So there is a lot of this division are there now. But people are very hypocritical. When they come, they will not speak about it. Even in the north, you see the division is if you live in the north now. Kanuri man go tell you, say, man, if Pikin no fit marry Hausa man, you never see anything. If you know Nigeria, you will laugh, eh? It's very big, but you will think, ordinarily, if you live in the south, you think the whole north is one. Femi live in the north now. Ask him. You will think the whole north is one. Oh, they speak one language. Nalayo. You can't remove it.
Let me bring Jide in so that I can open the conversation up. Everybody can be able to speak more freely. Jide, thank you for joining us today.
But let me tell you before you move to Jide. So I saw Trump tweeted now. So I think they have a serious conversation to end the war. I know Trump is not willing to go back to that war. He's really, really scared of that war. This is the honest truth. The other thing, I don't know if you saw that. Maybe you neglected it. There was a mass shooting in the mosque in San Diego. Maybe you saw it.
I saw it. Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, you will not discuss that one. I trust you. You say, let them kill these Muslims.
It's not that. What do you mean let them kill these Muslims? Stop it.
Those were Jewish boys. So this
that's interesting.
Yeah. The country is
that's if it's Jews that if the people that did it. No. You're saying the people that did the shooting in America were Jewish?
Go and confirm now. Go and read about.
Okay, that's what breaking news. That's some serious stuff. Because it's not normal.
Yeah, it's a lot going on, to be honest, all over the world. And Trump is also threatening to still evade Cuba. It's really threatening, even as at yesterday.
Yes, now. Yeah, they've indicted the Raul Castro, isn't it?
Yeah, but they should allow Cuba to be, man. Like this, just allow countries to be. It's
going to happen more and more. It's going to happen more and more. What he described, what is going on. I think that guy that said Iran is going to emerge a major power in the world, he also predicted that a lot of countries will be bumped off. Anybody that is against America or
it's not a major power already now. That's where the only thing Iran need now. The moment they have one nuke, it's done. They are superpower. Yeah. That's the only thing they need. They've showed their capacity now, fighting like 6-7 countries at a go.
So attacking Cuba I think that is likely to do it. But what he's probably going to worry about now is midterm election. Let them see the result. Maybe I feel he might do it before midterm. He might try to risk it, but I think the risk is too great for him that if he goes before midterm and he goes wrong, then the Republicans are going to be decimated. And remember, when Democrats take over, they will prosecute him. They will go after him again.
Yeah. Even the economy, American economy is not doing well. There is no way Republicans are going to win the midterm. Fuel price is high now. Ask all of them, everybody. Fuel price is up. Cost of food is up, grocery. So, except he can do magic. I know the Fed chair was replaced on Friday. The tenure has ended, so they have a new Fed chair. So I want to see what he's gonna do this coming week. I know the Fed meeting is next month. So American economy is struggling. It's really, really struggling. So
did you see that video this week when these?
Okay, let Jide talk to Jide first. Then I will come.
Let me ask Jide the question just to start with. Jide, sorry about that. Did you see that video this week where Zadawi was asking President Tinubu about some idea that President Tinubu had, or he was talking about why is it that African nations don't create a kind of market where they trade commodities? And he forgot that he is from the supposedly most powerful country in Africa. Then Zadawi told him, why don't you do it? And you know what made that very poignant? Tinubu didn't have an answer. What did he do? He shrugged his shoulder publicly and people started laughing. Like, literally, our leaders don't seem to be conscious of whom they are. Like, you are the most powerful man on the continent. And you are talking about an idea as if some other person should do it. Then the lady told him, why don't you do it? Then that's what he did. Did you see the video? Did any of you see the video?
I didn't, but I'm not surprised. I mean, these are colonial overseers now. You know, these are these are imperial overseers. Tinubu and all these other presidents or head of states in Africa, except maybe the AES. These are all imperial overseers. They are not leaders, you know. Clearly, they are not leaders. This is a man that he does not even have any vision for Nigeria. He does not have vision for the Nigerian people before he was installed into power. When he was coming into power, it was a matter of it is my turn. So basically, it is my turn to become an overseer, to become an imperial overseer, literally. So these people, they don't have any. Honestly, they don't give a shit. Excuse my language. For the people of the continent, they don't care. You know, as far if it was Macron that was asking him that question, he will find a way to have an answer. If it was Keir Starmer that was asking him that question, he will find a way to give him an answer. He will not shrug his shoulder. You know, because those ones, he wants to impress those ones. Because he is an imperial overseer. So he has to impress his masters. He has to impress Macron. He has to impress Keir Starmer. He has to impress King. What's that his name? The king. I've forgotten his name.
King Charles.
King Charles. He has to impress those ones. So if those ones ask him any questions that has to do with that, in as much as they will not even ask him. Because those ones, of course, they do not care about development of African people. Except if it comes to extraction and further domination. Extraction of our resources.
Let me just share that video so that people understand what I'm talking about, because sometimes if you don't see it, it's harder to
Why not start
Hold on.
an exchange commodity platform where
Sorry, we
can
can't
trade
see
with
it.
one another?
This thing is too wide. I can't see anything. Hold on, which one is that? Where is it?
Well, why
Okay,
don't
let
you
me
start?
put that first. So let me get this one out of. Okay, that's him there. And look at that. When he stated that,
that moment hit me hard.
Why not start an exchange commodity platform where we can trade with one another?
Well, why don't you start one?
You say?
Why don't you start the commodity exchange you're talking about?
My people, sometimes a single moment tells you everything you need to know about a continent.
so I think we don't even need to play the video that much, because he went on to express more like that made people were laughing on this in the hall. For me, I was just like, okay, that tells you everything you need to know. Like, they don't seem to even realize that they are in charge.
Honestly, what he just showed there is a complete embarrassment and display of shame for that country. He just displayed an epitome of shame and embarrassment for the Nigerian people there. And not just Nigerian people, for Africa, for black people generally, because you have a head of states. You have a head of states. They are asking him technical questions on solutions. And because you're having a man that is a colonial overseer that lacks any form of confidence, he lacks no idea. Yeah, he lacks any idea, rather, on fixing anything in the country or even in the continent. His confidence has been shattered. You know, these are people that, in fact, they do not have any confidence in themselves in solving any problem. They do not. Not talk of even confidence in the nation that they govern. So someone like that, he does not even have any dignity. He does not have any dignity to even be like, because someone that has dignity will still find something to say. He will still talk about, even if he does not even have the full solution, he will still be able to talk about the roadblocks. Oh, I can do it, but these are the current roadblocks that we need to work on. These are the current roadblocks, right? But someone like that, he does not have any confidence in himself. You understand? He does not have, like, this man, for crying out loud. These people are shameless. The people around Nigeria are very shameless.
He was surprised at first when he was surprised that the lady even dared to ask him to go here. Like, what did he say? and he had time to think. Oh,
apart from that,
and it's still like, what is that?
You know the sad thing. This is with all due respect. Nigerian is used to being around local journalists in Nigeria. People that now they will not really ask like thorough questions. So he's used to that environment. So when he's now in an international scene where you have more qualified journalists, even people like, even though I don't really fully agree with Mehdi Hasan and all this other people that will ask you direct, uncomfortable questions. It puts them at a very uncomfortable spots. Very uncomfortable spots. This is not the first time. A lot of these Nigerian politicians or leaders, when they go out abroad, there was one guy that was interviewed by Mehdi Hasan. Look at how he was answering questions to Mehdi Hasan. Look at how he was giving answers to Mehdi Hasan questions. So this is what I'm talking about. The people that are representing us, they are very shameless. They don't have any dignity. They don't have anything to offer. And you know one thing, I was talking about traitors under Dr. Damage, when Dr. Rudolph was the one anchoring the previous show. I was talking about traitors. These people, they are not just shameless. They are not just non-dignified. They are also traitors. They are traitors. And I've always said that the reason why black people are still where we are today is because of how we treat our traitors, our relationship with our traitors. I'm saying it again. We elevate our traitors. We allow our traitors to take power. We elevate them. We praise them. We put them at pedestal. Look at last week. Look at what happened last week. Today is Saturday. No, it's even this week. Not even last week. It's this week. Look at the book launch of Go On. Look at the book launch of Go On. Look at all the criminals that are coming to give speech. Like I said, look at all these criminals. This happened to Babangida. That Babangida one is even the worst. See the way they are elevating Babangida. We've not started our journey we've not even started at all. You see, when I talk about imperialism, as far as the engine still rolls in Nigeria, the engine of imperialism, which is religion, our mind, the way we think, our education, our media, and even the way we treat, like I said, the reason why black people are the bottom end of every spectrum in this world is because of how we treat our traitors. The fact that we treat our traitors like gods, we will never get out of this mess. It's not a curse. We will never. In the next 5 generations, we will not, because the engine, which is religion, Christianity and Islam, our mindsets, because even we ourselves, we have internalized self-hatred. So even with the people of Nigeria, we have internalized self-hatred for ourselves. We do not believe in ourselves to develop our country. So people like Tinubu can go and represent us. People like Tinubu can go and represent us. People like our people, we do not see our enemy as our the European imperialists as our oppressors. Because like I said earlier, we do not believe in ourselves. We see the oppressors as our savior. So that's why we have internalized self-hatred. Look at the fight between African Americans and Africans. I don't want to digress. Let me just focus on Nigeria. But look at how we cannot have any form of organized solidarity over any problem. We cannot. A racist pedophile like Donald Trump can come and talk about Christian genocide. And Nigerian people cannot unite and say now or never. Now or never, a foreign president cannot come and tell us who is being killed. Instead, we are fighting among each other because we have self-hatred for ourselves. We are trying to make the oppressor feel like, oh, it is this person, it is this other person that is attacking me. Look at him, he's the one attacking me. We are shameless people. Our leaders are shameless. We, the people, it is now reflected on us to be shameless as well. That is what saddens me the most. Because the engine keeps rolling. Christianity, Islam, our education, our educational system is a mess. Our media, look at our media, look at our entertainment industry. It's nonsense. There is no awareness. There is no any form of awareness about how we need to liberate ourselves since we got independence. No form of like awareness anymore. It's all about chasing after the false dream of making dollars. That's what all of us are chasing after. And the truth is that that dollar, at the end of the day, is still tied to this same system. And the truth is that it's only a minute percentage of us that will get it, no matter what. It's only a minute percentage of us that will get such material wealth that we are chasing after. That's survival. Because at the end of the day, if we do not think outside of the box of that engine of imperialism, if we do not think outside of the box to know who our enemy is, if we do not choose to organize, if we do not choose to understand the root cause of our problems, the way things are going is going to get worse. And it's, in fact, there won't be any end to this. It's just going to be destruction, honestly.
See, one of the things I've observed is how hard it is to change people's minds, like by reason. That is the scariest thing. Reason doesn't crack it. Human mind, you would think, is a mind that operates based on reason. It's not necessarily true. Is reason interwoven with feelings? And we like to think that women, men always like, oh, women have so much feelings. They don't deal with their feelings. Men are the same. They wrap themselves up in feelings, whether it's objectively true or not. Whether it's clearly not true, they don't care. It's how I feel about that person. And we as Black people, for me, I don't understand how it's so deep in us. Because when I watch a Japanese man, the way they think, it's like, how did these people come out like? How did they come out like this? Like, they are so clear about who the enemy is and who is not the enemy. They don't focus too much on themselves.
You know why those feelings are very hard, and it's very hard for our people to break away. That was why I talked about religion. Religion is very, very powerful. We underestimate the power of religion in our minds. These two religions, Islam and Christianity, and that's why I like AES. AES, they are Muslims. Majority of them are Muslims, but they have been able to draw a red line between their Islamic beliefs and their liberation. They have been able to draw a red line, like this is what this is.
Which people were you referring to?
The Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. I'm talking about. Like, they've been able to understand that in as much as we practice Islam, that's separate. Our survival, our liberation is African. They know that. That's why they cannot be fooled. Ibrahim Traore cannot be fooled by Saudi Arabia saying he wants to build more mosque in Burkina Faso. When they sent an invitation, the Saudi prince, that they want to come and build more mosque in Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore said, no, don't come and install more madrasas in my country. I want more educational centers in my country, more hospitals. If you cannot do it, then I don't need you. They back that, but in Nigeria, because we are so hardened with these two religions, in a place like Oyo State, I'm talking about Oyo State recently, they can allow Saudi Arabia to fund madrasas in Oyo State, madrasas that would fund Wahhabi Salafist ideology because they want to go to heaven. Wahhabi Salafist ideology that will perpetuate Boko Haram spirit, Boko Haram actions, terrorist actions. You see how everything is connected. The same thing with Christianity too. The same thing with this Christianity too. King James Bible, all these things are very dangerous. So you see, when you're going to change the mind of Africans.
Jide, other countries have religions, so that I can open it up. I think it's about time to open it up, actually. Other countries have religions. And South Africa, Zimbabwe, Angola, many of these countries in the Southern African region, they seem to express more independence than we in the West Africa. And West Africa, we Nigerians specifically, we seem to be the most Kunish of them all. Like, you can never see a Molema in Nigeria. You will never see a Molema in Nigeria. Yeah, I don't think we've ever produced one. The closest to one Molema was Murtala Mohammed, when he really was standing firm.
Maybe
Who else?
pre-colonial. That's pre-colonial. Maybe Paimodi.
Maybe I don't know him. I don't know. Maybe.
But this is the founder of Labour Union. But that's probably pre-colonial. Don't worry, that's pre-colonial.
But why is it that Nigeria destroys? Because there's no reason. It must be that Nigeria wanted to create a Malema, but they get destroyed. Why does Nigeria destroy? Is it because we didn't struggle? We didn't go through any struggle that we don't see. We fight against anybody that tries to say, you know what, we have to see ourselves.
Foreign aid. It's some of the strange attachment that come with foreign aid.
Let me share the breaking news.
Indirectly.
Hold on. Before we carry on, I want to share breaking news, because this thing seems to be spinning out of control.
White House.
There's something going on in the White House, from what I gather. I thought they said it was something else. I didn't know it was.
No, it was shooting. The shooter they've killed the shooter actually.
The shooter is gone. Only one. Which one are you saying is again now?
Yeah, White House.
Okay, let's see.
Around the White House, yeah.
Live outside the White House for the latest information.
They're going to go to you.
Hi, Tommy. So we just got some new information from the White House, according to the press office. They said shortly after 6 p.m., an individual approached the Secret Service checkpoint outside the White House. This is at 17th and Pennsylvania Avenue, so just one block behind me. You can still see that there's a large police presence here. This involves the FBI, Secret Service, and, of course, D.C. police. So the White House telling us that there was a preliminary investigation at this point that indicates that an individual approached. He removed a weapon from his bag and he began firing at police officers. Secret Service police officers then returned fire, striking that suspect, who was later transported to an area hospital where he later died. During the shooting, a bystander was also struck by gunfire. So the White House press team at this point telling us that it's really unclear if the bystander was struck by the suspect's initial gunfire or during the subsequent exchange of gunfire. So some big breaking news there from the White House. And one thing that we're learning from the White House, there were no injuries to members of the Secret Service, any of the personnel there. The president, again, was at the White House. We were continuing to follow all of the latest developments in a lot of these high-stakes meetings that he held today with members, the leaders of many of the countries in the Middle East, as the White House continues trying to push forward this new deal with Iran. And more details of that will come out tomorrow. So all of this happening about an hour after we were told we wouldn't hear from the president again. We wouldn't hear anything from the White House. So the press team just releasing that statement. So that gives us a little bit more insight into exactly how all of this played out. Again, a large police perimeter around here. Even though we have been told that the lockdown was lifted, all of these streets continue to remain to be blocked. The only people that I've been seeing coming and going are people in businesses, people in hotels. Again, this is a heavily trafficked area. So we have been seeing some people coming and going if they were already on this block. We know that some journalists were still at the White House when all of this took place. They have been told that they can leave through one of the exits. Where we're standing, however, again, no one's getting through where we are. We have been seeing some of these members of the Secret Service come and go, but not letting anyone pass this location here. So again, the breaking news there that the White House says that suspect who did open fire has died. Tommy.
Hey, Alex, it's Alicia, real quick. You were a war zone reporter before heading to D.C., and you were reporting from the same place we saw people who could hear ducking for cover from the shots. Do you feel safe there? We're running out of time here, but do you feel safe from where you're standing at the White House when you report?
Yes, as you mentioned, I've been in a lot of situations where I'm typically wearing body armor when I'm overseas. Very different situation. I do have to say that I do feel incredibly safe by the incredible men and women who protect this area every day. We see some of those faces behind us here. That being said, what I do for a living is not what the average civilian and citizen should be used to. Thankfully, we live in a country where that kind of violence is not normalized. That being said the DC police once again telling people not to come near this area, even though they do believe that this threat has been neutralized. Alicia.
Alex Hogan, thank you so much.
All right.
Be sure to like
Let's leave it at that. So that is not, what is he saying? It's not normalized. When I start shooting right now, do you know how many shootings that happen in America today? It's not only that one. This is normalized in America now. So
it's a normal thing. Before you go, there is something I wanted to raise. I forgot. So last week I was reading that the American government, they are planning to build 1,500 telecom base stations in Nigeria, and Nigeria government don't have problem with that right now. You see, this government we have, is either they are dumb or they are very dumb. It's unbelievable. And the guy, the minister of digital, TJ, I thought he should know better. But man, like the way they allow everything to go into Nigeria, they don't even worry about the security threat at all. That's a big security concern. Base stations, like that is the real critical infrastructure. They will get your voice, they will get your data, everything going on with your country will just be exposed to the whole world. Well, let me just keep my mouth shut. You can research about that. Somebody need to talk sense into these people here. The last time it was health, they're giving up our health data just because of $5 billion. They gave out our data because the contract they gave to France to be involved in our tax system. Honestly, I think Tinubu want to sell the country out, man.
The guy is carefully, I think he was carefully selected. I'm beginning to think because some of the things he's doing is just out of, and they don't consult anybody. What kind of democracy is this one? Carson is correct. This is not democracy. This is crazy. They just do stuff. They don't consult anybody. Just go ahead and do it, and we are stuck with their decisions.
I don't know why they don't understand the implication. I don't know why they don't understand the implication of those.
They understand. The guy is selling us. What are you saying? They don't understand.
I think he's selling us. You are right. Yeah, there is something good. There is problem. I think his second term might be worse, but I don't know, man.
Oh my God! If that guy comes in second term, God,
just research about that because for base station, that's a very big problem. Very, very big problem.
You know what's worse? It's actually not limited to Nigeria. I didn't know you might have read that. This I first saw it in Vanguard, and I thought it was a joke. Turns out that it extends to Benin Republic, Cote d'Ivoire, and Ghana.
Ivory Coast. Yeah,
well.
It's true.
Ivory Coast,
you read it. Yeah.
And what's makes it more, not that it's surprising, because at least these are the things that we hear. How about the things that we do not hear? You know, what makes it more alarming is the fact that it's the US STD or whatever that organization is called.
Yeah.
That is providing the so-called the aid.
Yes, exactly.
At least they have to call it something.
Yeah.
After all, and that's why I was chuckling. It's a good thing you mentioned. I was chuckling when forefather said Trump is good for Nigeria. Jide will understand this, and I'm sure I don't know where Akin is, but I'm sure Ovie will understand this. Forefathers, let me explain something to you about American. You see, right now it's American economy, hegemony, right? That's still in play. You see, when it comes, I want you to take. If you don't believe any other thing, just believe what I'm about to tell you, or just go and research it. There's that three-letter organization among several others that shall not be mentioned. They are an entity unto themselves. That's why you can see what happened with even Tulsi Gabbard, who had to change position prior to when granted she used to be a Democrat or Republican, whatever. Again, it's just considered of this thing, uniparty system. And eventually she had to resign, even though she told us, not that we don't believe that it's true that the husband had cancer, but see, when it comes to American foreign policy, just park Trump aside. I've often said it, and I'll repeat again, that Trump has given us opportunity. He's only giving us opportunity to know, he's revealing a lot of things that a lot of people may continue to call conspiracy, because again, there's some people that will come here and say that we are conspiracy theorists. I keep saying I had to eradicate myself, Now, the reason why I say this is that it is not to make it seem as if to shift culpability when it comes to Africans. But you see, there's something about TV programs. One day I sat down, I was like, there has to be a reason why that thing was called TV, whatever it's called, programming. Programming is a very, very powerful thing. It continues to today. Sometimes it's subtle. Sometimes it's staring you in the face. You may not even know, but there are people that recognize it easily. Fela told us this thing a long time ago, and there were other people as well. But did we listen? No. Now, again, to the point I was trying to round up on, because there's something else I wanted to say when it came to that this security matter. We will learn the how do we. Again, here we still think that there's someone from somewhere that will come and save us. No problem now. But that aside, I want to share something that I may have shared with you before, because I was holding back. I kept forgetting each time you mentioned about how Southerners, in quotes, were not trying to join the military. I'm not necessarily saying what you are alluding to is wrong, but sometimes when you've lived the situation, it's always good to share. And this one, I'm not making it up. It's something I've spoken about before. When I went back to Kaduna at the time, the Nigerian Defense Academy, keep in mind, Tinubu is trying to replicate the same thing, I believe, in Osun State. I'll go check again about that. The Nigerian Defense Academy was still in Kawo, Kaduna. For anybody that grew up or lived in Kaduna, because again, I dare to say I was born there. I lived there before we moved to Lagos and went back. At the time, they had not moved to Mando, where they kidnapped those cadets, if you recall, a couple of years ago. I had written the exam. The results were great. We went back for the interview. There's something they have these times they call their things. Just like when it comes to, they don't call it levels, they call it timer 1, 2, depending on whether you're 100 level or 200 level, whatever, which is supposed to represent where the best of the best, the officers are trained, right? The things I saw as a 70-year-old, a couple of years ago, remember, things only, yesterday seems to be better than today. That's been our story. The things I saw, starting from when they were looking at academic credentials, because usually that's what they look at on the first day. Again, as a 17-year-old, made me understand sometimes you have to be to see some things, at least have a taste of the inside to know that we are gunners. Now, I saw there were a lot of, no disrespect, but it's just the truth, because there's really smart Northerners as well. I went to school with some of these people when we lived there. There were a lot of them that had like Fs and Cs for academic screening. Meanwhile, just like when you want to get into a conventional university, the minimum you're supposed to have is what's it called? At least 5 credits, including in maths and English. At least that's the way things remain. I was seeing people that had Fs and stuff. Trust me, forefathers, a lot of these guys gotten. On top of that, you see things like, and I know it's a Nigerian thing, but I'm just saying. So when you see things like that, and you in my mind, again, just imagine you being me at that age. In my mind, I already began to feel despondent. And again, this is just us within ourselves. Now, on top of that, you now get the kind of people at the top that you get, including institution where, for example, Ekiti did not have any student. And I understand they don't really care about military. All they want to do is produce PhDs, and they have a right to, right? So what they now did was they now packed a lot of what's it called, indigens from Kano. I can tell you specifically because it's something I know about. And they now added it, including those that did not come, including the allocations that was meant for maybe the Igbo speaking parts, or maybe the South side speaking parts, and they gave it to Kano, right? And that's how you continue to have certain situations develop at the top. Now, with respect to the men, because now I'm talking about the officer Kada. Now we're talking about the officer, the ones that you're referring to, men, like us having a lot more fighters. And I know that a lot, some of us, including myself, we've disagreed with you in certain aspects of what this insecurity matter. Again, not take away the fact that there's still the hidden hand of the West in our matter, whether we like to admit it or not. Look at a lot of these men, not the officers now, that come out to complain about how monies are allocated. Even the equipments, they don't have the proper equipment to fight this insurgency group. Yes, it's true that they know enough men, well-trained men, matter of fact. But where are the monies going to in the first place? So you want me in 2026, let's even assume with everything taken together, including the outside influence, whether we like it or not, external influence taken into consideration, you want me in 2026 to go and fight and die for no reason. After all, even when a lot of these men die, these things are out there. When a lot of these guys die, look at the way they treat their families. You saw the case of that lieutenant colonel that got killed last week. This weekend should have been his wedding. Is anybody talking about that? It's just the kind of things I think. I'm not saying you're wrong, but at the end of the day, ultimately, just to round up my point on this matter, there's a lot more to be done beyond us thinking that adding men and even my own opinion about adding technology will solve this issue. That aiding hand would still continue to do what it's doing. Oh, let me also add one more thing. You saw when Macron came to Kenya. Maybe before, previously, all of them will go to Paris.
I'm surprised we're not talking about that. Honestly.
You saw when...
Hey, I will make order. I will make order. Stop it.
I was going to talk about that. That thing made me laugh, right? But when he came, it's supposed to be a response to what the AES issue. And in fact, I did not realize that Cote d'Ivoire, for example, too. I don't know if Jide probably knows this. I didn't realize until recently that Cote d'Ivoire had actually is the latest French country towards the end of last year that asked France to withdraw their troops as well. Cote d'Ivoire.
Yeah.
So this is just so this is a response. And the fact that I even mentioned that now, maybe the monies that they're stolen from and they put in their central bank, because of course, as much as you're aware, a lot of these cities that the French-speaking, most of the French-speaking African countries continue to spend are actually printed in their central bank in France, and most of their monies are deposited there. This is a response, and the fact that he made mention that they were trying to invest $25 billion, I believe, in Africa. And on the other hand, he now said African investors too should come and invest in France. I'm like, I hope people are reading deeper meanings into it. Because if you, and I'll rest on this case, Italy, the Italian prime minister, also went to Ethiopia. And of course, if you know the history of how Italy tried to colonize Ethiopia without succeeding, you might read your own meanings into that too. And of course, there's still the case of China and Russia, and now USA trying to make a comeback. That should tell you that Africa, we don't know our value. We don't know our value. And I think the best thing for us, if we can fight both the enemies within as well as the ones outside, the best thing would be for us to start from within ourselves when it comes to even trade and development. Because again, nobody is going to help us like that without having some kind of like hidden agenda.
I think that Nigeria is due a radical leader where you have that has support. You have to have support, like somebody that is going to shake up things, because the way things are going right now, I think the continent needs a shake up.
Fofadas,
I'm not saying conflict to shake
Fofadas,
things up.
can I respond to that point about having a radical leader? That's exactly why I was ranting earlier. That the mind of the people, it's the mind of the people themselves. They've not made up their mind to choose to be revolutionaries themselves. So even if you have a radical leader, there's a strong likelihood the people will be used as tools against such a radical leader. That's why I've always said that any successful revolution, any successful change that will happen in Nigeria, it has to be an ideology in motion. If the people of Nigeria do not have the mindset of a revolution, that I'm willing to die for my country, for my fatherland, I am willing to make sure that I am fighting for the next generation that is coming. I don't care if I don't have $5 in my account. I'm fighting for my people in my land. As far as we don't have that mindset, even if we have Ibrahim Traore in Nigeria, that Ibrahim Traore in Nigeria will still be sabotaged. That's exactly the problem.
Is it not like part of the problem is that the continent has been docile for a very long time, and to be fair, it's hard to force them to become active when there is no real stimuli for them to be active. Because like if you look at other parts of the world where they are all experience all kinds of crazy stuff, look at Dubai now. Dubai is going to double down after Iran bomb throw rockets at they'll double down tomorrow. They will not take their security as a joke. We don't experience those things. So it's hard, like you said, there's a disconnect between the leadership and the people. However, though, you can also argue that as a visionary person, you should be able to take actions that lead your country in a specific direction. Question is can any one person ever do that? Because history suggests that I don't know whether can anybody tell me, has there been one person or two or three or even a movement that transformed the nation significantly without things happening to that nation? Like where you say this one man transformed the nation. Because if you look at the Bolshevik revolution that occurred, it didn't happen just because Lenin and Stalin, all of them were great. No, it happened because Russia was going through hell too during that time. The same thing with the Russian, the Chinese one. Things were happening, and in those crucible of all those churn of events, that's when these leaders emerge. But in Nigeria, nothing is happening other than Boko Haram.
I forgot to mention something, forefathers. That's a valid point, but I forgot to mention something with Russia, China. Not just Russia, China, even Iran, even all these anti-imperialist countries. So the thing is, when they had a revolution and they had an outstanding radical revolutionary leader, there was still an internal purge in those countries. There was an internal purge of millions of people. We forgot to mention that even Iran, after Iran had their Islamic revolution, they purged out a lot of elements within that revolution. The same thing with Cuba too. And that is the kind of thing Nigerians will be an average Nigerian is scared of, terrified of, because even if there's a revolution in Nigeria today and these criminals are out of power and the people that are in power, a lot of the problem is that how would Nigerians react to that purge? Are we going to be on the side of the revolution or are we going to be on the side of the CIA? That's where the question now comes in.
Is it not because we don't have a culture? We don't have a culture of high-level bloodshed. Like we have civil war, but those civil wars are because two tribes or two parts of the nation are fighting each other. But leaders, you hardly see African leaders shed. When you say African leaders are shedding blood, like the way what they call it, India Amin did, they act as if India Amin was highly. No, compared to many Asian leaders, India Amin was benign. It's like nothing compared to them. And yet, India Amin is one of the most brutal in Africa.
I don't even count Idi Amin as a revolutionary, honestly.
In terms of brutality, that's why.
Yeah,
I mean.
It was brutal.
We hardly have. They say it's brutal. They call him brutal by African standard, but by Asian standard, it doesn't even come close. You see what I mean?
Those ones they went through. Those ones went through wars, man.
That's my point. That's even okay. If you compare Africans to like America now, George Washington when he came in, I think maybe we can. There's a bit of comparison you can do there. Maybe because there was a lot of bloodshed. They fought the British, fought a lot of wars, won. But they went on to build a nation after they did that. They even fought a bloody civil war again, and still went on to carry on doing what they needed to do. So, if you look at it from that point of view, America didn't experience a lot of bloodshed, but they had the benefit of being completely isolated from most of the world, and they were far away. But in our own case, we are not far away. They've already been and conquered us and did all kinds of stuff, and then we still are kept asleep. Even our own leaders are helping us stay asleep. So how is it going to change? Because you said it yourself. Even if you are the best leader, you come up today, you try to change Nigeria, they will kill you. They will kill you. Maybe it's a gradualist thing, the way Dangote is doing it now. Maybe that's how the only part to do it. One step at a time, build one block until when you build those blocks, what is going to happen is that those powers or anybody that doesn't want you to progress, they might come and try to do something against you, like the way Iran is suffering right now, and they have to fight their way out of it. And those leaders that will emerge from Iran right now, they are going to build something very, very strong. The same thing in the context of Nigeria. Maybe that's the way it's going to occur. The only peaceful example I see is what happened in Ethiopia, where and that one is, I wouldn't even call it peaceful because they went on to fight a civil war after that. The entire country contributed to build that national dam. That dam that they built bonded the nation. You see, as a nation, I think part of it is you have to do things that bond the nation. I don't know why our country we don't do that. So it bonded the nation because they paid for the dam. They didn't borrow money to pay for the dam. So anybody, when Egypt tried to threaten that dam, Egypt is threatening the whole Ethiopia. They are going to have a big trouble on their hand. So, and the same thing with Dangote. Dangote is trying to play smart. That's why he wants to float his refinery. He said it himself. He says, if Nigerians have a stake in that refinery, they will have a skin in the game and they will not let anything happen to it. And that is a good formula. I hope he sells enough shares to the Nigerian people so that Nigerians have a stake in the game. When you have a stake in something, you defend it. So hopefully that might be a part for us because there are not that many. How else can you do it? The only way you have is gradualist motion and hope that someday Trump makes a mistake, China makes a mistake, or somebody makes a mistake, and something forces our people to say, you know what, enough is enough of this suspicion of each other. Let's put this aside and deal with this problem. When we do that, it's over.
That's why I'm insisting again that it is the mindset of our people that is keeping us back. It is the mindset of our people that has made us to be in this mess. Yeah, that's like you see the mindset. Like you're talking about Dangote, even in as much as I believe that, yeah, I mean, Dangote's refinery has enabled easier access to oil, our oil and gas and stuff, and easier purchase and all that. Quite all right, yes, but I still feel like the foundation of development of a country has to be within its social safety nets and its social index. So if you still have bad health care in Nigeria, because Dangote is not going to fix health care, Dangote is not going to fix education. You understand? Dangote is not going to fix electricity. It's not going to fix transportation. It's not going to fix housing.
Dangote they want to fix electricity. He's planning to build 20,000 megawatts of electricity.
He will make profit out of it. Exactly. See,
it's a private. He's an investor. What do you expect?
That's exactly the point. So
where does he spend the money? Where does Dangote spend his money?
Like
where does Dangote spend the money he makes? The money he makes, where does he spend it? Is he not in Nigeria? Is he not in Nigeria? He said he doesn't owe money anywhere. He spends it in Nigeria to build houses, so the point is that it's a secular thing.
But majority of his money is abroad, right?
I'm not so sure.
Majority of his money, he said it's one of his interviews. He said he doesn't keep his money in Nigerian banks. Just for you to know.
Yeah. Because of
he doesn't keep his money in Nigerian banks. Yeah. But that's even by the way. I don't want to go into talking about Dangote. The point I'm even making is any nation in this world, go and look at nations, you know now, go and look at nations that have developed. It was never developed by a billionaire just investing and making money and the country was developed. No. There has to be social development of the people. And that is where the Nigerian state is responsible. As far as the Nigerian state is useless, even if Dangote is making billions of dollars on our own resources and is increasing GDP, the Nigerian people will still continue to suffer. So I mean, yes, it's good at the economy in terms of improving the economy. Dangote might have contributed to improving the economy. Okay, I do not disagree. But the point I'm making is we still have a long way to go to establishing the foundation of real national development. If you look at Iran, we're talking about Iran. Iran is fighting America. If you look at all their military, if you look at all their military assets, all their technology and everything, it's controlled by the states. Not by any... In fact, let me even break it down for you. Today in Iran, they only have one significant billionaire. Go and check it. If you guys think I'm lying, you guys should go and check it. They only have one significant billionaire in Iran. So if it is generating more and more billionaires that will lead to development, I haven't seen any country that is developed like that. South Africa is one example. When apartheid was over, they had more black billionaires. But what happened? Black people continue to suffer. There's still a level of unemployment, right? Even after apartheid. So the point I'm making is, in as much as having billionaires can increase GDP, that does not suffice for facilitating national development.
The examples you chose, though, are quite, how do I put it? They kind of distort that data because in reality, America is created by billionaires, okay, mostly developed by billionaires in terms of all the big names that we know about. The British Empire, the same thing, the Spanish, the South Koreans, Japanese, just name it. I think this is part of the issue. Like when you said about Iran,
empire, I'm talking about national development.
Not only empire.
Things.
No. I'm not talking about just only empire. Like I said, I mentioned nations that are not empires too. The case of Iran is because they have a different style of government. Because if you have a socialist government, you don't expect it to create billionaires. That's not their thing. Iran is a kind of semi-theocratic regime and a dictatorship. So if you have that kind of system where the leader is supposed to be religious, what do you expect? He's likely to be more capable of running institutions because corruption will be reduced because it's tied to religion that they are running the country. So the state will be more functional. But in a democratic system that believes in the secular system where it's not based on religion and the state is not socialist, what you get is corruption will reign in the governmental sector because they don't have any incentive to build. At least they don't see any clear incentive. The only people that have incentive are the individuals that want to make money. Because when they make that money, they get privilege, they get all those things. So they have an incentive to make money. Hence, they will drive corruption down within their own institution so that the institution's goals will be met. So this is how, based on just looking at it and analyzing why these countries went on to be very successful. And you can see it in Nigeria too. Dangote is a good example.
So, for others, I think you're mixing it up. I see where you're coming from. I see how you correlated corruption with the fact that where you have countries that are not socialist.
When you're running a business, you want your business to not have corruption, otherwise your business will fail.
But it still does not. It still don't have any
interest in doing it.
Yeah, but it still does not change my arguments in that for a country to develop, it's not actually the billionaires. Okay, I'll use this example. We're talking about the United States. The United States have so many billionaires. But if you look at all the OECD countries, America is one of the OECD countries, right? Or like we're talking about developed countries in the world. America has the worst healthcare. America has the worst housing. America has one of the worst education. In fact, the healthcare in America is comparable to the healthcare in Cuba, in as much as Cuba does not even have any billionaire. You see what I'm saying? You see what what I'm doing is I'm separating increase in GDP. I'm separating increase in GDP and economic productivity, right? And business business mobility and all that, or business expansion. I'm separating it from national development. You can have a country where there are many billionaires. Hong Kong, I think Hong Kong has the highest concentration of billionaires in the world. I think it is Hong Kong, I'm not sure. But you guys can look it up. Or Singapore, I can't remember. But if you look at America, America has so many billionaires, but you still have so many homeless people. You are talking about Japan, Spain, right? I'm glad you mentioned those examples of those countries. If you look at those countries, go and look at their social progress index. Go and look at how much they spend on education. Go and look at how much they spend on housing. It does not have anything to do with their billionaires. It is the Japanese states. In fact, Spain, you're talking about Spanish Empire and Spain. Spain is one of the most socialist countries in Europe. Spain and Portugal, they're one of the most socialist countries in Europe.
Hold on. I think the countries you are describing as socialist today, they were founded by capitalists. As a matter of fact, by their kings and that commissioned those individuals to go.
Okay. I see where you're going. Okay, you are right.
So, that's exactly what I mean.
But that's an exception. You know why that's an exception? You know why that's an exception? Okay,
hold on.
I'll tell you that why that's an exception.
I'm not going to do long explanation. The reason why I mentioned that some of these states could have just commissioned their own army to go and do these things, but they don't. Why do you think they don't do that? They assign individuals, companies to go and do it. Go ahead.
So yeah, that's a good point. I think we're explaining things from two different contexts. I think we're both right. I think you're seeing it in a different way, but I think I'm also seeing this in a different way, but I'm also very correct. So the point is, in as much as those empires, and I know I had a conversation with AY, but that's private. But like I know I spoke about
anybody know you can step in. Don't only think that it's only 2 or 4.
So those imperial countries, they had what? They had piracy. If you look at their history, they had piracy. They had the slave trade. They had imperial adventures, including the Dutch. You forgot to mention the Dutch. They had an imperial adventure to extract resources outside of their mainland territory, across the sea, to bring wealth back to the mainland through merchants. That was how they have been able to generate trillions of wealth of currency, right? We do not have that luxury as Nigeria, unfortunately, because Nigeria is not an imperial country. We cannot engage in imperial adventure. Even if Dangote has multiple.
But isn't that what Dangote is already doing? You can see that Dangote is already invested in many African countries, and the MTN that is in Nigeria is a kind of the same thing. The point is, individual capitalist entities, depending on how you run your country, they can benefit the nation, the resources that they bring into the country. As a matter of fact, MTN is stated that they affect the Nigerian GDP by 7%. That their activities affects Nigerian GDP by 7%. You can imagine that that's one company pulling that one off. So I'm sure Dangote is contributing heavily to the Nigerian economy too.
Of course, so, it's okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. You're right. I'm not disagreeing that it's not contributing to the Nigerian economy. What I'm emphasizing is it is not necessarily over. If you look at the overhacking or the big picture scheme of things in Nigeria as a nation state, it is not necessarily bringing the foundation of real national development. That's my position. I believe that the real national development would begin with investing in the Nigerian people. Investing in the Nigerian people. Investing in social infrastructure. Dangote is not going to do that.
Jide, I have a question for you. Sorry to interrupt you. I know you talked about the Spanish socialist system, but would you rather go for the Scandinavian model, which looks more capitalist but with socialist tendencies?
Yes, the Nordic model. Those ones, that's another example. It was even because he mentioned Spain. That was why I actually had to respond to that. But actually, the Scandinavian model, is basically, I can go talking about it. Let me even talk about the history of the Nordic model. It's a very interesting history. When the communists had their revolution, the Russian Revolution in the early 20th century, after the First World War, a lot of Western European countries, particularly those Nordic countries, Sweden, Finland, Norway, Denmark, those countries, they were getting to be liberal. They were getting to be liberal. And because of that revolution in Russia at that time, communism was beginning to spread slowly into Western Europe, particularly those Nordic countries. Because if you look at the map, those countries are very close to Soviet Union. So what now happened was that the bourgeois elites, the billionaire class of those Nordic countries had an agreement with the middle class, with the professionals at that time, the merchants, the different professionals of that time, that look, we have to maintain this economic system, but we would ensure that what you're looking for, will provide it for you. But we're not going to go communists, and we'll compromise. So as part of that compromise and concession, we would provide our people with everything they need, that is in socialism or in communism, free healthcare, free, what are they calling it? Free housing, free education. But we'll still have what? Capitalism. We'll still control the economic structure. We'll still employ people, we'll still have our companies. Because there was a threat at that time, because of that revolution, they were afraid that revolution would spread across Europe. That was what now led to what we now call social democracy. Social democracy is more or less like a reformation of capitalism by the elites, by the powerful elites of Europe, to ensure that communism will not come and infiltrate Europe at that time. That social democracy was not now give birth to the Nordic model. Nordic model is a capitalist system, but it's mixed with socialist policies, right? Where where you have a system, you have a regulated market economy, but within that market economy, you have what? Investments in social infrastructure. So people can go to hospital. There's heavy taxation, right? There's heavy taxation. The state to tax people, but at the same time, that tax is going into the social infrastructure of the states. So the people are benefiting from the socialist system, but at the same time, the billionaire class, they are still able to generate profits. That's why those Nordic countries, they have a very Nordic system or mixed economic system.
I think because it's clear now, because they were closer to the Soviet Union.
Soviet Union at that time, yes.
The Soviet Union was very, very attractive.
Yes.
The crime rate was very low. People don't have to, fight for income. They have jobs. So all those other things, there are so many areas for the vast majority of people felt like it was better for them. So most of those Western Europe, including America, had to compete. I think there was a time America used to tax its people, this is elites, up to 80% their income or even more. Because of that pressure that the Soviet Union was putting on them. So with the decline of the Soviet Union, then the capitalist system came back to life again. Where the elites don't pay much tax at all.
Mm-hmm.
So
that
is the reason why I mentioned that, because that is the trend. That's the reason the Nordic nations had to be like that, because if they didn't do that, socialism would sweep through them. Socialism shouldn't even exist when it did. It was because the Soviet Union was afraid that if they don't act quickly enough, Europeans that are practicing capitalism would defeat them and take over their country. So they had to move. As a they went into dictatorship too. They changed a lot of things. They didn't follow Karl Marx's doctrines. The world was not ready for socialism when they implemented it.
Yes.
Karl Marx believed gradual change.
In fact, so the thing is, if you look at Karl Marx, if you look at Karl Marx ideology, Marxism, it was originally from Germany. So it was across Europe, that ideology, because we had so many rich intellectuals across Europe at that time, right? But the revolution was implemented in Eastern Europe. So it was like a shock to everybody, but we already have here. So it's like there was a momentum. And that time, that was after the First World War. And after the First World War, the economy of the world was in crisis. So it was now going to be, what economic system are we going to adopt? A lot of European countries, like you said, you mentioned something that was very poignant. Some European countries became fascists, like Germany. Germany became fascists, right, under Hitler. Some others became. If you look at a lot of those countries that were fascists, they were initially liberal. They were very liberal, right? But because they were liberal, but there was no change. The economy was deep crisis. Then they moved into fascism. But if you look at the way Nordic countries evolved, they eventually evolved into the Nordic model. Eventually, after the Second World War, communism spread again after the Second World War because the Soviets, they took part of Germany. They were about to sweep across Europe. Then the French and the Germans and co, they had to make concessions with their citizens, like I said earlier, that will provide whatever social infrastructure we need to provide so as to maintain the capitalist system. That was what I said earlier. That was when I led to what we call social democracy. So part of that social democracy is the Nordic model that you have in Northern
Nordic model. The Nordic model, many African countries try to work on it, and as a matter of fact, for it to fully succeed, you really need a successful economy to start having a big welfare state like that. It's a capitalist system with a welfare state.
That's fair.
So in the context of Nigeria, I feel like Nigeria we are not even practicing, the most Nordic countries, they practice a parliamentary system of government. So we are not even practicing that anymore. We are not even following most of European method anymore. We are just going with American Senate, kind of Senate style, democracies. So and our capitalism is actually like that. We still have vestiges of socialism, like people like Shore, you see that call themselves comrades because they think like socialists. But when they don't realize that they're in a totally capitalist state right now.
Yeah, you see that Shore when he talks, like he's social democrats. If you listen to him, you say he's social democrats. You understand? So social democracy is very interesting. But like you said, you need wealth.
It's hardly social democrat. I really think that Nigeria should embrace, if you want to do something that is going to work, embrace the system that works. Because I've watched Nigeria.
But it was socialism that
Hold on. The refinery didn't work. Nigeria, if you want to look the litmus test of Nigeria as a state, the refineries, they refused to get it to work. I sat here and they announced that it was working. It didn't work. Nigerian Airlines, they said they brought fake one. It didn't work. This is the Ajakuta state didn't work. Like the state itself is crippled with corruption, in a paralysis, just people rent seeking all over the place. So the only vestige of this thing that can clear corruption is where capitalism resides. And I think the West had this problem. And that is how they solve the problem. They had the problem because they've been around like that for a long time. So they must have had corrupt practices, and sooner or later they found ways to circumvent it. And the way they circumvented it was giving the power to individuals to run big institutions, control big institutions, because they have incentive to make profit. They are not like kings don't care about money, but those individuals want to make profit. So they will cut down corruption, and it goes back to the nation.
But that was what began the era of neoliberal. What you're saying is what began the era of neoliberalism, that eventually correlated with the impacts.
Industrialization. It triggered a lot of growth. It triggered industrialization. All this stuff that you are saying. As a matter of fact, these type of institutions are the ones that triggered Japan to become so powerful and so dangerous in the 20th century that they had to be put down using nuclear weapons. So it's private enterprise that generates all this profit. Remember, we say it's individual, but in reality, it's still a massive organization that thousands of people have to be involved in and generating money that goes to people. So it's just the structure, at the top, the incentive to cut down waste, cut down corruption. That is the key. It's just a tool for the state to cut down waste. Because if you think about it, all these so-called capitalist states, they still have control over these institutions. They can, like in America now, if America want to shut down Starlink, they can shut it down. They have power to take.
What you're saying makes sense, but this is where I'm coming from. You are right that for them to generate that wealth, you had individuals that had to go into like industrializing, nation empires and nation states and stuff. But I'm saying it again. These are colonial entities. They had colonies abroad. They extracted wealth through what I call piracy, offshore imperial extraction. Like you get what I'm saying. That does not change my position, right? But if you look at those countries, they were decapacitated after the Second World War. Don't forget that they were decapacitated. They didn't have money. A lot of those countries were broke, including the UK. The only capitalist country at that time that was heavily wealthy after the Second World War was the United States. So if you look at those countries, the only way they were able to revive their economy and revive those wealth was through socialism. If you look at the railway, I'll give an example.
No, to be fair, it was because of the Soviet Union that was putting the pressure on them.
Okay, if you say so, okay.
Yeah, otherwise, they wouldn't care. They would just go back to the way they were before.
That sounds reasonable because at that time, if they had to be, so if I would see from what you said, I will interpret it that if they had gone more capitalist at that time, then the population of those countries, they would have failed. Exactly. The population would turn on them. Exactly. So, okay, I think we agree on that. That's good. Okay. But the point of the matter is, at the end of the day, when Margaret Thatcher said, okay, now we need to generate more billionaires. Look at UK today from 1988 or 1985, when that policy was implemented, from that time to now. Look at it. Look at all this. Look, you see what I'm saying? Even the United States, look at the United States today, right? These are countries that are shouting that they don't want immigrants anymore. You understand what I'm saying? So the point I'm making is, in as much as there have been more billionaires, the GDP has skyrocketed, like you said. Because when you have a lot of these industries and billionaires and stuff, it improves your economy. But improvements in your economy does not always correlate with the social well-being of the people. That's another argument I'm going to go into now. So my argument is going to be that in as much as you may have GDP that increases, it does not guarantee that an average American or an average British would have housing.
No,
it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't guarantee. I'm glad you agree on that.
As a matter of fact,
there's a vacuum.
I think this is why Karl Marx. I think in time people will start saying that guy seems to be a genius. I think recently, before I used to think of his documentation as his document as just periphery stuff. But for me, when things start resembling reality, when somebody has written, you start giving him credit. It seems like he's aware that when the system starts changing, that people will gravitate towards socialist tendencies, and from there into even communist ones. Like in the West now, capitalism has run everything to the ground. Like it's beginning to deny people a lot of wealth. And like you said, it doesn't guarantee that the society will do. Look at America. Healthcare is so harsh and so expensive because of capitalism.
And they're blaming immigrants.
And people are going to start pushing again. And now it's even getting worse, whereby these elites now, this in the AI oligarchs and all the rest that are going to be controlling stuff now, they don't have need for people anymore. Like to generate, they don't need human beings anymore. So what is the direction of society? Well, where's the direction of society is going to go? So you can see that Karl Marx, in a way, was clever to know that in time, the wealth will have to somehow go to the people. Otherwise, you're going to have a dystopian state where people will control it and they don't even need the people that they are controlling. What kind of situation is that? They don't even need them.
Yeah,
how crazy is that?
And that has been my
and that's dangerous because they could decide to exterminate them before you know. If they don't need you to generate their wealth, God knows what they can do.
Because as this goes on, as the billionaire class of the world, okay, I know we're talking about Dangote, but if you look at the billionaire class of the world, as they continue to go into the adventure of generating more money, maximizing more profits at the expense of the populace, it can potentially lead to social decay. It can potentially lead to what? Fascism and all that. Because you have to keep, it's like you are pouring water in a well that is already full. As you are pouring more water in that well, the water is going to overflow, right? So you are making so much money, but at the same time, the money is there's no, the people are not, like I said, they are not having basic social infrastructure because they are being exploited. They are, you get what I'm saying? So because you have to maximize profits. So what does that mean for the people? That means at this time it's not sustainable. So what does that mean? Then you go far right, you go fascistic. And when you go fascistic, you know what that means. And that's not, and I
That
hope
can
it's not
trigger
going
a
to
revolution. That can trigger a revolution. That even
it can
you
also
saw
trigger
what
a revolution.
you
It
saw what
can also trigger a revolution.
Tucker Carlson is already echoing it when he said America is hardly a democracy anymore because they are not doing things that the people want. And
You know why I have. Let me tell you about Tucker Carlson today. You know one of the reasons why I have major issues with Tucker Carlson, and I think it was Akin that mentioned something about him that is a simulated opposition. But I don't want to go into repeating the things he said about him. I think I agree with him. I don't want to go back talking about it. But another thing about him and why I'm concerned, and even earlier, I know I mentioned him as a racist. Tucker Carlson is an enemy of black people. And
okay, fair point.
If he's an enemy of black people, I will never use him as an exemplary of any analysis because Tucker Carlson is against my interests.
So if Immanuel Kant is an enemy of black people, you are going to disagree with his way of ascertaining what is right or wrong, or the scientific method.
For that, it's like the way you are saying it is like Adolf Hitler was so evil. But have you listened to Adolf Hitler's speeches? There were one or two things that he said that made sense.
Of course, and if it's right, you have
does that make Adolf Hitler good?
No, but it makes that thing that he said that was good. You don't agree with some. See, I think let's not conflate agreeing with
I'm looking at the
relating with somebody
so the thing
versus
is,
agreeing with them on specific issues. That's the way I look at it. I agree with Tucker Carlson on specific issues and his pronouncements, but I don't agree with him in terms of his relationship with black people and the way he sees black people.
Can I just say something real quick on Tucker Carlson? It took me a while to start watching him, and this was I would say it was in between the first Trump term and the second Trump term. So my then manager at work had been trying to convince me to just listen to him, So when I eventually started listening to him, sometimes I used to be real pissed off to the point where I just don't listen. And the guy, it was unrelenting. That's my boss at the time. He'll continue to send me links. I was just like, you know what? I don't want to listen. But just like Piers Morgan, who I'm not gonna lie, I despise him. I don't a lot. But I still watch.
That guy is a cartoon.
That guy is crazy. But sometimes I still try to. I don't know how I do it, but I manage to watch.
Yeah, you have to. You have to.
You know the reason why. You know the reason why. Sometimes, just again, and I'll also introduce the case of Fox. I may not agree with a lot of what they spew. The same way I eventually realized even CNN, no, they're not any better. It's just that their own is a bit subtle. It just depends on, because again, if we're being honest with ourselves, we all have our biases. It's just the extent to which you want to push your bias or you want to accept it that, I have mine as well. But one thing is I try to give latitude as much as I'm not, I try you, it takes the grace of God sometimes to listen to even Piers Morgan. I think Piers Morgan is actually worse, right? Now, but when I listen, just like what Forefathers is saying, it's not for everybody. It's not easy if you don't agree with, so if you just don't like someone, right, to listen to them. What I pick, I gave an example of someone some interview he had with this. Ovie had the name earlier this morning, and the interviewer made a lot of sense, and even what Tucker Carlson was saying made some of the things, at least the ones I agreed with. It's not even about me agreeing. It's just the fact that in saying a lot of what this guy say, he unravels America. Even there's this other lady, Sabi Sabs. There are things she says that as much as she's black and whatever, after all, Candace Owens too is black.
Candace Owens.
So
Candace
are we
Owens,
going to say?
Candace
Are
Owens,
we going to say?
okay.
You know, are we going? There are things that she says. I know people say she's crazy, and sometimes I think she is. But there's things she says that when you listen to her, when you sit down, at least for someone that doesn't look at things on the peripheral level, you're like, she might be crazy, but there are things she says that make sense. It's just my opinion. That's the way
So this is my concern with those people, and this is my concern.
And I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. I'm sorry.
I mean, it's good to be nationalistic. They have the right to be nationalistic about their country. But when you are analyzing issues, like you said about Tucker Carlson, it's hard to listen to Tucker Carlson sometimes. I still try to listen to him sometimes.
How about Piers Morgan? Sorry, how about Piers Morgan?
It depends on who he interviews. If he interviews Marandi, I'll listen because Marandi will finish him. So I always like to listen to when maybe he interviews
Marandi
or John or Jen Miyashima. I listen because those ones were educating. Whenever he asks all these weird questions, so I listen to it depends. I'm very temporal when I listen to Piers Morgan. I'm not like dedicated.
The people that really hand Piers Morgan his backside is Mahdi Hassan and Candace Owen. And with these people, he tries to be combative with them, and they hand him his backside. Like, have you seen him and Candace Owen? Oh my God, the last one.
You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it.
I'll listen tomorrow.
I'll listen
tomorrow. I'll listen tomorrow because I know that Piers Morgan seems like he's on the side of what's going on. He's on the side of Israel. What's going on in Gaza? Because
not really, though. Not
necessarily,
not
but
really.
just I can't trust him. Not necessarily, but I can't trust him.
You should never trust anybody like that.
But the way he asks the question is always seeming like.
No, he is biased.
Can Israel not defend itself? Like, don't you think that guy?
Can Israel not defend itself?
That's the kind of person I see. Like,
no. Let's face it. We are all biased.
See,
make no mistake. Make no mistake. We all here, to an extent, are biased to supporting Israel. Actually, by default, because we are raised Christian, we are already Western. So to an extent, we are already biased without even knowing.
Actually, not me, not Jide.
Oh, look at that! You're not Muslim. Oh, you're not Muslim. You're Muslim.
No. You just said you made a general statement, but you've forgotten that there's some of us that are against what Israel's doing. I'm
against what they are doing. I'm against what they are doing, but I also know within myself that I'm more biased to them. Like if I go to Saudi Arabia,
I'm not. I'm not.
I'm more biased. Look at that.
I'm not.
I keep shaking his head.
Knowing what I know, I am not. I'm not.
No. I see. I'm not. Or I don't know how to describe what I'm saying. I'm saying because they are more Western. Jews, Israel is more Western by default. If not because of all the events that occurred recently, you will be more biased towards them compared to Saudi Arabia.
Let me just say
the last time I listened to Piers Morgan, I almost broke the TV. And that was when he was interviewing one He interviewed I can't remember. I think it was Nigeria's foreign minister.
Was it foreign minister? Yeah.
I can't remember if it was. I think it was about the Christian genocide thing. I was so angry. I was like,
yeah.
I was so angry. I was like, what the fuck is this guy?
But why I like him is that he does have this habit of trying to draw decency out of some people, like so that. Because I believe in his own way of looking at the world to an extent. I think he's actually a racist person. Maybe he doesn't even know that. But what he tends to do is, if this side is doing something evil and this side is doing something evil, he will try to get you to call both sides should call the evil. And that is important in the world we are living in today. That's one of the things I like about him. Because this thing where this one is evil, but this side, everybody says this side is evil, but the other side is not evil. No. He will say, Hamas committed this in a terrorist act. Israel commits genocide, or Israel committed ethnic cleansing. But when opposing sides are having that conversation, they don't want to condemn each other. And as a matter of fact, Mahdi Hassan is an expert at doing this. Mahdi Hassan will concede that, okay, this side has done bad. Have you considered your own side is doing bad too? And I think that kind of conversation is very, very important so that we call bad things. Both sides should agree. Because when you keep becoming tribal and taking your own side and the other side taking, then nobody's right. Everybody's wrong. And then you're running into a world that just anarchy constantly. And this is why I like what Piers Morgan is doing.
I like the way he handled the Diddy case, to be honest. I kind of like the way he handled the PDD case. It was very balanced.
I was quite surprised. When I first came, that was the first time I thought him to be innocent.
He handled the Diddy case very well. I like the way he handled the Diddy
That was
case.
the first time. When I watched it on his channel, that was the first time I thought Diddy could be innocent of the charge they were charging with. Because they said, oh, no, there's no case there. I was like, everybody just assumed there was a case. You know, but I don't like the way he goes after Meghan and Harry. I really don't like it. He kept haranguing them, and sometimes when black people are on his channel, the way he goes after them in a kind of cliche way, I don't like it. It's almost racist the way he does it. Like this right-wing black lady that was in the UK, she came to his channel. Like I think she supports the Reform Party on all this stuff that is saying foreigners should go away, and a black woman, part of the party that say foreigners should go away, came to represent that group to an extent at Piers Morgan show. Piers Morgan was going after this woman left and right, and that, I have to say I was impressed how composed and how resilient she was. She was like just batting away all the nonsense. I've not even finished the interview. She was batting away all the nonsense that he was trying to throw at her, to the point where he gave up. He gave up, and he was. And for a moment there, I thought he was being rude and racist because he just came in and just going after her. Like, why were you doing that? I've never seen you gone after white.
Maybe he finds this odd. Maybe he just finds it odd that it's a black woman that is a right wing. He's just trying to make sense of it. Like, I want that.
But the way he was going about it, it's like, you know, there's a way some white people will go after black people. You know, this is routine, and it's their way of trying to shake you up and mess you up like that. And I enjoy watching especially black women sometimes when they are talking, they are so confident about what they are telling you that if you try to confuse them, they will be the one asking you, what's wrong with you? And they are right to ask you that. Why are you asking this question? What you're saying doesn't make sense. Because sometimes, because you are in the glow and you are showing up on Piers Morgan, everybody's looking at you for the first time, you might get thrown off. And he does that to some people sometimes. He get them to shift their position.
But even he himself is conservative, right? Even Piers Morgan himself is conservative to some extent.
He's become conservative now.
He's conservative,
he argues that the left has gone crazy, and to an extent he's right. The left has gone crazy now with the trans and all kinds of nonsense that they espouse.
Yeah.
So that's why he turned against
how I got to know. I think he interviewed one lady. I think he interviewed one woman. She's a mother of a millionaire that is an OnlyFans. That was years ago. Like, so she was interviewing the mother. Like, how come your child is into OnlyFans and you allow? Like, it was just curious, and you allow your child to go into this, and you allowed it, and it was like, how on earth? Where is the father of, like, the way it was like criticized, like, why is the father of this child? What has made you feel like this is the only thing she can do for the rest of her life? Like, that was when I got to know that, okay, this guy seems to be very conservative. This guy seems to be.
Do you know that there's a danger that in America in this next election there might be a third party, a major one for that matter? Because if you look at the interview I played to the Tucker Carlson, they asked you whether
that's the problem, Fafadas. That's a good question, Fafadas. I'm glad you brought that up, and that was why I said I don't like him. That's why I said I don't like him. I don't like Candace Owens. That's one of the reasons. There are many reasons why I don't like this guy.
I don't like both of them. Candace Owens really pisses me off sometimes the way she talks about black people sometimes. Even if I know she cares about the black community.
The day I saw that, I thought she's fine. I thought she's fine. But when I listened to her from the first day I listened to her political analysis, I was like, this lady is so fine. But she's so ignorant, and she's a hell of a she's a hell of a beautiful traitor.
But she knows what she's doing though. She's just benefiting from the system. It's not nothing emotional. I don't even really believe. I don't think she believes half the stuff she says. To be honest, and that's what most of.
Are you sure though?
I mean, I don't think
she's not a normal journalist though.
No, but I'm saying like with this shock journalism nowadays, Like it really is. It's entertainment. These people study psychology for real. A lot of these people don't behind the scenes. They don't really view things the way that they're doing it. Like I said, it's simulated and rhetorical. It's all rhetorical ethics stuff. Like that's why
I think some
if you
of
know
it
you can
is
sift
true.
through the opinions and what they think because after a while they do start to show their opinions if you watch them enough. But on a any given day basis, they can just be going with whatever the rhetorical ethics supposed to be for that day. So it's not like a lot of this stuff, bro, is really simulated, bro. That's why you got to take it with a grain of salt.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe you are right. Maybe you are right.
You know
based
why
on
I
that.
agree with Akin? They pick and choose their narrative. So if you look at what's going on in Cuba, I bet you, if you listen to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, I mean, but I think you probably listen to Tucker Carlson a lot. I'm very confident they will not say a thing about Cuba.
Why would they?
That's a good question. You said why wouldn't they? Because they are socialists.
Why would they? I mean, why would they?
Because
I'm not surprised.
The same thing the imperial powers are doing in Iran, in Gaza, they are doing it to Cuba right now. So they have to talk about Cuba. But you know why they can't talk about Cuba? Because Cuba is socialist, they're communists. They can't talk about Cuba. That will contradict their ideology and their narrative.
They support Ayatollah ideology.
No, you don't understand. Man. Okay, let me explain it this way.
You're implying that if they don't go after Cuba, then they of the ideology.
Within the quote unquote conservative, I would say ideology, there is a disdain for the quote unquote Israel and quote unquote Jewish people. If you look into the white nationalist, Christian nationalist,
white nationalists,
they're just playing into their
Not
audience.
the evangelicals, not the evangelicals.
But it depends. It depends on which group you're talking about. For the back, especially in the past, for the majority, they were anti-Israel, anti quote unquote Jewish people.
Yep.
In addition
but even that disagreement is simulated for the most part. It's
exactly.
They create confusion. That's all it is. It's confusion and diversions. As long as they conserve power.
There's something else I wanted to say, please, Jide. You pointed to, you alluded to something, you did mention about this, what's it called, homosexualism. Just to add to what Akin said, I'm telling you, don't believe what you see. A lot of conservatives behind, in the background, there's some of the most extreme homosexuals as well.
I agree with you on that too.
So,
I agree with that.
It's one thing. You see, if you listen to narratives,
Lindsey Graham, I think the people are saying Lindsey Graham is.
Don't mind all these people. True story.
The reason why I think this is not any other person, Candace Owen. I think Candace Owen, I gathered that she had 4 children in 5 years or so with her current partner. At the same time, she's also like this in a very quite religious. If she's simulating it, she's simulating
you're going far. Remember that lady, the ice baby. Remember what happened with the so-called husband, right?
Which one?
The ice lady now. What's that lady's name again? The one that resigned, that got kicked out recently. The one that was in charge of the deportations.
Socio-economic.
No, not Gabbard. Gabbard is the national
what's her name? What's her name?
But you know what I'm talking about? The husband or the whatever. You saw the papers that say coming about how he was dressing and the fact that he had a different life.
Is that the one that shot her dog?
I don't even know. See, America is an interesting
place. Shot her dog. It's not that shot her dog because the dog was not doing so well.
America is a weird place sometimes, man.
Honestly.
Yeah, Chrissy Nome. Yeah, he's the one that shot her dog. He's the one that. Okay. So based on everything that is going on, that's why I said maybe a third party might emerge because Tawakani said that he doesn't believe.
But Tawakani will run with Republicans. What do you think?
Yes, but I'm getting a feeling like if they cannot get Republican Party like P2B or any other thing, they might find a special.
Speaking of P2B,
special purpose vehicle in America.
Speaking of P2B, hey Chineke, you saw. I think who mentioned the fact that PRP have their own presidential candidates now. that are contesting, and the fact
Which one is PRP again now?
Father, we will learn by force. We will learn all the
Is it a
political parties.
Nigerian political party?
It's a political. I mean, I didn't even know. You know, sometimes you only hear about these parties when a big fish in parliament
goes in there.
In this case, Donald Duke. You know, Donald Duke is being cleared alongside two other candidates, but so it was just funny when I was reading a little piece. No, it's not like that part even matters anyway. And you know, maybe it's refreshing to hear them say that they're not going to do consensus candidates. But in my head, I'm like, it's not like this party even matters, you know. So whether third party or fifth party, I think what's just going to happen is that whether in Nigeria or abroad, it's just going to split the votes, and even the change that they're trying to make will not happen. But either way, just like in Nigeria, America is just looking like a uniparty system now. It's just looking like a one party. It just depends on what side of the coin you're looking at. When you look to the left or to the right, they're different sides of the same coin now. It's just the way it looks like to me. I hate to tell you this, but
I think they've converged now. They converged now. And see, the truth is that there was a time when you could see some significant difference because one side was more sympathetic to socialist leanings, while the other side is market economic. So they were more stuck before, but now, because of their allegiance to the Zionist movement and obviously gradual erosion of the power of the people, then you start seeing similarity because
I think you're being simplistic when you say that. You know the reason why? When you said even that the Democrats were more socialist, if they were, you would find the likes of what was that elder statesman, the main senator representing Democrats in the Senate.
Chuck Schumer.
You find him rallying behind Mandani, if that was the case. And then you know the problem that this guy, what's his name? That old man that keeps contesting. There's more to the
Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders. He wouldn't have the kind of
in America. They don't have the
you know.
No,
in America.
No. I'm listening. I know, but I'm just listening.
But either way, at the end of the day, one thing I've learned with democracy, just generally speaking, is it's not. It doesn't. Of course, there's no perfect system. But if you think all these politicians, whether in America or Nigeria, really, most of them don't really care. They're all backed by big business or their own interests.
Honestly, I cannot agree better than this. Like, I completely agree with Femi. And honestly, I was talking to, I don't know if it was AY or someone I was talking to privately outside of this platform, that at this point now, with where America is going, I think the only path forward is if the people of this country organize cohesively, coherently, and have an organized boycott of the entire economy. Because if there's an entire economy boycott of this country, kind of more organized than what you had with the Bernie Sanders movement. I've forgotten that movement that happened like 10 years ago. There was one movement that happened in New York. I can't remember, but we have like a better, more nationalistic, organized boycotts of the economy of this country. I think that would make the politicians.
Could that not be dangerous?
Why do you think
you want to boycott when you don't own the large companies, and when the large companies are looking for an excuse to fire people, and now you go and stop going to work? Is that
don't
not
you see Nigeria and America? Don't you even see Nigeria and America? You see how divided America has become as well. So
yeah, that's why they have to keep us divided. Exactly.
It's the same thing in Nigeria. Same thing in Africa.
What even terrifies me? What even terrifies me is what's going on right now. That was what I was talking about. Immigrants class and the settler colonial class. But also I was looking at it from even we, the oppressed class, we black people, we black immigrants and African Americans, because we have been the voice, let's say the voice of the voiceless, literally, when it comes to oppression and the economic injustice in this country. But if you see what the elites have done, and I will talk about how Tucker Carlson comes into this. I'll talk about how Tucker Carlson comes into this as well. They've played a role in dividing us. They've played a role in dividing the African Americans and the black immigrants. They want, because if we are united on a political level, that would be very dangerous for the political elites in this country, because they need to use the black narrative as a tool, as a weapon or a tool to continue to win votes. So if black people are united and you don't have like Candace Owens, you don't have people like, you don't have FBA, and black people are united and say, okay, we want to have our own political party as black people, or want to be aligned, let's say, with, or the Democrats have been compromised, but let's say they're not aligned with Democrats. And this is what we need to be done for us black people, like the Jews do when they want to align with any of these political parties, like the Jews do, where they say these are our interests, these are the things we need you to do for us. And if you do not do these things for us, we will not vote for you. If black people can unite and always make a case, like for instance, we're talking about slavery and repatriation, right? Like repatriation. If black people can unite and say that, okay, for us to vote for, let's say, for instance, maybe it is this Democrat, maybe Kamala Harris, we need reparation not just for we African Americans, but for African people, countries that were victims of the slave trade. For instance, I'm just as an example. It doesn't have to be reparations. But let's say we're united on confronting the economic system of this country. It will be a threat. In as much as we're a minority, it will still be a threat. Because what that means is that definitely other groups, some elements of other groups will align with us. What does that mean? That means that we'll have a base. The American elite will never allow that to happen. That's why even with black people right now, there is division. There's a movement called the FBA movement. And that FBA movement is kind of like a pseudo, okay, this is how I'll frame it. I won't call it xenophobic, but it is more of a pseudo anti-immigrant hate of black people. It's a movement against African immigrants and Caribbean immigrants, literally. And it's more of a nationalistic movement for some, not all African, obviously not all African Americans, for some African Americans to believe they don't have anything to do with Africa. They do not have anything to do with African immigrants ancestrally. They do not have anything to do with Caribbean immigrants ancestrally. They are the ones that built this country with white people, and that they are as American as white people. That means...
Hold on, though. The foundational black Americans, their approach is, most of them actually know that they have African heritage. They just believe that they are also their own people, that what they call ethnogenesis has occurred when they moved to America. In other words, because of the blending of the different groups, including even Europeans, they created a new ethnic group that they needed to be identified as a specific group. You can argue that there's logic to that.
There's logic to that, but you know the problem. But you know the problem I have with that. There are two things. Yes, in as much as that looks like a valid explanation, right? Just like we have Nigerians, we have Ghanaians, well, we have all these nationalities. Because I feel like at the end of the day, this ethnogenesis is a product of colonialism. It's a product of product of colonialism. Just every of this colonial experience you get. But that's by the way. Let's even put that off the shelf. Why I have issues with that is if you look at their manifesto and their premise is around. I'm reiterating. It is around African immigrants and Caribbean. They can have their ethnogenesis and not have anything to do with focusing on African immigrants. But the way the movement is going is more of a spite on other groups that are related to them. So it's like
I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that point.
And in addition to that, Dr. Carlson officially has endorsed them. I think like you have to listen to Dr. Carlson literally said FBA, that he loves FBA, that he loves Tariq Nasheed.
Did he say why?
He said because their ancestors has been in this country for centuries.
It's because their government operative. That's why.
Because maybe he too believes that about.
Because this guy is anti-African, he's racist.
They're playing
he
into
hates
the
anything
trope.
African.
That's all it is.
Of course he. See, hold on.
25 years from now, 25 years from now, the CIA is going to declassify documents, and you're going to see all of these people was working in the psyop, just like it happened in the 70s, man. It's all a psyop, bro.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with your point, too. I don't disagree with the fact that
these people are they just take advantage of idiots. That's all they do. They take advantage of idiots that want to feel some type of belonging. But
to what end? See, hold on. See, if there is, hold on. Let me just say this: there is a marketplace to buy things. People are looking for certain things, and some people come out and say, "Oh, let me come and sell toys." Other people go and sell fish and all the rest. Everybody, to an extent, is playing their own game. The question is, who is listening? If the person listening to them, are they lying to them? Even if they are not, they themselves don't believe it. Like a pastor now that is fornicating and everything, but he's preaching the word of God. Is that word of God true? Does it matter whether the pastor believes or not? That is the question.
Well, that is why sometimes is their premise true?
Yeah, because you said they are performative and they are coming up with this stuff, even if they know it's not true. The question is whether people believe it. The premise.
The premise is the FBA premise is nonsense.
Oh no, FBA premise. Okay, to be fair, the premise is not. You see, that's the danger.
I'll make a point.
Everything is dangerous. You can't say people that want to, no, hold on. You can't say people that want to identify themselves separate from Africans. There's something wrong with that. I don't.
I mean, it's just scientifically inaccurate, though.
Well, forefathers, is that the entire premise?
They're not saying they are not African.
Wait a second. Well, a lot of them say they're not African. Is the entire premise the fact that they just want to separate themselves from Africans? Is that the entire premise, though? I don't think you're painting the full picture of what FBA really believes.
The premise is
I've spoken to a lot of them. I've spoken to even ADOS. What you tend to get is that some of them, even if they call it delineation, and when you check the definition of delineation, it's basically, it's not like being hostile to people. It's saying, this is my boundary, this is who I am. You are drawing your own line. And I think that term, because of the way they put about it. Yeah, look at that.
Go ahead, bro.
Delineation is drawing a line for you to separate
the line already exists when you already a national. Like it does, what they're doing, all they're doing.
African American is enough to be a delineation.
They're taking advantage of people that want to feel some sense of belonging. All FBA is white nationalism and blackface. Everything they do is to clear their
okay.
There's levels to it. There's levels to it, but that's
Adkin, be careful what you are doing, because what you are doing is the kind of stuff that make the genuine ones get crossed.
No.
They are right. Hold on, let me make this point. It's fair to say if people arrived there 400 years ago, they mix with some of them have mixed. Some of them have at least 30% European DNA in them. Some of them have 20. Some of them have less. They've been there for 400 years, and they say, you know what? These Africans that are arriving right now, they are not exactly the same with us. What is wrong with saying that? Because even in Nigeria, Igbo, you say they are not the same with the other one. They all say they don't even know whom they are. How can they not say, okay, we are different because we are here together, we blended with each other, that we are slightly different from these guys? What's wrong with that?
But that's not what it entails, though. It's xenophobic because of some fictitious reparations claim that's not even realistic. Like these people, and when you actually see how they operate, it's nothing functional or productive. It's just to come on and do childish bashing. But that's what they
like
do.
Afrophobic.
The powers that be know that that's what's going to happen.
That's the word. Thank you so much. That's what
Afrophobic. It's not all
that means that identity is skewed, because you know why it's skewed.
Well, here's the thing, though, right? I think I can't see your name, but I agree with you. The thing about it is one thing to say we were brought here 400 years ago, so we've kind of developed our own culture, we've become our own ethnicity. I get that. Nobody's arguing with that, right? But it's another thing to say we've become this And now we are going to turn not on the people that have oppressed us for this long, not at the people that put us under segregation and apartheid, but under fellow Africans, right, who've come to this country for economic opportunity. Even if sometimes they say these fellow Africans don't support our struggle or respect us. I get that argument, right? And I don't agree with it, right? I get the argument to say, hey, yeah, some Africans, especially Nigerians, they go to US and they start saying some highly inflammatory things against African Americans. I understand that. But to call people that are not, descendants of Africans that were enslaved, to call them tethers, to have derogatory comments being made about them consistently, it goes beyond trying to carve out your own identity. It goes into something else. It goes into a form of prejudice directed at people who are just struggling like you. You both have the same oppressor within that space, right? And what they're doing is they're finding out ways to separate people. I'll give you an example. So you see them say things like, you see someone like maybe the comedian Godfrey. They'll say stuff, Godfrey was born and raised in Chicago. Yeah, he acknowledges he's Igbo, but he was born and raised in Chicago, right? They'll say stuff like, oh, he's not FBA. What the hell does that mean? Like, if you listen to Godfrey, he champions everything African-American, history, culture, everything. But they'll discriminate against somebody like that. Now, if you look at the people that are well respected in African-American society, whether it's people such as the Honorable Minister Farrakhan or some other people, they don't subscribe to this nonsense. This stuff was started by a fringe group of people who decided, and if you notice when they started, it started around the time where they were advocating for reparations. And they was trying to say the reparations should only be paid to FBAs. So essentially, if your grandparents or your parents came from the Caribbean or from Africa, and you're second, third generation American, you should not be putting in for reparations. That's where it really started. And then they took it downhill from there. And it got worse and worse to the point now where it's become some kind of South African-like.
Exactly.
Against,
that's my concern.
Against people who look just like them, have the same struggles, whether it's in the continent or in America. We have the same struggle, the same neoliberal imperialist entities that we're dealing with, right? So no. What you're doing is you're trying to give them a pass. You're trying to give them a pass.
No, I'm not.
Wait a second. Let me land the plane. And I think by trying to give them that pass, you're watering down exactly what they truly believe, right? And that's the messed up thing. Listen, I spent over 20 years in the States, right? Everything. So I know tons of African Americans. And the thing about it is, these people are a very fringe minority. Like, they don't even represent the majority of people in the States that are Black, right? And they're taking out their frustration on people that look like them. Now, on the Nigerian side, or even some of the Africans that I know, you hear them say some of the coolest things ever. They go to the States, they don't want to respect the struggle, the culture, the history of people who fought to create an environment so people that are Africans can even come there in the first place. The Africans go there and they say, oh, these people are this, these people are that. They say all kinds of derogatory things against African Americans. But on the flip side, they're ready to kneel and bow down before white massa so they could get whatever crumbs falls from his table. This is the fundamental problem with us. I'm talking about us as in Africans. And you see the same thing that happens in Nigeria, right? I saw an interview the other day, 2 days ago, with Amechi on Arise with Charles Aniagolu. And he was talking about his successes in Rivers State. And to Nigeria, do you know what he said? He said, oh, yeah, one of my successes is I wanted to implement IT learning and within Rivers State. So I brought in some Indians. And I gave them jobs to teach Rivers people how to learn about IT. And then Charles said, wait a second, you gave jobs to Indians? And then he now corrected himself and said, oh, yeah, no, I mean, I gave them to Indians, but Nigerians were still involved. I knew exactly what he was talking about. That's that same mentality that Tinubu has, given the biggest contracts in Nigeria to a Lebanese guy who, by the way, has brought his entire village from Lebanon to Lagos and has employed every single one of them with our money, right? These guys, that's the mentality that a lot of these people in Nigeria have. And then they take that mentality into the United States, and they're dealing with people that are descendants of people that had to fight and struggle just to get a semblance of respect in American society. So you have to understand, these FBA guys, they just took it to another level, where it wasn't just about the disrespect, it became bigotry in a way. And Tucker Carlson saying he likes them is because Tucker Carlson's entire ideology, his whole mantra is about, immigrants invading United States. That's his mantra, right? So when he says he likes Tariq Nasheed, he's saying he likes him because this guy is also going against immigrants that have come into the country. That's the fundamental belief.
Exactly.
Yeah, but why do you have a problem with that? You want him to be welcoming immigrants. See, you have to understand from their own point of view. Like if somebody says
I'm not. I refuse to understand. I refuse to understand. Do you know why I refuse to understand? I refuse to understand. I refuse to understand because guess what? When Sister Rose,
I'll mute you. You're gonna force me to mute you now. You can't just talk and talk over me like it's not nice. See, the truth is that if you are arguing that they are discriminating against Africans, fine. They are discriminating against other black people, fine. The problem is that they are able to occupy a space that the so-called people that are supposed to do better did not create. Nobody bothered to say, you know what, let's create a black American identity first. They went and occupied it. Why didn't you do that? Why did you have to wait for FBA to define that for you? Because you have to remember that black and Nigerians are coming in, all kinds of people are coming to the country now, and they will not want to say, they are all the same. Because the other groups of Americans, they have classed themselves as the same. But we Africans that are coming, we are not the same as them because we'll say, we are Nigerians, we are Cameroonians, we are this, we are that. So, and that confuses things a little bit. Hence, we didn't.
We are the same.
You know
we are the same.
They are called African Americans.
Even in South Africa, where you have the colors, most black Americans will be qualified as being colored in South Africa.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Nanja. I'm coming, Jide. Let me ask him a question. I assume you're Pan-African, right, to Nanja?
Yes.
Okay. So how can you say we're not the same? If you're truly Pan-African, right? And one of the things I agree with Dr. Umar about when he talks about African Americans, he doesn't call them African Americans. He calls them American Africans, right? And I agree with that because we are fundamentally the same. If you've spent time with African Americans, if you've gone to African American cookouts, if you've dated their women, there is nothing different. The only difference is they just have an accent and they've been in that space longer. They're just the same as the Nigerian people.
Just to reinforce what Anison said, right, about similarity. Do you know that the first person to actually, this is going to be mind-blowing to everybody on this panel and everyone listening. The first documented person, I watched a documentary 2 weeks ago. The first documented person to ever make a case for reparation for African people in the United States was a Nigerian Yoruba enslaved woman. A Nigerian woman. She was enslaved to the United States in Alabama. She survived slavery. She survived segregation. She was in the 80s. I can't remember where she went. She went to the justice system of Alabama. I can't remember. But when she went there, she made a case about her identity, that she's from Africa. She was enslaved. Because at that time they just freed slaves at that time. She showed a tribal mark that she's Nigerian, she's African, right? She showed everything about the whippings and everything. and she was rejected. And I can send that link for everyone to watch. I'm not making this up. I watched it 2 weeks ago. It's a documentary about the latest documented, because it's very important.
Did you know that our independence struggle was birthed by the African Americans that indoctrinated the likes of Zeke and Nkrumah?
Nkrumah, yes.
See, this is the thing, and because most of us in Africa don't know our history, they purposely created a system for us where we're going down this hole of ignorance, and then that ignorance is being perpetrated in the world we see today. That's why we can have leaders like Tinubu, because our people don't have the knowledge or idea of where certain things came from. And because of that, there becomes this wedge driven between us, and we don't unite, right? If most Nigerians understood that during Nnamdi Azikiwe's time in the US, he got indoctrinated into the whole civil rights movement. During Nkrumah's time in the US, same thing happened. And then they went back to their countries and started pushing for independence, because they were able to learn at that point in a different society that what was happening in West Africa was not okay. So when you look at those things, you have to understand, and you start to realize that we are all one in this. All of us are one. As a matter of fact, I'll make the argument. I'll make the argument that let me just finish. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Let me add to what you are saying. So what you are saying is accurate to say that we are all one based on the context you are speaking of it. Like what you are saying is correct, and what I'm saying is correct, because I didn't realize the context you are speaking of. Like when you look at Pan-Africanism, yes, and some FBA might even consider themselves Pan-Africanists themselves. It's not just because being FBA doesn't make you anti Pan-African ideology. So the idea is that, okay, as a race and as a group of people facing similar challenges, we are the same. Yes. But as an ethnic or tribal,
but what about ancestrally? I think ancestrally,
we have shared ancestry.
We have shared ancestry.
But as tribal groupings, they have formed a new kind of ethnicity that has lasted 400 years. And they are not one single tribe of the African continent. There are multiple tribes combined within that continent, and including Europeans on top of it. So one has to recognize that fact of the situation, and they should have, the people in charge should have created an identity. I guess they didn't have a need to, because they just called themselves Black Americans, because there were very, very few Africans.
But that was why Jackson gave them African Americans.
They just don't like the label. It already exists.
Yeah,
there's no need to do all this. But
but Nigerians are also calling themselves Black Americans too, because technically they are Black Americans. If you see white Americans,
Nigerian Americans are different from African Americans.
Italians are
that's what I'm saying. You're listening to the propaganda that come online and say no Nigerian here is calling themselves African American. They don't say
African American, but they say Black American.
They don't say that either. They might say they Black. They identify as Nigerian.
Right. Forefathers, I still applied for jobs on Friday. And anybody that lives in America, again, I don't know how it is in UK. There's always towards the end,
Black or African American, right?
They'll ask you, are you black? In fact, sometimes some of the jobs they'll actually filter it down to the point where they would actually specifically ask, are you Black, African, whatever? Like if they could actually do, I think we're gonna get to a point where they will ask you, are you Black and African? Are you African American? I think we're gonna get to that point.
So what do they do about white in those forms?
They're just white.
White is just white. Yeah, white. That's it. And then sometimes, in some cases, in fact, in the law cases,
you see why that is a problem. They are separating them, but they don't separate themselves.
No, they don't separate. The thing is Black/African just for the colloquial, but everybody that's Black is going to put the Black. It's not a different category that they put in. But the Arabs that's over here, they're trying to create their own category so they don't have to click on white. That's MENA, Middle Eastern, North African.
And then I can,
and here's the thing: you don't have to answer that. question, by the way. You know, you have the option of not answering it. So,
Yeah,
you know,
you can say
I
other.
went other. Yeah, I just click on that. I don't even answer it. But the thing is, you know, to Nigeria, the thing is this, right? When you look at it, even when you look at it from a geopolitical standpoint, right? The people, the advocates for the civil rights movement in America, what was the attack that the CIA and the US government used against them? What did they call them? Right? They called them communists, right? And they called them communists because they wanted to disparage them. Because at that time, there was a huge anti-communist movement. So they wanted to disparage them. And that way the state could use the full force of the intelligence agency to go after them. So they call Malcolm X a communist. They call Martin Luther King a communist, right? And the same thing was done to the likes of Nkrumah, to the likes of anyone, Lumumba, all of them. Yeah. So once you start at the time, once you started advocating for Pan-African ideology and movement, whether on the continent or in the States, Malcolm X was a full Pan-African. He said it clearly. He didn't dispute it at all. Once you started advocating, or in the Caribbean, once you start advocating for those things, they immediately called you a communist, right? You fast forward to today, right? If you even bring up the notion that you want to create a society in Nigeria, like we have elections coming up, anyone that comes out that says you want to create a society where the fundamentals of a society, education, healthcare, those fundamentals will be taken care of by the state, you immediately get labeled as an enemy to capitalism. And in the current Nigerian space, if you're labeled as an enemy to capitalism, you're a threat, and they will do everything in the world to try to prevent you from gaining power. This is true. There was an interview when Atiku was interviewing for, this was at the time when he was running against Buhari, and they brought it up. And Atiku laughed, and he said, "Oh, are you a communist?" So you see that these people have this fundamental mentality, I call it brainwashing by the neoliberal institutions, where they convinced our leaders that they must act in under the same framework created by these Western institutions to run our countries. I'll give you a perfect example. Someone was talking about the German economist that interviewed with Tucker Carlson recently. He said it. He talked about the IMF and World Bank. And he said, listen, their fundamental mission is to guarantee that the economies of those African nations never rise above, that those countries must always be a backwater nation to supply raw materials to the industrialized nations. And so for us, and this is the same thing African Americans are going through, by the way, just in a different dynamic. But for us to really realize what we're up against and be able to break free from those shackles, we have to change our entire mindset. In my opinion, unless we embrace a Pan-African ideology, we're finished. We can't stand a chance. That's my opinion, though. Right? That's just what I believe.
But Izo, what do you say to people that keep telling us here that the West, we keep blaming the West without looking at ourselves, as if we do not recognize the fact that we ourselves are also part of the problem, definitely, because people just think that we make these excuses without realizing that it's actually there. There's a hidden end. Yes, we have a major part to play, but when people just dismiss it, it kind of makes me want to give up even more.
Well, let me say this, right? If you look at the historical context of it, right? Have you ever heard of the term indirect rule?
Yes, that was implemented during colonial rule, right?
It was implemented during colonialism by Lord Lugard. Lord Lugard had implemented it so well in India, he brought it to Nigeria and implemented indirect rule. Do you ever remember the protests by the Igbo women against their warrant chiefs in Southeast during the colonial time? That happened because these warrant chiefs were imposing harsher taxes on those women, and so they were protesting. Warrant chiefs are essentially handpicked and placed leaders in societies across Africa, which were being controlled by the colonial entities. Now, the playbook of indirect rule never got squashed. Once that playbook was implemented, they realized it worked so well. I mean, leaders like Jaja Vopobo and so many other leaders were deposed and they put their own puppet in. This is back in colonial times. And they continued with that same practice till today. So when you look at it from that standpoint, right? Yes, we can say Tinubu is a problem. I'll agree with you 100%. I think the man should have never, he didn't even win that election, so let me not even go there. But let's just agree that he's a problem. But who does? Tinubu is an employee. Tinubu works for someone. That's the thing that we don't realize. And for us in Nigeria, we look at Tinubu and say, oh yeah, he's a problem, he's corrupt, he's all these things. Yes, he is. But Tinubu, if you notice, who does he not mess with? He doesn't mess with IMF. He doesn't mess with World Bank. He doesn't mess with any Western country. They ask for stuff and he makes sure they get it. Those are his employers. That's who he works for. So for us, yes, a lot of our guys are flawed. A lot of our leaders are flawed, and they're part of the problem. But they're just foot soldiers. They're essentially present-day warrant chiefs. They work for a different entity, and that entity controls our societies through them. Why, according to the white guy, why would we deal with these savages when we could just have one of them do it for us? So that's their whole mantra.
The thing is, like, welcome, Ify. Thank you for joining us. If you want to say something, you are free to say something, but you're also free to remain silent. And all things you said can be used against you on this panel. On this panel can be used against you.
Forefathers, leave me alone. Don't start with me. Femi, you still here? Is it not, what time? Is it not 4 a.m. in your country?
We're in the same place, so you're even 1 hour ahead. You should be asleep right by now.
Femi, I'll give you. Sorry, madam. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, sorry. Are you not in London, Femi?
Mike, no, go for bit. Leave for the London.
Oh, okay.
Femi, I'll give you 2 books from 2 different authors, right? Vijay Prashad, a book called Washington Bullets, right? And then there's a guy named Matt Kennard. He was a former Guardian investigative journalist. He wrote a book about imperialism. You should go read those books. And they document a lot of these, what I'm talking about, through South America and Africa. And it's powerful because once you get into those things, you immediately realize that the way our world works, when you look at the Kenyan president, when you look at the Cote d'Ivoire president,
Is it the racket? Matt Kennard, is it the racket?
The racket, yeah, Mark Kennard, the racket.
I've not read that book, man.
Yeah. When you look at the way these governments operate, it becomes clear what's going on. And then when you look at what's happening in the Sahel, it becomes clear that in itself is a revolution. And that's why those guys are not going to see peace for the next 10 to 15 years.
You said
right?
D-Day Passage, right? Passage.
Yeah, Passage. It's called Washington Bullets.
Okay.
Can I respond to something you said about these warrant chiefs and how, and it does make perfect sense given how our leaders behave. But the area that I find, because I'm often trying to explore ways to get out of this trap, because the Indians also had warrant chiefs, like you said, Lord Dugard implemented it in India. So the problem, is it the warrant chiefs that is the problem, or the fact that we as a people inherently lack ambition for our own people? Because there's something about, because India had the same experience. They are a spacefaring race now. They're nuclear power. They're building submarines. They do anything. But we can't even build our own refineries properly without getting foreigners to come and help us to do it. So there's something inherently within us. That's why some people argue that.
Well,
it's a different dynamic.
Exactly. And yeah, no, go ahead, bro.
Are you good? That's all I had. It's a different dynamic from a resource standpoint. They want Africa to be an extraction economy for perpetually, so they keep their standard of living. India. They don't rely on India's resources to the same degree.
Exactly.
That's why it's not the same onslaught.
And then I thought that she just had what I was thinking when I was listening to that interview with Tucker Carlson is the fact that where's practically half of the resources of the world, where does it reside? Africa.
Of course.
No, that's not fair. That's not true. Come on, let's not do that.
Wait. What did they call it?
Tunisia practically
No,
half of
that's
the resources of the world. Okay,
Wait,
you can't say that. America is extremely rich with natural resources. Russia is extremely rich.
That's not as true as Africa. I'm taking Africa as a whole. 50%
Yes.
of resources.
Yeah, we're talking about a
documented.
Why is it that America does more oil than the entire African continent? America has more oil.
You'll be surprised. Okay, at least I live in Texas, and I was right by the rigs. What you consider the oil? Africa's oil is not as good, not as fantastic as even the oil that comes from the Asia and what have you. As a matter of fact, if you're not aware, part of the reason why we have high gas prices right now, and I did not know this until I was about to leave for a place called Odessa and West Texas, is the fact that a lot of the refineries here cannot refine the kind of oil that's coming out of the ground here. In fact, it costs even more to take out the crude. I don't know if you're aware of these things.
The Brent crude of Nigeria is considered the best quality, isn't it?
I'm just trying to let you know.
Yeah.
Do not. And then when you even go as far as this issue of what do you call these minerals now? These minerals that become so precious
coltan and
for the rest of
cobalt,
the world.
Rare earth minerals.
Where do you find most of it? If not in Africa.
Yeah,
Congo holds it, and so does Australia have some. Yes,
so I'm just looking for why there's
the most in the world.
And you see why everybody is scrabbling for Africa now all over again. The scrabble.
Rare earth is dominated by China. Rare earth is dominated by China.
And
the mining of it. No, go check it out. The mining is dominated by China.
It's also mined in China too. They do mine some in Africa. Most of it is in Africa.
But here's the thing, though. To answer your question tonight, you were saying something inherently wrong with us, and that's why I asked you the question earlier about you being a Pan-African. Because if you are a Pan-African, why would you even think there's something inherently wrong with us? There is nothing wrong.
Let me rephrase it. Something is inherently wrong with that we are not addressing within our system. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Well,
that's what I meant.
You can't address the present, right, without taking a look at the foundation and everything that has happened since then, right? So if you look at the Nigerian case, like comparing us to India, remember when India got nuclear weapons? They didn't get nuclear weapons recently. They've had nukes for over 40 years, right? India's history is entirely different from ours. Totally different.
How is it different? They got independence almost similar periods, barely a decade apart, and they were colonized just like us.
Yes, and then what happened to India after when they got independence, and what happened to us?
They split their country. They actually went through more traumatic experience than we did. There was a period they were living from. Hold on, now there was a period they were living from sheep.
We had a civil war. Did they have a civil war in India?
Yeah, they didn't have a civil. Yeah, we had a civil war in about a quarter of the country. The rest of the country didn't experience.
No. You can't say we had a civil war in a quarter of the country. It affects the entire nation.
Yeah, okay,
how can you have a civil war in Southeast and then it doesn't affect the entire country? Of course, it affected the entire country.
But millions of people died in India too due to the famine and all the stuff that happened. Millions died.
So let's break it down, right?
Because of the separation.
1967 to 1970, we had a civil war. How many military coups did we have in Nigeria?
A lot.
Okay, how many did India have?
A lot less.
They did. No, but you see the point I'm making is that when you look at it from that perspective.
Oh, right, you're confirming my point, though.
No, I'm not confirming your point. I'm helping you understand the reason why our history
came out different.
No, India didn't have the military. They didn't have the civil war. They didn't have the military coups that we had. We at one point were having military coups almost. Wait a second. We at one point were having military coups almost every 2 years. If you think about it. We had high political instability from the period of independence up until today. It was since Obasanjo came in, we've kind of had this democratic, if you want to call it that, system, right? But before that, what did we deal with? Military coup after military coup.
Governance doesn't correlate with development.
But political instability drives underdevelopment. That is the point I'm making. And you have to understand that. And why did we have
it doesn't, the reverse doesn't necessarily lead to development.
And to my brother's point, the question he was asking about us being the problem. Why did we have political instability? Why did we continue to have military coups? Because our land, right, was a proxy war for the Cold War. So we continue to have coups being funded by the West and by the Soviet Union on the soil of Nigeria. And so you would have the likes of Buhari come in with war against indiscipline, and barely a year later or 2 years later, Babangida came in, overthrew him. Barely how many years later, he gave over so-called democracy. Abiola loses, Abacha comes in. Wait.
You are telling us what we already know. Why are we not resilient to prevent it?
Why didn't Brazil and all those other countries that have military coups, why didn't they prevent it? Because they didn't have the resources to be able to stand up against the world powers that were having proxy wars on their soil.
Exactly.
You have to understand these things. No. You have to understand. Okay, let me ask you this. The way the United States was and the way the Soviet Union was, when they come into a country like Nigeria and they fund a section of your military to overthrow the government, who in that country is going to stop that from happening?
Not very few that can be able to stop.
Yeah, nobody can. That's the point I'm making. Is that you have to understand. And to the point I was making to my brother earlier is that you have to understand, right? When you really look at our history, and you really look at what we've been through, you start to really understand that we've been puppets in a larger game for the most part since our independence, and because our people have just been subjects in this game, we really haven't gotten a chance to develop. And your point is, okay, how come we're not presenting scientists and everything? Scientists and all these other people get developed from societies that educate their populace. If we have a society where most of our people are not getting educated, but they're highly talented and they feel the need to have to leave the country to gain opportunities. You understand what I'm saying? Then you have a situation.
You are placing the cart before the horse. Somebody needs to do the hard work of putting the nation in a state of mind and sovereignty to be able to do all these things that you talk about, education and investing in the people. Like like you said, the Indians had nuclear weapons. Why do you think they got it? The Chinese did the same thing. Why we were there? We were not living in space during that time. What were we doing? Catching crews, having Bedu parties and all the rest. What did we do with all that? No, what did we do with it? Tell us. We even had more money than India at one point where we were selling crude oil. We didn't know what to do with it.
If you give me a chance, I'll tell you. If you give me a chance, I'll tell you. So, yeah, I just explained to you in chronological detail how we had military coup after military coup after military coup. If you remember, most people will tell you that University of Ibadan teaching hospital at the time was hosting the Saudi Royal Crown Prince or King used to come there for treatment. So we had a certain level of development. But when you have a country that has political instability by the gun over and over and over again, how is that country going to develop? It can't.
How did the others prevent it?
And then
you are describing things we already know. How did the others prevent it?
Which others? Like which countries?
The others that didn't have so many coups.
Which ones?
Like India didn't have so many coups. How did they
India
prevent
is a different case. India didn't have the same level of oil and natural gas that we have. When you have a resource in your country that's of interest to these entities, right? That's why they will never leave you alone. If I can bet you this, right? If India had the same natural resources we had, India would have immediately had military coups after military coups. Why is there? Well, let me ask you this: why is there constant war in the Middle East? It's because of the petrodollar. It's not a secret. Everybody knows this. Why did they feel? Wait. Why did they feel the need to invade Libya? If Libya was just like any backwater country with no resources, they would have left Gaddafi alone.
You are confounding some things. See, like the military coup hypothesis that you just put forward. In the Middle East, they have a lot of oil too. They didn't have that many military coups.
Which country?
Why? In the Middle East. In the Middle East.
That's because they installed monarchs who were their puppets. If you know anything about the Middle East, right?
Yep.
Especially when this Iran war started, the one thing that everyone was saying was they were hoping that they would throw out those monarchs. They installed those monarchs in those countries.
Now, would you argue that the monarchs? Hold on. Let me ask you now. They have oil, they have monarchs, and they had this thing. They are puppets of the West. Would you argue that they have a better deal with America than we do?
What do you mean a better deal? In what sense?
Given their living standard, given their security, given the low level of crime and all the rest, would you argue that they have a better deal with the West than we do?
It depends on what you're saying. A better deal in what sense? A better deal because they're able to provide for their people.
You say they are puppets.
Yes,
if they are such
puppets.
puppets,
Yes.
why is the West not maltreating them? Why is
you asked? Wait. Let's backtrack for 1 second here. You asked the question about why they didn't have military coups in the Middle East. I explained to you they didn't have military coups because they installed monarchs in those places. Once they installed those monarchs became their strongmen, which essentially guaranteed that there was no political instability, right? You're saying that they have a better standard of living than we do because they had their monarchs installed. Is your argument now that we should have found a way for the US or whomever, or the Brits, to install some kind of monarch, maybe the Sultan of Sokoto, to rule all over Nigeria? Therefore, we would have received the same benefit. Is that your argument?
No, my argument is that our own situation, there's something within us that we didn't do to give ourselves advantage so that whatever relationship we have with anybody, whether it's the West or China, whatever, is going to benefit us. Because how is it that no matter where you go in the world, this same America will call devil will have deal with other nations. The nations will be doing well. But for us, it's not working for us. Why is it that anybody that works with us, you go to all parts of Africa, even the Central African Republic that is working with Russia right now, is one of the poorest countries in the world.
What about Botswana? What about Botswana and Namibia?
Botswana is a freak case, and it's not even like high earning like any.
You just said all of us, right? So if if for some reason
Botswana is the size of BGC or Lekki.
What about Rwanda? So your point doesn't hold water. There isn't something inherently wrong with us. There's another reason for why it's happening.
Lekki has higher GDP per capita than Botswana now.
Does it?
Go to Lekki
I don't know the numbers. I would have to look at it. I don't know the numbers.
No, you're speaking badly.
No, the reason why I'm saying that is because you have to see the pattern that India, just like us, they went through hell too and everything. They came out the other side and they did well. Saudi Arabia and all those countries in the Middle East that are supposed to be puppets of the West, look at how spotless your country is. Spartan, they are building everything is looking pristine.
Wait.
But look at us. Look at us.
But
wait, let me try and come in for a minute. I've been listening, and I thought I could stay offline today and just listen. But it seems like, these are quite crucial discussions. And we have to be accurate. We have to get things right. Most especially our point of view, in order to not argue, but to see if we can come to some semblance of an understanding, an agreement even, that helps us drive ourselves forward. Now, the fact is, in all of our research for why we are where we are as Nigerians, as Africans, as Black people around the world, it actually begins with blaming white people. And so it should, because the understanding that they are at the head, or is it the foot of our problems, has to be established in all of our minds. And that establishment of understanding that we were tripped over and sorely tripped over, and we haven't fully erected ourselves as men and women of the planet. We are still seen as underlings. We are still suffering what they set up. There's nothing I can do about racism. It's the people that created racism that will do something about it in actual fact. But having established that and having understood that, We can't stay there. You can't stay in that thought because it's not progressive. It won't get you anywhere. But I think I don't know if it was Shola or Wale who spoke about our 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 enemies in the type of how do you put it, traitors. Now, as a black family, we have had traitors at every level, within the family, within the organization, within the drive to move forward as quickly as possible. We've had traitors all along the way. Even as our own government, we've had traitors. We've chosen the wrong leaders many a time. Many a times, the leaders that we've chosen or allowed to go forward, they are actually the leaders we deserve because everybody's to blame. One of my first understandings of where you put blame is on the family. Whilst family and African family is the most beautiful thing, there, I'm afraid, is where we learn all of our bad habits and come into the society with those bad habits that we've learned from home. A lot of us don't seem to understand this or believe it. You know, we can see on this program that we have every so often we misbehave in such a typical fashion, and we will be trying to separate ourselves from what it is to be a Nigerian, and we're acting out as Nigerian as we possibly could all the time. So there are all these things that we need to accept. And then in accepting them, what do we do about the issue? My understanding is if we who are on this platform right now don't do our part about the issues, the problems we find ourselves in, and be accurate and honest about them, we're not going anywhere, is the fact. But the greater thing is to understand, because we are in the diaspora, how is the rest of the world moving in compared to Nigeria? And what does that mean if the world gets there way before Nigeria does? What does that mean for Nigeria? We should be able to answer those questions. And that should put us in the same gear and speed as how we need to be moving forward. The rest is tittle tattle. And it doesn't go anywhere. All it shows is, oh, I know this part of the history. I know this part of the politics. I know this part of, get away. That's not going to bring us where we need to be. We are a country that is heavily endowed with positivity, with prospects, with opportunities, and we don't really make it there. Our good man, forefather, would always speak about security, and he's right about speaking about security. But you have no security without an economy. And at a country like Nigeria, when I see the prowess that we stand above, and we are not really making use of it. And it starts with us as a people, a body of people who are skilled, a body of people who are intelligent. And we are hardly making any use of that kind of soft power that we have. And yet, without trying, the world knows about Nigeria. The world knows about us. And they've known about us for a long time. And we keep performing for them. We're not able somehow to perform for ourselves. And these are the questions that need answering. I'll land it there.
Hey, Jago, I have a question for you. Knowing what we know, and thankfully you started with the fact that again, to my own point, in as much as the starting point for me, and even right now, is the fact that the unseen hands still operating even as we speak right now. Yep. How do we, in the circumstance, how do we take things into our own hands, knowing that it's going to be a fight? It's not going to go away without a fight. How do we do that? Especially when you consider the fact that there's also division amongst us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can only again answer that in my way. I've reached a position, a point of view whereby when I look at where we are today as Nigerians, 2027, as you have said on this program, and as I have underlined, that the people of Nigeria need to be the ones to take the power back now. We cannot wait for politicians to organize themselves to repeat the rubbish that they've been doing for us for the past, what is it now, 10 to 14 years it will be by the time Tinubu finishes his first term. Now, to me, there is no way that anybody is going to take Tinubu's position come 2027, and we're going to be deeper in problem by the time Tinubu finishes 8 years, deeper, to the point we will be primed and packaged for a second enslavement, a second count of colonialism. They're ready, and it won't be the same. Well, it will be worse, all I'm saying, than the first colonialism. If you look at the world today and you see what's going on in a country like Iran, in countries like Venezuela, where they can take out the head of that country without any law backing them, and the world would watch, and most of us would agree that this is a good move to happen for Venezuela, that their whole prime minister president will be taken out. It is a great move to bomb to hell the Iranian government. Well, no matter what we think about these countries or these regimes that run these countries, is patently wrong to do what they have done. Now, I don't know why anybody will think they can't do that in Nigeria if they wish. Nigeria has the quality of oil that, as everyone was speaking about earlier, that can refine with any heavy crude. That's why Nigeria was so important with the crude that we had. Our crude was such a quality that if you put it with the heavy crudes of the Americas, it would ease in the refining process. It will make the refining process that much better. So, you know, even in the oil, we seem not to have known what we had. Libya had a similar oil as Nigeria's oil, and that is light and sweet, as they call it. And that oil was never sold on a discount. It was always sold at a premium, which means that in order to pay your intermediaries, you would have to put price upon the price because they weren't giving discounts. If the price of oil was $50, they're selling the oil for $52. Whereas in Nigeria, the price of oil is $50. We're selling that oil at $40 plus $5 for intermediaries, which is well under the price. We're selling at discount. The best crude in the world, you're joking. So, you know, there are things that Nigeria hasn't done correctly. And I say that in the new year, going to the polls is a waste of time. But that is a revolution in place, which is saying that we're not going to vote any of you bastards in. In fact, we don't believe that any of you people should ever come to the table and ask for our votes again in life. And we are going to charge that to court and let the court direct us. Given that we have problems with the court, part of what I'm thinking is that there's no way we as a people will be able to establish this without the military in Nigeria joining and backing the people. We would need them to do that. So it's going to be something quite clever and intelligent that we need to put forward. It can't be a stupid thing or a thing made of rhetoric and things that don't really land in the world. You see, I keep saying that Nigeria stands the opportunity to show the world how different people, different ethnicities live together in peace. And if Nigeria is able to achieve that, Nigeria owns its space at the top table. It would own it. It would. The people of the world would have to respect Nigeria. You think that the people of the world and what's going on in Iran now isn't doing a major job of PR for Iran globally? The first people they happened to was their own people who wanted the Iranians who wanted America to go and bomb Iran. As soon as they saw what was happening and the way it was happening, they didn't like it. They quickly hurried back home to back the Iranian regime that is doing awfully things for them, as far as they're concerned, many of them. So, I don't know what it is that we're paying attention to, or what it is that we're actually looking at in ridding ourselves of our personal problem. Therefore, that's what I believe should happen next year. Let me tell you the vision. The vision is quite serious. And if we're able to arrive at that space, we become all of a sudden a serious player. The vision is, for me, that West Africa and the Francophone countries come under one economic and political banner. We trade in a currency that's the same across this region. And if you look at that I would include Chad and Central African Republic all the way down into Congo, Central African Republic of the Congo. Yes, not the DRC, CRC, the car. And in this effect, you have a geographical body that can be controlled largely. I don't want to necessarily say Nigeria, but Nigeria with the much larger economic base than any other West African country should be leading it. But the countries who have already begun are the IES countries. These countries have already begun the revolution. If Nigeria joins them, that whole thing becomes more powerful, because overnight the rest of Africa will join. And we will now start plotting our balance as how it is that we get our economy to such an extent that we know collectively we have to protect this. If we have that, we sit upon the world table. No one will be able to fuck with us. Nobody. But when we speak about these things, I don't believe that we think and then we know how to itemize what it is that we actually have in reality. Where do we start from, and where is it that we are actually going? All our presidents, all our governments, all our politicians, they don't tell us anything about the grand idea that they have. They don't tell us anything about what they're going to do with the level of education that has dropped since we got the independence, since before we got the independence. Our education is not comparable to any of the years going backwards, which is awful. We should be better, not worse, but we are worse. We don't even speak English the way Nigerian English today is much worse than the English my father's generation spoke. Yet you can't compare your Yoruba, your Hausa, your Igbo to my great grandfather's level. You can't compare it.
Can I ask you a question though? I'm driving at something here, so let me just open that I have my own agenda on this, or at least I have the direction of travel. So can you have good education in a society that doesn't have good rule of law?
It depends what you mean by good rule of law. I think I know what you're talking about, and I believe that you still can, if that education is still seen as the foundation of your nation. You see, we were lucky, fortunate, one that we have people, students who have.
How? If you don't have good laws, who says that people cannot cheat and do whatever they like cheat to go and write the exam, or not even sure about the exam, just bribe?
No,
And
you see. Well, I don't know. You see, when it comes to education,
we
all
do
these
in Nigeria.
wait, all these cheating level that we have, it's human. It's part of life. But I'm telling you, I know. I've got all my own papers. I've got my granddad's, my father's papers at university, and I've got papers from the 1800s from Nigerian students. First, he started off 1800s. You know, this isn't yesterday. We think that our education began yesterday. You're joking. If you're in England, all you have to do is look up any of the universities and then look for the first Nigerian at this present university, and their names and papers would come up, and you see what they wrote and how they wrote. You can't compare it to today. It's a disgrace. So we have a base that is educational right across the country. We who are Nigerians, we respect education regardless. We respect what it is, what it does, what it can do. We have that. Now with that, that's a big pull. That's a big pull in this day and age, that we now must be able to analyze life. And in analyzing you that's in Canada, you that's in America, us that is across Europe, we're supposed to analyze what has really gone wrong, especially with the black education in these parts of the world. And we'll be able to collate how it's so similar in the UK, Europe, America, Canada, South America. How we will find so many similarities.
Sorry, you were saying that when you came that we should be more productive about, progressive about things that are going to transform the society. Like when I asked you the question about if there's no rule of law, how can you expect good education? Because clearly in the reality of Nigeria today, there's hardly any good laws in place, or at least
Well, I think me and you have
you don't have
agreed.
good education.
Me and you have agreed that there are good laws in Nigeria. It's just that they're not implemented. They're not.
Yeah, but that's the point. That's the point of laws. That's the point.
They're not. All of what I'm saying is that because we know this, it is we, the people, who are taking power back. It is we who have to put all that back in place. We have to build that. It can't stay the way it is. It's just rubbish. As I said, I was in Nigeria about 10, 15 years ago, and I was collecting CVs from so-called graduates. And when I was reading these CVs, they were awful, man. They were awful.
Okay, let me ask you one other question then. Let me ask
if I could jump in real quick.
Else. Okay, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, Jagon has a point, right? We're the most populous country in Africa, right? So our greatest resource is our people. That's our greatest resource, because even as a matter of fact, when I was talking about the economists that talked about with Tucker Carlson, one of the main things he was talking about was that Germany did, that the Chinese also copied, was a form of economic development through the enhancement of its human population.
Indeed.
Because that's where the ideas come from. That's where the future entrepreneurs come from. That's where the doctors, the lawyers, everyone that you can think of that builds a society comes from. Whether that form of education is formal education as we know it, whether it's creating the next set of African engineers to take over the world, or whether it's technical training, one way or the other, you're developing and creating a highly skilled population that will take your country to the next level. And it can be done. It's not out of the realm of possibilities, especially for us at this point. It can be done. To your question about rule of law, exactly. To your question about rule of law, to Nigeria, let me ask you this. Will you consider a country that has a military dictatorship having a strong rule of law or not?
There's a question for you.
Depend on if the rule of law is being followed. Yes.
Okay, so
like in Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia doesn't have a military dictatorship. They have a monarch. But I said a military dictatorship, like Ibrahim Traore or the guy in Niger, right? So the reason why I asked that is because some Western experts will tell you, no, that country doesn't have a good rule of law because they don't have democracy, right? But the point I'm asking is that education of your populace and development of your people is political will. It's having leaders that care enough about its people to want to see them grow and develop and become skilled. The problem we're facing right now, to Jagon's point about looking at all those CVs, is that majority of our people are not trained, right? That's what we're facing. We're facing a situation right now. They're not trained. So, and because they're not trained, the access to jobs is minimal because you don't have as many entrepreneurs creating jobs. And because you don't have that, people are more desperate. And it favors our politicians because that way, when they run elections, they can give people bags of rice and sway their votes. In my opinion, just to talk about solutions, I think our greatest asset for a revolution comes from the diaspora, because we're obviously having these conversations for hours. I've been off and on listening to the program all day for hours, nonstop, because we care desperately. Most of the people you talk to in Nigeria, and I go to Nigeria every year. Most of the people you talk to in Nigeria, you start talking too much and they're like, beg, you don't come with this your American talk. They don't want to even hear it. As far as they're concerned, give me something to put food on my table.
Now.
That is now. In fact, if I even bring up an idea to Nigerians and I say, listen, let's work on something. The first year is not going to be profitable, but as we build in the next 2 or 3 years, we'll make more money than we can count. They say, bro, I know. This one you talk. I know.
I like the page that you're on now. I like the page that you're on now, my brother. You see, I want to assist you because I've been thinking about this for an awfully long time. And I tell you this, even those of us who are sat around now, you couldn't make any agreement with them in order to move on, in order to progress a lot of these ideas. You could not. I've tried 3 or 4 times. And people talk, but when it's time to come to the table and do the work, no one ain't turning up. A million excuses, which I understand. But at the end of the day, that's all they are, excuses not to move on, not to be progressive, not to do what needs to be done, and therefore to allow the things that we complain about to continue. That is where we are. And what you say now, the page you turn about the diaspora and the importance of the diaspora, is that we know that where the gaps are. We know how the brain drain took place. We know from where we can get the kind of education that would fill a lot of gaps. That wouldn't be the kind of formal education that takes 5 to 11 years. It will be the kind of education that you can do over a 3-month period and get back into the workspace. Get back. Because even though there's been a brain drain, there's been brain fog, there's been unthinking through the kinds of education systems that we've had. There's been cheating. All these things would have to be corrected. And how we look at the younger community in terms of education and how we're going to do a completely brand new education. We're not going to have the types of education that we've had so far. We have to have the education that builds an individual strong enough to come into the economic community that we presently have and that we will have in the future. This is what the education has to mean.
Jago, my argument has always been, and I'll take this argument to anyone, we have to create a Pan-African educational system that puts us first. And that has to embrace sciences, it has to embrace math, everything that we need in this world today. We have to do that, because if we do not...
I think one of the measures, even though I know you have it in your heart, history is the thing that we can't forego with our younger children, where education is. They have to know who they are by the time they're 10, 11. By the time they're 10, 11.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because, okay, so, and the reason why I'm saying this is if you don't do that, right? And I've said, okay, so I have a nonprofit that I do certain things in Nigeria, and I do like around that, south area, predominantly Delta states, rivers and stuff. So I talk to people about creating things that builds that level of capacity within the youth. And they always want to shift the idea to, no, why don't we do this? Why don't you bring some Europeans or go to North America and bring some of those Americans or Canadians, and I'm always like, why does it always have to go there? Well, and then when I run my programs, the output and the attention I get if I bring an Oyinbo man is ridiculous. Like, the place gets packed. You know, as a matter of fact, one time I brought a friend of mine from Denmark, and he's mixed.
Mm-hmm.
So his mom is Danish, his dad is from Sierra Leone. And I brought him down. And the people that showed up, they were now criticizing the event. And they were saying, this one can't do event, you don't even carry Oyinbo come. And I was just like, what is
So
this?
at least they didn't see him as an Oyinbo. So they saw him as at least mixed race.
Yeah. They saw him as mixed race until they heard him speak and he had a strong Danish accent and they were like, oh, okay. But they were looking for a white person. So now, can you imagine if one of those people that made those comments becomes the governor of that state?
Well,
right?
you see, my brother, these are the things that we got to get clever about. These are the things that you got to push the ball out. When I speak about the diaspora, you see, my personal thing about coming to Nigeria is that when I eventually land back home, I'm coming with 1,000 strong heads. No, maybe not all at once, but that is going to be the end result. 1,000 people will be taken on my back from the UK or from the diaspora back to Nigeria, and we will set up what is ours, and we'll organize between ourselves, trade and make use of what's in the land, and we will be a living, organic example as how communities can grow financially, because right now, as I said, there are things set up now that we must look at, we must understand. Economically, right now, the Naira is bang in trouble. The Naira being in trouble is a great thing for us. What it means is that we can operate in Nigeria whilst still working for dollars and pounds. Dollars and pounds in Nigeria is big brass clout money. It's big money. You could work in I'll just use this as a term, a dustman's wage, a dustbin man's wage in Nigeria. You're the richest man in the village, full stop. And that's the fact of it. Given that kind of power and that kind of, what do you call it, currency differential, it means that you can set up hardcore businesses rather quickly if you know how to set them up, or if you've organized yourself in such a way that you have an institution that does this kind of thing. I know how to run businesses. I know how to set businesses up in Nigeria. So those people who are coming, most of the people that I know, they have a property now that's worth $1 million and more. And if you see the properties that they're quite ordinary. They're not out of, the most beautiful palaces, but they're homes. And they're bricks and mortar. And these bricks and mortar is worth over £1 million. The house I'm sitting in now, I'll tell you, it's mine. The house I'm sitting in now, the value is about 700,000 now. Quite an ordinary house. It could be worth more depending on what I do with it. 700.
Thank you.
So I can take out a remortgage in this house and have £100,000. What's £100,000 in Naira right now?
That's almost 2 billion, right?
2 billion. Look at that money. Now, what can I do with that in Nigeria?
No, that's too high. That's almost what is that? 200 million, almost 200 million.
200 million. With 200 million Naira, I'm allowed to go around and slap people in their face for free. And just go to the next one. I can do that all around. These are the living facts of the power that you have. But are you willing to put your money where your mouth is? This is the question, because you're correct. We are the ones in power. We can construct such a thing where, when it comes to voting, that the diaspora is involved. We can do that because it's not going to be done for Nigeria. Right?
And you know what, Jago, I talked to a lot of diaspora people about this, and in all fairness to a lot of diaspora people, I don't criticize people sometimes if they say like, oh, this guy, you still talk about Nigeria, you just let that country go, because everyone has their story of how they left Nigeria. Everyone has stories of like, I have friends. I mean, I've even done things in Nigeria that haven't worked. You know, people stole from them. You know, when I was a little bit younger, I was a little naive. I thought, okay, I can do this thing. I can be abroad. I can put this person I know in charge, and you know, they just ran it into the ground. You know, but at the end of the day, I learned from that experience. I'm not totally washing my hand off the country, but I think, you know, that's the experience and fear you get. Like, you know, a lot of times people will say stuff like, oh, did you hear about that guy that went to Ibadan and, you know, he tried to open up a farm and, you know, the herdsmen came and they kidnapped him, and, you know, you hear stuff like that. But then what we don't talk about is, oh, did you also hear about this other guy that went and he left and he took his whole family and now he has a thriving business in Lagos? So there are different stories of failure and success, right? And I think that that's the biggest hurdle that we have in convincing Nigerians in diaspora to say, okay, I'm going to take my money, I'm going to go on ground, because you have to be on ground, and I'm going to run this business or this entity or this thing that I want to do. And most of us have families, right? So you also have to then say, I'm going to also take my family with me on ground to go do these things. So, you know, that is the biggest, when I have these conversations, that's the biggest rebuttal I get from people.
Fundamentally, what you're talking about is trust and desire. And what I find is, I know who I can work with. I know who I have worked with. I know where and who is good at raising finance. I know who's good at raising money. I know where good salespeople are. I know how to train. But what is fundamental is, do you know how to work responsibly with another? Do you know how to work responsibly by yourself? Do you know how to create teams that are functional? These are the practical things one has to learn. Because what I find is that they work anywhere in the world. These principles, they work. They work. And it's whether or not we are ready to be the experts, I don't like that word, the professionals that are going to put themselves in these positions. The professionals that can bring other professionals. Can you speak sensibilities into people about the duty that we still have? What I say is that for people of my age group, another 5 years. Okay, we know your expertise. We know what you've got to lose. But we will set it up in a way that you do not lose. You can only win. Just give us 5 years of your time and expertise, and let's get this thing done. This is how we're going to do it. It's all in planning. There's no rocket science about it. It's all in planning.
From what I can see, there's a lot of you know, ideas that are floating around. People who have good instincts about these things, but like, if you look at I mentioned it earlier on, like South Africa that can produce mulema, and you know, I don't know how many African countries even produce. I think even African Americans or Jamaicans produce more Pan-Africanists. And the question arises: okay, is Pan-Africanism required for Africa to emerge? Because Pan-Asian alliance didn't, or Pan-Asianism didn't have to occur for China to emerge, or Japan or North Korea, or any of them. Although the Chinese didn't.
Can I have a go at this? This is a very interesting question, and I would like to go at this, and I would like to hear other people's point of view upon this very thing that we're speaking about. For myself, Pan-Africanism is going to be needed for Nigeria to do a great job of what it really has to do, because you're bringing a whole family together, and that family doesn't just reside on the African continent. They're spread all over the world. So I think when you are looking at any constituency, you're looking at how large this constituency really is. It is not the constituency in the backyard alone. We're not dealing with a nation that's trying to bring a whole peoples forward. The way China did 700 million out of poverty within the time X, Y, and Z. This is what they were able to do. Now, on a global front, there's about 2 billion black people on the globe, let's say, for argument's sake. It's a big number, man. Big constitution. A lot of power in that. We kind of largely, especially in the diaspora, especially in the West, we have an idea, a clean and good understanding of who the enemy is. So with these matters of fact, we have to go along with them. But are we able to create policies out of Pan-African politics? These are things that haven't really been looked at closely enough to create policies out of the politics of Pan-Africanism. And I'm afraid a lot of the time that we speak on a Pan-African level, it means that we've changed our T-shirt for a dashiki, or we're putting something on that is colorful, and lovely rainbows. No, that's an emotional something. We have to really look at the minutiae and understand, how do we make policies from bringing our people into the light of education, of what's going on out there right now, the history of what it is, and therefore the skills that we have as a peoples to proactively entertain these kinds of spaces. Now, I put all that to say how big it is, but Pan-Africanism is a beginning. My understanding is that it doesn't matter what it's called, you know. It really doesn't matter what it's called. We are good at making up names, political and otherwise. And when we get to a part where things come into a clearing mentally, we have
Yeah,
to
but
give that.
is it required though? Because if Asians were fighting each other when they emerged, because there is this argument that this balance
Well,
of
I mean,
power.
what do you think? I mean, as I said, I want to hear from everybody on this, but
I
what
mean,
do you
think that
wait? I mean, what do you think about Pan-Africanism in bringing it to the kind of, let's be progressive, what I described as West African region, run by Nigeria in a way, we're all spending the same currency, and there is an alliance between us all on the whole security alliance and our military base, and what it means for us to come together politically and economically. We must be militarily endowed. So that's the space that you have. Now, in growing that kind of economy, you at the helm, what do you do with Pan-Africanism? Tell me.
Yeah, what I would do with that personally is try to increase trade, increase this in travel, and basically increase this in alliances in terms of security alliances, and implement almost everything you see on my this in technological revolution. However, my thing is that Pan-Africanism shouldn't necessarily be the priority, because for me, existentially, we have an existential threat whereby they could decide that they want to reduce us to the population of the Native Americans or whatever they want to do any moment. If you're not a careful set of people. So to take care of that problem should be the priority, whereby what if, let's say, Mali could do it? Mali goes nuclear. What if it's Cameroon? I don't care who. And the reason that could happen could be because Nigeria wants to fight Mali. And America arms Nigeria to fight Mali. And Mali decides that, America decides that, okay, because, Russia decides that because we support Mali, we're going to arm Mali too. You see what I mean? that could lead. That's how the Asian countries, by and large, emerged, because they wanted to contain China, and they supported Japan to do very well. They wanted to contain North Korea. They supported South Korea to do very well. The same thing with Taiwan. So you can emerge, because Americans believe in this thing that they call a kind of balance of power, whereby if one power emerges, they have to support the other one to counter it. Because in a region, if they don't counter it, that region is going to become unstable. You see, they understand power differential. If there is big power differential, the system will become unstable. So they balance it.
I think you're making the argument for Pan-Africanism. So let's do this for a second. Let's not call it Pan-Africanism. Let's call it Africa first mentality. Oh, so what you just described now? Wait.
There are multiple paths to the same goal.
Yeah. So what you just said, and part of what Jagun said, I don't know if you've read books from Nkrumah. This was fundamentally what he was championing. That essentially we cannot make it as an individual country, that we must unite. And if you recall back then, they were pushing for a united Africa. Nkrumah was pushing for a united African military at the time. And of surprise, Nigeria was one of the countries that
he is correct, though. And to be fair to Nkrumah, during the
but
time
I thought that's what you were just championing.
No, that's not what I was espousing.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You were just saying that we're facing an existential threat, and because of that existential threat, we need to be able to come together to be able to face the threats that we're facing. True or false?
No, not necessarily need to come together.
So you don't want us to come together. You want everyone to operate in silos to deal with an existential.
Want us to get together. See, my point is that try to understand what I'm saying. I'm saying, just like I've said it, I think I'm beginning to repeat it often now. Like, just like water.
You don't have to repeat it. Well, what it is, if I may say.
Let me finish what I'm saying, please. Before you say don't have to repeat it. If you close your ears, you don't want to
No,
hear
we were all listening. I was listening. That's why you went through that question.
The point I'm making, let me finish. Let me just talk to Izon. Just like water, we have to flow in any direction that allows us to get where we need to get to. Because where we need to get to is to have a strong continental power that is truly sovereign, that is going to offer us a level of protection that the rest of the world cannot take away. So if coming together will get us that first, fine. If one nation will get that first, fine too.
But do you think we're better off? Do you think we're more likely to accomplish that continental power together or individually?
Historically, it has proven that you have to do it individually.
So which country?
Let me quickly say this.
In Asia, people, as a matter of fact, it comes from the actors, the nations fighting each other. Because there's competition between nations, then they ramp up their strengths.
Look at it, forefather, for a way forward, and how the British have done certain things. During any Olympics that the British have done, during any sporting event, they will go to Australia as far as they'll go to South Africa and say that this is the heritage of an English person. They will go even into African countries and pick up the best athletes in order to come and join their British team. In the 90s, late 80s, 90s, Nigeria had a fantastic team, and they could have won the World Cup the first time that they were actually in there. And the player that they needed was Roger Miller, I beg your pardon. Is he Ivorian? Liberian he is.
George
Weah. Now, if Nigeria could have picked George Weah and made him Nigeria's center forward, I can guarantee we would have won the World Cup. Nigeria would have won the World Cup. This is the team of Kanu, JJ Okocha, That strong team. We only needed a striker, fully accomplished striker. To be honest, it would have been cleaned up. That's what the British would have done. This is why you need people who are consciously thinking on a certain level or certain different levels through our education system that we're giving them. We're not, even though it may
Well,
vary.
how does that lead to Pan-Africanism or no
No,
Pan-Africanism?
it leads to an understanding. You see, the way we speak here, with all the knowledge we have, it's still fractured. And this is one of the better stations. You can go to another station somewhere, and the way people are speaking with each other, thinking that they're going to come out with anything solid by the way you're addressing each other, it's never going to happen. You're just abusing each other. That's all you're doing, and you're telling me that you're communicating. So there's a way that we must be conducting ourselves so that these things flow naturally, because they will. Sometimes it's as though we're not living. The experience of living is not with us. I don't know about you.
Maybe we
I've
should
worked
get
with
back
people.
to the subject
Well,
matter.
I'm just putting the ordinariness of this. I have worked with people that I do not know. And through us working together, we have learned from each other, we have shared knowledge, and we have completed projects. We have brought them to the table. With people I don't know. I don't know don't know where they live. They're not necessarily my friend, but I respect their mind and I like the way they work. So we get on and get it done. And these are the practicalities of these things. Sometimes we're putting in bombs like, you're not 007 for goodness sake. You're an individual who understands how to do certain things. You have certain skills that you built up over a lifetime and experience of working. These are the things that are needed back home to create that transfer of education, transfer of skills. We need capable people. That's what Nigeria
Yeah,
needs.
well, you keep talking about skills. You are completely off topic, though.
I'm not.
We are
Oh,
talking
okay, go on
about
then. Go on
whether
then.
you need Pan-Africanism or not, because I myself am a
To have a
Pan-Africanist, but
collective mindset and to bring that collective.
but to do that continentally is going to be a challenge, because if
It'll
you look
be
at
easier
China,
than any other thing.
let me
I have a question though. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
It's just because what you're saying, it kind of creates a dilemma for me. How can you say on one end you're Pan-African, then on another end you say that there's something inherently wrong with Black people?
No, not inherent. Okay, there's
You
something
see, my brother,
inherently wrong,
my brother,
or something inherently different that
that's what's
needs to be
inherently
changed in our
wrong.
own.
That's
Look
what's
at that.
inherently wrong with Black
That
people.
was
What's inherently wrong with Black people is
you
making
are
decisions
Django,
is
you are
an
interrupting every
extremely
single point now.
difficult
Come on.
thing, and
I'm
we're
not
not
even
very good
asking
at
you.
it.
Oh, come on. See, you asked the question in the kind of leading manner, saying I said that something is inherently wrong with us. I did correct it by saying something is inherently wrong within our system that needs correcting. And in terms of Pan-Africanism, I sense the dilemma in you, because I went through that dilemma some time ago. Because it's one thing for somebody to just say Pan-Africanism is all good, or sometimes you also have to look at the realities of the world and how many times this has occurred. If anything, Pan-Europeanism is something that occurred after Europeans have tortured each other to pieces before they decide that, you know what, we've had enough. Let's now come together and form EU and all the rest
But
of
we
it.
don't have to follow their history, though. We can carve out our own.
I agree with you. I agree with you. That's why I'm not against Pan-Africanism. Then you go to Asia, you see a pattern where instead of them to come together, even when they were all colonized, not all of them, some of them were colonized, they didn't come together. India and Pakistan, they tore each other, they started turning at each other very quickly. It's the same thing in the Middle East. So if Africa is able to come together, which I think we do have a chance, Black Africa, I mean, we do have a chance, because we don't have blood feud amongst each other as in nations. We don't. Most parts of the world did. So that maybe their own history is different. If you look at the way the way they are all set up, but because it hasn't happened where continentally a whole race of people decide to unite together and form this in a strong entity, you have to also allow for the potential that the way we will emerge may be fragmented, maybe as a result of two nations within the continent going at it, and one power is supporting inside, the other power is supporting inside.
Okay, let me bring it home to something that we can all relate to, right? Nigeria, right? You're familiar with the unity schools, right?
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah, I don't know what it
You
is.
got what kind of Nigerian are you know? How you know go know unity?
What am I going to do now? Maybe shaking his head. What am I going to do now?
Which kind
of Nigerian?
It's just sad. It's sad. That's all I can say. It's sad.
Okay.
The fact that you said that makes it sad.
So after the Civil War, Gowon created the unity schools across Nigeria. Have you ever heard of all the different schools where you hear Federal Government College, Odogbolu, Federal Government College, Ilorin, Federal Government College, Warri, Federal Government Girls College? That's what that was. So they created these schools all over the country. There's Federal Government College, Maiduguri,
nice.
Federal Government.
They used to wear red, isn't it? They used to wear red. I like that. I like them actually. Federal Government College.
Each school had their uniform and then they had a badge, right?
White and red. That's what I remember.
So he created those schools because he wanted to unite the country. And if you grew up as a kid in Abakaliki, you might end up going to a school, Federal Government College in Minna, in Niger State. So by default, you are forced to interact with Nupes, Hausas, Fulanis. Yeah, that was the whole concept behind it. And it was very successful. I say this because I went to a Federal Government College, right? And I grew up in Lagos, but when I went to a Federal Government College, I met people from different ethnicities. Up until that point, I thought everyone north of Lokoja was Hausa, right? But when I went there, I met Igbira, I met Idoma, I met Gbaji, I met Nupe, I met Fulani, I met everyone. And it forced me at a young age to respect all these different cultures in Nigeria. So for me, I think that was actually the birthing place of my Pan-African ideology. So for me, from a Nigerian perspective, I look at the country and I respect every ethnicity because of that school I went to. So the unity school concept worked, at least for me and all my friends I went to my FGC with till today. They see when we talk, they see the country as first, right? So the reason why I bring that up is because that concept was created, it exists, it still exists. It's just that the government stopped funding the schools. So a lot of these schools are run down now, but they can revive something like that. And if they do revive it, and then they restructure the curriculum to make it an Africa first curriculum, yeah, you still embrace math and sciences and everything, and history and everything. But you make it that you teach them using African authors. I mean, do you know how many books of Cyprian and Quincy I read? I read that. I think I read Things Fall Apart like 2 or 3 different times. There were just so many different things that you get immersed in and you get to know who all these people are. Amos Tutuola, I read his books. So I'm just saying, like, there's a level of education you get and you have pride in who you are and your own when you go through that kind of education.
So are you saying the unity schools are run down now?
No, I think more. If I may again, more what he's saying is that to conceptualize holistic vision for a nation, you're going to have to use some kind of philosophy. And the philosophy that we have built up as a people over the years that crosses continents, it is Pan-Africanism. So if you are able to conceptualize an education system, a system of thought in things that African people engage with. What brings our collectiveness together? What makes us function together? How do we get the best out of ourselves? You're going to have to use some kind of concept that brings people out of themselves somewhat and engaging with this philosophy with brothers and sisters. It's about collectiveness, and we can't come from nothing. There's a body of work there. We have to use it. I would use it.
Yeah, but there is
Exactly,
this.
and the template already exists. The template already exists.
But
Yeah.
let me just say this: for Pan-Africanism to be real, does that involve all Africa?
No, I'm using Nigeria, right, as a microcosm for larger Africa, because
if
Nigeria
North
is.
Africa is not signing on to it, then we are in trouble. Because
When I talk, I don't.
I think
I don't mean to sound.
that's a fake
argument
kind of response. Yeah, because that's just not gonna happen.
if North Africa doesn't sign on to it, because if you say it's Pan-Africanism, then it has to be Pan-Africanism.
Let me give you my understanding. If this thing happens for West Africa, when I should say it should, if it was to, then that West African region, for instance, right now, would be putting on the table for its own security balance, because Chad is involved. We don't want the troubles of Sudan crossing into Chad. In fact, the troubles of Sudan need to be quelled. And whilst North Africa may be umming and ahhing about that, East Africa, who has now done the same as we have done in creating an economic region that works, and Southern Africa coming up and organizing their own, it would mean that East Africa and West Africa can assist Sudan in having peace and gaining back its autonomy for whichever region needs to split. Whatever is something that the African Union can do. If North Africa wants to stay out of this alliance, let them for the time that they can, because things are happening around the world and things will change. We have to engage in really looking at things the way they are and telling ourselves that we can fill the gaps. We can actually fill these gaps, and this is how we're going to do it. If we don't engage in that kind of work, we're going nowhere. We're not going anywhere. Let's just be clear on that, because all this talk is fantastic, but I'm afraid. Let me give you after 2023 and the loss of that election for Peter Obi and Nigeria as an opportunity to re-engage and partner somebody like Peter Obi to get Nigeria out of the mess that we all as Nigerians know it's in. We could have done that with him, I thought. But now we don't have that opportunity. That opportunity is gone. It has gone.
Well, Jago is not exactly gone. I mean, we'll see what happens next year, right?
That's what we're going to do. We're going, bruh.
You know what? I want to hear what Ify has to say. She's shaking her head, so I'm going to keep quiet, and I want to hear her opinion on this.
Okay, that's cool, and I will join you in hearing. But I will say this to you as I leave. I will say this to you. Waiting for next year to happen, whatever happens.
Now let her finish.
Why can't I just finish my little talk? I'm just going to finish right now.
He said he's leaving. He said he's leaving now.
Yeah, so if he should wait now, if he has unmuted her mic, she wanted to say something after how long.
Finish up, Jasmine. That's okay. Finish up.
All right.
Nice one, darling. At least there's somebody who understands how communication works. All I'm saying is that I would like to hear what you're expecting in 2027 for the politics to continue and for us to have another Tinubu government. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Ify, please go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening,
My brother was saying something. To be honest with you, I don't believe Peter Obi will win the next. Not that he will not win, because we're not going to have free and fair election. That is where the problem is. If we're going to have free and fair election, his chances will be very high. Mind you, Tinubu wasn't the president when he won this election. Well, technically, we don't know who won the election. He's currently the president. So Tinubu wasn't the president, and today he is president. It's very difficult to remove incumbent. And with the way Nigeria is going, looking at all the oppositions, they're not united. And that was exactly what Tinubu is actually, waiting to happen. And that's exactly what we are seeing. Had it been the oppositions that they are all united, it would have been a different ballgame altogether. But when you do the math, I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't see that pathway for Peter Obi. However, with the help of Congress, if he can get the Northerners on his side, get the Easterners. But with what I'm seeing now, it seems like this APC governor, we're going to rig the election for Tinubu. I'm just saying, the only way for Peter Obi to win the election is that Nigerians will vote and defend their votes. Another option, anything can happen between now and next year. So if anything happens between now and next year and Tinubu is not there, I'm not wishing him death. But if by any chance anything happened, that might be the only way. But the way I'm looking at it now, honestly, and with Amokuton or whatever his name, the INEC chairman, and with the new electoral law, everything is working in favor of Tinubu. He has all the judges, he has the Supreme Court. So, how are we even going to go about it? And, and that's why I keep saying, are we really practicing democracy in Nigeria? And if you ask me, I will say, no, we are not. If this is what we call democracy in Nigeria, then we don't have no business having Nigeria. I said it earlier, Nigeria and democracy in one sentence. They don't need to be in one sentence, to be honest with you. It's what Wike and the rest of them, all these shenanigans that even the APC primary they conducted. Is that an election? This is just going to tell you what 2026, 27 is going to look like when the election comes. With what is going on with this APC primary and all that stuff. You already imagine what is going to happen in 2027. So with all the borrowing Tinubu is doing, do you think he's borrowing that money to do something for Nigeria? No, he's borrowing that money to win the election. This is by fire or by crook. Tinubu knows he's not going to win this election if it is free and fair. APC knows that they're not going to win this election if it is free and fair. And that's why they are indirectly trying to make Nigeria one-party system. So I don't see that part for Peter Obi. I hate to say that, but Nigerians are not even helping matter. We are talking about the students that were kidnapped. Nobody's talking about it. Instead, we are busy talking about Chike and his wife and Frank Edoho. Something that is irrelevant. That's what Nigerians are focusing on. But we are talking about how to save our country. We are talking about students who are kidnapped. We are talking about a man who was beheaded for doing nothing just because he went to teach. He went to work. Apparently, I don't think that man is being paid up to 100,000 a month. And he lost his life for doing nothing. Nobody's really talking about it. The presidency is not thinking about it. They're not talking about, they're only talking about how to win the election. In a country where, what's his name? This minister, this cold stupid man, God, works. What's his name? I can't think of his name. We said that if the Easterners, if we don't back Tinubu, that we should forget about development in Southeast. What kind of nonsense is that? The audacity. Is it in a country where Yaya Bello is contesting an election? Is he not supposed to be in jail? Is Sokowa not supposed to be in jail? If you look at it, what Tinubu did in Rivers, it's just like Trump coming to the state of Georgia and tell Michael, our governor, and suspend him for 6 months. Tell me where that is done. And again, everybody kept quiet. So Tinubu is going to rig the election. They're going to rig the election for him. It's okay for you to have a forged certificate. It's in our electoral law. Nobody's saying anything. Oppositions, they're not even doing anything to say, okay, no, we're not going to take this. We need to sit down and look into our electoral law. If you look into that electoral law, everything in there favors Tinubu. Nothing there favors the opposition. So, I mean, I don't know which path Peter will be if everything go as planned. I don't know how he's gonna. I'm just saying, I might be wrong. I might be wrong, but I don't see that path. Unless you have any other thing, but me, and that's why I said Nigerians are not yet ready. We haven't suffered enough, so let him continue. Maybe when he finish, he can go to third term and let him continue. Maybe by that time, our brain will reset. But with what I'm seeing now, I don't see that part.
I want to say something.
I think your analysis is solid, though. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, and I'll come back to something I was thinking as I was listening. Africa crazy, right? Now, I also wonder about whether it makes sense to have what in some quarters might be referred to as a benevolent dictator, like Xi in China. And I'll come back to that as well.
Can I say that? Can I say something?
Yes,
to be honest with you, I was talking with one of my friends this morning when I was working out. And I said, you know what? Let me tell you what Nigeria needs. We need a Chinese president or prime minister in Nigeria. That's what I told her. I said, that's what we need in that country. Honestly speaking, if not, I hate to say this, you know where I stand. If not, anybody hoping that Nigeria, anybody praying, first of all, let's even remove prayer and Nigeria. They don't need to be in one sentence. That's another thing. Anybody hoping that Nigeria will ever get better. You see, whatever Tinubu is doing today, right? This is how it's going to continue. Mind you, my brother, for the past 10 years, we keep hoping that Nigeria is going to get better. Instead, we're seeing Nigeria getting worse in our eyes. So I don't see no hope for this country, honestly speaking. In my own opinion, I hate to say this again, that is what we need in Nigeria. Get all these people, all these governors, and our Senate is not a retire, it's like a nursing home for our governors. Our Senate. I've never seen what Ulko Uzodinma, that somebody can be a governor and contest to be a senator. I never heard that. Unless somebody is gonna, I asked my friend and he said, oh, it's in the Constitution. I said, I never knew that. So there is no other job for these people to do in Nigeria other than being in politics. If it's not about money, tell me what it's all about. These people don't care about me and you. They don't give a F about us. They only care about their pockets. They only care about their children schooling abroad. Sorry about that. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah. And that's why, again, as you were speaking now, it just reminded me of the fact that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether you're from the East, West, or whatever. You just made one point that as much as, I can understand if people advocate for the breaking down of the nation, not just Nigeria now. I get it. I understand the pains that makes people come to that conclusion, right? But at the end of the day, it's still gonna be more of the same. Whether we break into 1,000 parts, it's just we've seen examples. Now back to where I was heading. Forefathers, I'm very clear on what Pan-Africanism is, and there's no greater time than now that I understand that we're more connected as Black people, as Africans, at least Black Africa, from the Sahel area down, right? So Jago had already taken something I was going to make a point out of, the fact that you don't have to wait if the North Africans, who on one hand have this idea of being part of the Middle East, for good reasons, understandably so. If they're not ready as things are, then you don't necessarily have to wait. At some point, when West Africa, which for me it has a lot of influence, when you look in terms of Nigeria, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and I throw in Senegal as well, on one hand, and the three East African community countries of Tanzania, Uganda, and especially Kenya. If we're
Ethiopia.
able to, Ethiopia, well, okay. Okay, so if we, at least starting with West Africa, if we're able to lead the charge, hopefully led by Nigeria, if we're able to get our act together, which at this point in time is looking like a fool's paradise, then we can begin to build some kind of critical mass. Now, I was looking at something it occurred to me a couple of weeks ago that they've been trying to revive Festac, right? Because I was thinking about this as Jagun was speaking. The most famous Festac remains 77, the one where Nigeria spent so much money. That was when we had so much money. I wasn't born then, but at least we saw the footages and what have you. Those that were
I
there,
was there,
those
bro. I was
greatest thing
there. You
ever.
see me? I was there, mate.
It was the greatest spectacle ever.
Well,
But huh?
I'm just pushing you ahead with first time operations.
Right. And when you look at part of what it was supposed to engender among black people, both here and in the Caribbean and even in the likes of Brazil and what have you,
Mm-hmm.
and even in America, and it included the kind of things that the Marco Gavis and Kwame Nkrumahs had
Absolutely.
been pushing for, right? And it encompasses science and culture and history and anything you want to think about. But of course, these our people on the other side. They never sleep. They were working 25 hours a day, 8 days a week, which is part of what's resulted in us still disintegrating despite the best efforts of the likes of Festac. So that's why when I saw that they were trying to revive it, in fact, they've had, I didn't realize they'd had one in 2022. I think, I believe in Tanzania. So 23 and 20, no, 22, 23, 24, 25. Apparently, there's one that's supposed to be held in 26. I do not know the venue. Now, it's gonna make me go full circle now. I believe it was last week. I mentioned something, and I believe someone else chimed in that if you look at what the Chinese are doing right now with the Belts and Roads Initiative, and even if you go further back to when apparently China was close to the world, such that by the time they opened up, these people were not joking, to the point that when you now look down to now, in the last 10 years, it just took 10 years for Xi to do what he has done with respect to China. That doesn't mean that it was built on nothing. It was built on a foundation that from Mao to the guy that before Xi as well. I kind of tend to think it's possible to replicate the same thing in Africa, not because there wouldn't be challenges. After all, there's always going to be challenges. Even the EU has its own challenges, as you can see right now before our eyes, the bickerings that's beginning to come to the fore. But again, challenges can be fought if only we're able to see clearly that, as much as we like to bicker amongst ourselves, starting from within Nigeria to you can reel out the list, but we have a greater enemy. But who is going to explain to the people that we have a lot more to lose by continuously behaving the way we continue to behave? I mean, it's for good reasons that it's like this, but we can't continue with this excuse. And I will admit that much. Now, is it possible to walk and chew gum at the same time? Yes. I'm not adverse to what you keep highlighted about security forefathers, but there's a lot that comes into play when it comes to security as well. Let me end this way. One of the things I've often wondered, and I don't know, I probably would have to pivot back to Jago on this as well, because you mentioned something about taking like as many as 1,000 people, if I heard you correctly, and I'm only paraphrasing, back to Nigeria. I do not remember his name. I call him your lookalike. He's not here right now. There was a night, for that you may recall, we were at the backstage. When I tell you after you left, me and you, we continued going back and forth for like an additional 4 hours. And I remember mentioning this to him when he asked this question about how do we come together, like people like us on this platform, for example, come together and all that. And I told him something. I'm like, if you continue waiting that people are going to come together, you wait forever. But although I do understand where it was coming from, the reason why I responded to him this way was because he was of the opinion that my own suggestion about waiting for Nigeria, because I know we know our people. I mean, I get tired easily of just speaking, and when it's time to act, you know the way we are now. But again, I can't. I can only legislate for myself on this. I have a friend that stays not too far from me. In fact, he's currently doing his PhD in the field of AI, right? He's going to be launching a book tomorrow, and I'm going to be reviewing it as well. Now, there's some things we've tried to do, even within our own little perimeter here, with a view to trying to see how much we can mimic what the Indians, because this is speaking about the diasporans now, has been able to do in their own little way. And he speaks to them a lot. He has a lot of them anyway. So all of a sudden, he now told me, Femi, see, if we continue to wait, by the time we have this so-called critical mass, we're going to wait forever. Now, you see, those few of us, just like this Andela guy behind me, decided one day to just go and partner with some other guys, and which brought we gave back to Andela and that campus, the ICT Hub campus that you have in Yaba. He just woke up one day and that was how he started making his connections. Because I say this to ask a question to you, Mr. Jao, because you're probably the oldest, and I don't mean it in a bad way. You've seen a lot of Nigeria.
You're good, man. You're very good, man. Continue.
Right. I say this to add that. Do you think it's a bad idea if, for example, you go with your 1,000 man army, and maybe those of us that can also incubate and have our 3-man army go back and do our own thing, and then maybe you have maybe a group of 5, and before you know it, there'll be some kind of like interconnection that way. Is this because the reason why I say this? I don't know if you know Visu Tembe Kwayo, this guy that they keep inviting him to. I mentioned.
Yeah, I know him very well. He speaks very well. He's a cool enough guy. But I'm sure I'll argue with him, as everybody.
Right. It's something that he is. I see him trying to do across Africa, and that's why I know it's a possibility. So I want to see how you're going to react to what I just mentioned, rather than waiting for everybody.
No, I think what this is thinking. This is thinking. You know what? I just put it to everybody who is in the diaspora that, however tough it may be for us to have any kind of life in the West, it's done in brackets. You could be earning 100,000 a year, and managing that resource very well, as long as nobody disturbs you. As soon as somebody does disturb you or something happens, you could be flat broke within a month. And, we have all positioned ourselves well enough. And just the property in these spaces in the West that are ours. In some cases, they're our grandparent or our parent who set us up in this way. there's, at my age, most of us have paid our mortgage off or are coming to the end of our mortgages. And we've generally lived a middle class life. Generally, some have lived above, some have just about got here to the middle class kind of level. But what is factual for those who own their property, they've got a good £800,000 worth of equity on average throughout. And that, in today's money, in Naira terms, is a damn good investment. It's a very, very good investment. So if you can set up the strategies of crossing over and making a sense of why you're doing that and how much money you can earn from living and using Nigeria or Africa and as your base, then you could put yourself in an advantageous position whereby you are in the country of your birth, maybe, or you're in the country where you want to make an actual difference with your skills. And if that's the case, you can just the experiences that you've had outside of Africa positions you that notch higher than everybody else who's there. And this is not to be, looking down on anybody, not at all. But that is the position that you're in. And if there's many of us in such a position, and many of us are going back home, we would, in one way or the other, affect the political atmosphere in these nations. Because we're going to translate that what's going on in this world to our people is not playtime. It's not playtime. We have to get on with it quickly. We have to organize and put everybody in position. We have to, and we have to do it quickly. Otherwise, we don't have a safe haven in this world. And that's the bottom line. We who have rushed to the West, for those who have cared to really understand what's going on in the West, it's going to happen here first amongst the ignorant Oyinbo. The Oyinbo are just going to, the white people are just going to learn what we already know. They're going to go through. Yes, sir.
It's already happening. Yeah, I mean, you saw
Indeed.
recently what happened with the Trump thing on the green card, right? Now they're saying that if you want to get your green card in the States, you have to actually leave the country to go get it. That there is essentially a method to frustrate people into becoming permanent residents. So, I mean, that's just crazy. So imagine if you have an H-1 visa, which means you have a working visa, you've had it for 3 years and you renew it for another 3, and the company decides to get you your permanent residency. Then they tell you, oh, for you to get it, you have to now leave the country. Leave the country to do what? Go to a US embassy to now go and apply?
You're taking
and
it
that
too
increased.
far. Sorry, my brother.
Was that? Sorry, go ahead.
Taking it. This one, if you meet somebody here in America and marry the person has to go back to their country of origin.
Can you imagine?
Then you file for green card. So imagine if you overstayed your visa.
You're screwed.
You cannot. There is no way you're going to come back here. So meaning that you cannot marry somebody who is in this country now.
Exactly. Because it is a systematic way of just preventing people from becoming permanent residents. Because now if you have to leave, like if he just said, if you leave, and let's say you came in the country on a student visa and then you got out of status and then you now got married to stay, you now have to leave. Is it the US Embassy in Victoria Island that's going to now give you permanent residence? It's not going to happen. You're screwed. So to your point, Jago, it's already happening. And again, so even if Trump leaves after 4 years, what are the odds that whomever comes in, even if it's a Democrat, that they're going to reverse that?
No.
No, they're not going to reverse. It's difficult at that point. Yeah. So it's already happening. I always talk, like my friends I talk to, I always say to them, Nigerian friends, I'm like, bro, because when they say, forget this Nigerian matter, they talk, I'll say, okay, my guy, now inside retirement home, you won't go sit down. When you don't reach when you all reach one kind, he said, no, my children will send me. I said, your children are an American. They they will tell you you can't sit inside retirement home, So it's stuff for all of us to think about 100%.
And a lot of people will lose their job, my brother. A lot of people are going to lose their job.
Yeah.
A lot of people are going to lose their job. Yeah.
Mm.
And like you said, whoever that is going to come in, let's say is a Democrat. I mean, trust me, they can't do much. Because what's going to happen is that most of the Americans, trust me, when I mean Americans, the real Americans, they're going to like this. They will like this. But again, if you look at it on the other, it's going to affect them in one way or the other.
It will affect the economy.
Financially, yeah.
I'll tell you, it will affect the economy. I remember when I was graduating from the university I went to in the US. As a matter of fact, it was postgraduate degree. And I looked, the College of Engineering was graduating the same day. I looked at all the names on that College of Engineering list because they will write all the names of people graduating. I'm not even exaggerating. Not one English type name. They were all Indian, African, or Chinese or Asian.
Mm.
In the whole list, I'm talking about a list of there were a lot of people.
Mm.
This is postgraduate engineering degree. So if you now do this thing, and they've already reduced the H1 numbers for the US. So most people are not getting H1 like they used to. And they now do this green card thing. I'm telling you, and keep in mind, a lot of people, if you look at the medical industry, a lot of people are becoming nurses in places like Canada or the US or even the UK, Jago. And that's why, that's why they need, if you look at most of these countries, they always need qualified nurses. In fact, in Canada, one of the number one job roles that you can have to get Canadian permanent residency through the Express Entry program is to be a nurse. If you have that training, you're almost guaranteed. So it's they will shoot themselves in the foot. That's what I think. But to your point, Jagu, is we have to think about our anchor at home because these Oyimbos, who knows what they're going to do, man.
Well, what it is that they're going to do it. They are going to do it. I mean, here in the UK, it's been turned down twice, and it's about the ID numbers, which we are not used to in England. In the rest of Europe, they have identity cards which they have to carry around with them. For us, unless you're driving, where you should have your driver's license with you, if you're just walking around, you don't have to have any identification upon you. And you could argue that to a policeman. Whereas the ID situation that England has tried to bring on twice now, and it's been rejected, but they're going to sneak it through. This says that you have to have an identity card on you and be able to pronounce who you are at any time, whether you're English or not. If you're on this land and territory, you'll be being taxed, you'll be looked upon, your ID will have a genetic effect on it where it's, I don't know, attached to your blood somehow. Anyway,
Oh, man.
You understand the score. So these are things that are becoming very general in the UK. They used to be classed as conspiracy tales before, but they're coming real in our very presence. So for those of us who have an idea, we should be going back home in order to affect real change real quick, because there's no haven for what's about to take place. We've seen, if you just take a step back sometimes and look at what went on in Gaza over the last 2.5 years. If you look at that and just put yourself in their position, where the whole world is watching a massacre take place and doing absolutely nothing about it because they can do absolutely nothing about it. These are the reasons why we have to be strong back where we are, where we come from. Because they would attempt to blatantly do that anywhere. You know, when we watch it, we might think, oh, it's them. But that can soon be on your doorstep. That's what we're playing with.
Yeah. No, it's but I hope my sister Ify is wrong and God
I don't think
intervenes in
she's
our
wrong.
our
I don't
elections
think she's
next year.
wrong.
I mean, we
You
just
know?
have to remain hopeful. But the way everything is going, honestly, I don't see any future. Anybody,
Oh
I don't
man.
want to, I mean,
Another
like,
4 years of Tinubu, that country
yeah,
is
that
that
is
country will
what
not
is
make it.
gonna happen. That is
Yeah, I think
that is what is gonna happen. It's gonna be a do or die affair for Tinubu. That he must do everything. And if he wins the second tenor, the way things are going, right? Tinubu might even campaign for third term. The way everything is going in Nigeria now. We can nobody can tell Tinubu no. Look at what happened to what's his name? Is the Waledu?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because he said something which is true. He immediately removed. If that is not dictatorship, tell me what it is. What we are seeing now is just preamble what we are gonna see in the next 4 years. Introduction.
She's right. No, you're right.
Just introduction, what we're gonna see in the next 4 years. You see, this conversation we are having now, maybe when he wins the second term, we just sit down here, just they talk. I mean, like looking at each other, because we won't have anything to say anymore.
Absolutely.
As you're talking, it's funny how the brain works. I was watching someone's comments, and I'm sure some of us have seen this too, one way or the other. In reaction to it, that the person's in Nigeria. The person, I know this person very well. No shishi. Meanwhile, he was celebrating when he saw the news about the Trump's what's it called, with respect to this green card issue. And in typical some Nigerians fashion, he was like, oh, you know what, in fact, all of you just come back so that we can fix Nigeria together. So I now told him, I said, let me tell you something, whether they send everybody back or not, it's not going to change the situation as it stands. So I don't know why you think you being I don't know. Nigerians can be very interesting beings sometimes. But anyway,
yeah.
But to the point, I think in a way, maybe that it's going to be a good thing. I don't know how else to put it. If Tinubu actually continues onto the next term, so that maybe, I don't want to pray or anything. This is not a matter of prayer. I am done with all this our prayer thing that we always go to. Leave God alone. Let's deal with that. So that maybe by the time we've seen more Shaggy
promas.
Because sometimes I think there's this thing about endurance and Nigerians that has to be broken. Our will, that
we always adapt.
We
always adapt.
It has to be broken. And like my mother would famously say in Yoruba, and I'm sure it's there's interpretations in various languages in Africa. Ome ogbon oni ko suffer bi ko jiya olohun gbon tani teacher. Sometimes if you've not I've gone through suffering in life. If one has not suffered and you say that you're smart, who's the teacher? So maybe by the time we really suffer, I don't think we've suffered. I mean, I think when we suffer,
when we begin to buy bread, maybe one bread 5,000 naira.
What's funny? What's funny about the word suffer that you use? I wrote about 2 weeks ago that I wrote it just on a group of chat. I said suffering is not a way of life. We Nigerians, we take suffering as we have to suffer.
We are used to that. That is the only
No.
thing.
I mean, that's what we actually imbibe within our
It's the only
culture.
thing we know.
It
We don't know
suggests that
any other life.
you must suffer. When it's like when you're suffering, everyone around you is happy. Well, what is it? What is that shit? I had to put it in writing, man. That suffering is a stinking, shitty way of life. It's you born children, and you're borning them into some level of forced suffering. Just being a Nigerian.
See, let me tell you something.
It doesn't matter where you are in the world. If you're
we are used to suffering.
You have been put through systems of sufferings. And all of these sufferings, largely, they could have been removed. If it wasn't for the fear and corruptive mindset of generations before. So much fear. And then they will put that fear into the family. And then you carry fear into the streets. And where you are too afraid, you come with some level of skullduggery in order to assuage your fears. It's not a way of life, man. But it's what we're doing constantly. Which is why I say, when are you people going to take a stand? When are we going to take a stand?
We are not yet ready.
Because me, who have taken a stand throughout my life, I've been seen and scapegoated as the bad person of the bunch. I know that title very well. And that's why my name is Jagun. I take it from my father. He too was a Jagun. Which was that, mate, the way you lot are going, you're going the wrong way. I remember going to work in corporate London, getting on the train, getting on the bus, getting on the tube, walking to work, getting my breakfast, sitting down with a newspaper, understanding the markets of the day so I know what I'm going to be doing as I plot my day. Monotonously for 10 years, man, I was on that level, mate.
Jago, do you know? Sorry.
When I began working for myself, what I found is that whilst everybody in the mornings was going one way, I was coming the other. And then in the evenings, they were coming back home and I was going the other way. And it sparked on me that when you're working for yourself, you're not going the rest of the way the sheep are going. You're going in the opposite way. And this taught me a lot about self-reliance and how you got to focus on what you are doing. And traveling with the sheep isn't always the right way for you, which is why education is very important. And for the formal education that we all receive, if you haven't gone somewhat outside of that realm in order to educate yourself, you're missing a great side of who it is that you are. And I don't think one lives a full life if you're not experiencing every side of your being, who it is that you are. So when challenges come to you can handle them. What happens tomorrow morning if you get a knock on the door and it's who are these people in America? Spice or whatever they're bloody called, ICE. Oh boy, we have come for you, black asses. You gotta get out of here, man. What you gonna do, man? What are you going to do?
Not a damn thing.
You understand?
Not a damn thing. Can't do anything, man. That's the federal government.
To be honest with you, you know my problem with Nigerian leaders. My problem with Nigerian leaders. Nigerians are not even asking for too much. We're not asking for too much. Imagine in this country called Nigeria, we have basic amenities. And the politicians are looting money. Trust me, Nigerians will not be complaining as they are complaining today. Can somebody explain to me that a country one of the richest countries in the whole world, because Nigeria is very rich. We are blessed that we don't have government, we don't have no refinery, apart from this one that Dangote just built. What is our business? What do we have to do with the war going on in Iraq? Oil is cheap. Gas is still cheap in Iraq. Iran. So what is our problem with that? Why do we have to pay for so much if it's not because of mismanagement?
Complete mismanagement.
That's what it is.
Now, my sister, on a good night, make I no fall asleep on top of this podcast.
Okay, Venezuela is
Thank you, John.
a producing country. That's not their business that Trump is fighting in Iraq. It's not their business. If it's not looting, if it is not greed, you just tell me. There was something somebody sent to me a couple years ago. The money, not even investment, where our leaders, politicians, if you see the money these people have in this country, call America. Then oh my God, you will see the account balance. It's not even the lowest money there was is a female, about $800 and something million. All this money in dollars. And when I tell you, Wike's war, I'm like, can somebody explain to me what job this man has ever had in that country in his life? People,
I can't be looking at those things, or I can't be looking at them, man.
All of them.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that they have any industry in Nigeria built by any of these politicians. Ned Nwoko, Okowa, all of them, Yaya Bello, all of them. Tell me what job, if it's not politics. And it's not, these are the money borrowed, that we have to pay with interest. And I keep asking myself, how are we gonna pay this money? Who's gonna pay this money? But you know what? Just on a final note, before I log out, every time I wake up, I look at all these people and I ask myself, where's Michael Jackson today? Where is Buhari today? We are going far. Where is Ojukwu today? All these millionaires and billionaires and zillionaires. One thing I'm so grateful, I'm so happy is that no matter how much you have, you will only sleep in one room. I keep saying it. You can only ride one car. You can only wear one pair of clothes. Even if you buy jet for yourself, one at a time. So when you buy all these Nigerian politicians that have gone, Abacha, tell me, of all the wealth, Abiola, where is the money? You don't need all this. It's too much. You don't need all these things. Even you say the money for your generations to come. The generations that you don't even know who they are, who they will be. It is only greed. That is the only reason why Nigeria is where we are today. It's greed and nothing more. All these politicians that are coming back for second tenure are trying to, for the second tenure election, the people in Senate and the National Assembly. Tell me what they have done. A local government chairman in my state, in my village, was giving out cassava stem as an empowerment. Cassava stem as an empowerment. If you go to Nigeria, let's forget about insecurity. Let's not even go there. You are building a coastal highway, but we have federal roads that need to be maintained. Why are you building another one that you might not even finish due to corruption? Maybe 20 years to come, they haven't even finished building that because they know they're not going to finish it, because they will not want to finish it. And they will keep borrowing money. Imagine the money they are using to build that. If you use it to maintain the federal highway, that is even enough. I said there was a time I drove from Florida to Georgia, Fort Myers. It was almost 9 hours drive. It was so smooth. Very smooth. Just cruising on the highway. We can do the same thing in Nigeria. We don't need to build another coastal highway. And we can still do, 20 years ago, we were still doing business. There has been money in that country. But again, it is greed. I don't have no business, to wear maybe $500,000 wristwatch. For what? This is not your hard-earned money. If Elon Musk, if Jeff Bezos, if Warren Buffett, all of them, if they can wear that, Bill Gates, that's, they worked for it. But a Nigerian politician, nobody can tell me here, as all of us are sitting here, tell me one job you can say that you've heard that Tinubu has ever done a job or work in a company. No, you can't tell me anything. Or his wife, or his children. All of them are abroad. You're holding Lagos hostage. Now this is Nigeria. And then you have other people that just monopolize the country. Can you just imagine? It's just greed, my people. We are not asking, give us electricity, give us water, give us security. And if you're doing all that stuff you're doing, Nigerians, even this, like all these countries that has kings and the monarch, they are doing so well. Look at Qatar, look at Kuwait. My sister used Qatar one time. She said, I swear, this is the best airline. Oh my God. She swears she's not going to fly any other airline. She said, that is the best airline. Remember when we got our independence, it's Dubai and the rest of them. Those countries, they're still desert. But look at them today. And look at us today. Our president is going there to bow for them. What an insult. They will never take us. They will never take us serious. They will continue to disrespect us. My brother mentioned something about nurses. You know how they go to other countries to recruit, nurses. Now they have put Nigeria on hold. They are going to Nepal, Philippines, India, all these Asian countries. They will recruit from Kenya, but they will not recruit from Nigeria. What does that tell you? They don't see us finish. Sometimes I open my mouth, somebody, where are you from? I'll tell you I'm from Atlanta. I never say I'm from Nigeria. You got an accent, I'll tell you, you too. Because once you say you're from Nigeria, then you're gonna answer so many questions, which most of the time I'm not in the mood to answer. How long have you been in this country? What brought you here? Did you go to school here? In fact, somebody even asked me, what does my father do? I said, all these questions is what I'm going to answer before we talk about why I'm... It's just because of our country. It's just because of our country. I'm not even talking about the scammers and all this stuff, all these things we are doing. I'm not even talking about that. I think he's contesting for election. And I'm asking myself, at 80 years, you're supposed to be flipping the channels. Stay with your grandchildren. Now he's on bed rest because he's sick. Imagine, we dealt with Tinubu, we dealt with Abacha, what's his name, Buhari. Now we are dealing with Tinubu, in and out, in and out. You built Lagos, I agree. I didn't see anything. But I'm asking you, you can't use the hospital in Lagos. Your school cannot go to school in Lagos. The so-called state that you built. And people are still defending this government. Akpabio, they have to fly Akpabio to London. All of them will go to London and then come back in casket. That is our country. We cannot even boast of one. All of them, they don't use our hospitals. This hospital, I said it here one time. The hospital I work here, if not 60 or 70% of both the doctors and nurses in that hospital, they are foreigners.
Wow.
The African people there, I don't want to put a percentage. The Nigerians there, I don't want to put a percentage. Imagine if you carry all these people back to our country. Do you know what Nigeria would be? But the thing is that when our politicians, when they come here, they behave like human beings. In fact, they will even be answering you, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But when they go back to Nigeria, they act like the tigers and lions. How can Atiku say he's gonna contest for election? What happened to I heard they gave him 16 billion when he was vice president to fix the electricity or to bring electricity to Nigeria. How can you say that giant of Africa, we don't even have anything to boast of? Common Namibia the other day was insulting Nigeria, calling us names, tell us to go off our generator. I just laugh. Namibia is even talking to us. Huh?
Someone's got to, because what I'm listening to from you are all the reasons why Nigeria is just hopeless. And whilst I agree with this is the bottom line, and then it's like, how do you tackle this, man, all day long? And I've been in it where not only does it get uncomfortably hot when you're in that atmosphere, you're just getting noise if you're in the middle of it. And to tackle it, whilst you want to get on and do it, it takes 5 days just to come to a decision point. Nigeria is a crazy, impossible place, which is why, because I know how things work, again, you have to work almost outside the whole system and work within your own kind of ecology of a system that works for you. Because Nigeria doesn't work for everybody, just the way it is. Nah, man.
I don't know who is working. And that's why I say, you see our leaders, they are not smart. Honestly, they're not smart.
Oh.
They're not smart. Because I always ask myself, are you telling me that maybe your governor or at least we've seen on social media where some of them will get stuck in the rain or the flood? I would just laugh. Yeah?
Sorry, I want to sound you out on something. I was watching an engagement that had Obasanjo as a guest. I believe that thing is still very recent. And when it got to the audience participation segments, Patotomi, as well as one other professor lady that's based out of the US, asked two very vital questions. Now, in trying to answer, there was something he said, which still goes back to this Pan-Africanism. And then as he was mentioning the names of the leaders, in the case of, basically, essentially the bottom line of what he said, which I found intriguing, was the fact that when he was military president of Nigeria in the aftermath of Muritala's death, and keep in mind, he was young. No, sorry. I take it back. When he came back as president of Nigeria in 1999, he was supposed to be the way they had agreed to try to see about moving Africa forward was for I forget the name of the president of Egypt at the time, was to take charge of the northern part, essentially the Arab-Aryan part of Africa. And then he was supposed to be in charge of West Africa, all the way down to Central Africa. And then Thabo Mbeki at the time, the South African president, was supposed to take charge of basically the SADC, what's considered the SADC. The whole idea. And then he said the only thing at the time was that the Egyptian president now, I don't know, it was kind of half jokingly and half being serious. He made a comment about Gaddafi, who was still alive at the time, See, I don't have a problem with taking care of the Arabian parts in trying to reach this true African Union that we're trying to achieve. But Obasanjo, I beg, you're the one that would handle Gaddafi because you know he's crazy. And Obasanjo being the kind of person he is, he now said no problem. And he truly took charge. So I'm trying to sound out. I don't know whether it's just me because when he was answering that question, it made me wonder about whether it was possible to actually use again. Still picking back on what had been mentioned previously. If it was possible to go to still try to recreate the same model, but then where are those leaders? And in trying to find those leaders, can we actually depend on the younger ones that are coming behind? Because just like Wale Soyinka previously said about his own generation, as he called them the wasted generation, as we're going, we are already wasting away as well. Can we actually find those budding youths and where are they? Because it doesn't even appear like they're even there.
My brother, is Obasanjo not part of the problem of Nigeria that we are having today? Did he not
agree.
contribute to that?
I agree. I was just listening to what he said. I was just listening to what he said.
Let me tell you something. You see this, I hate to say this, but this is it's very realistic. You see this generation, they'll be worse than these current people. They will be worse than these people in power. I'm sorry. Are you not talking about Yaya Bello? Yaya Bello is 40-something. He was the youngest governor before. Okay, you're talking about Natasha Ote, and Natasha is doing well. Everybody's speaking. It's just very few of them. But this generation, all of them that wants to drive Mercedes, that if you don't drive Mercedes, it's like you haven't even started. That is the mindset they have today. Somebody like Pella is talking about the person doesn't even have camera. Is it the same people, the same group of people? Kata Efe them. Eh? All these content creators, is there whatever her name is. This generation, my brother, we are finished. It's just very few people that you can even talk about. Just very few people. But that's for this generation. If you don't drive Mercedes, you haven't belonged. So it's they do or die for some of them. And they will post it on social media. They will spray money. They want to be like Obi Kubana. They want to be like Kubana chief priest. Not knowing how these people make their money. You want to be like somebody. That is the greed. That is the part of the greed. Because of the lifestyle these people are living, the younger ones are looking up to them and they will do anything. And that's why you see these young kids, this generation going to somebody telling them you do this, you do that, then you will make money, you become a millionaire. And my question always been, what are you going to do with all this money? The only language they hear is money, money, money. This person has money. Oh, this person has money. He has 10 cars. If you come to his garage, these people will be worse than these leaders we are dealing with. I don't know what to tell you, my brother, but I'm just being honest. Honestly, I'm just being honest. You can't even hold a single conversation. Is it our women?
I want to add, my own hope about the young people.
Hold on, my brother. Is it our women? Like I said earlier, people praising Chike for sleeping with somebody's wife. Women hailing him. In this generation, I got into a word-to-word with my friend, and she said, "I support Chike. I support Chike." I said, "Is it you that is talking?" Yes. I said, "So you're not even talking about STI. You're not even talking about if the person is cheating. Leave. No morals. In this generation, these people, my brother, we are finished. Okay, good night. I'm not, there's no hope. Let's not lie to ourselves. Like I always tell people, I come here to have fun. I don't come here to tell you that Nigeria is going to change tomorrow because there is no hope. Let us not deceive ourselves. The only hope we have, until you have all these few people in government, Wike and crew, and do something to them. I'm not going to use the word. As long as they are alive and in power, they are just transferring power from one person to another. Buhari's son is coming up. He's contesting for House of Rep. Likely he's going to win. Wike is positioning his son. Maybe Tinubu's son will be Lagos State governor. I'm even surprised that, he's not contesting this election coming up. They are gradually positioning their children. What do you think is going to happen? Is it not the same government? It will be the same thing. It will even be worse. Good night, guys.
Good night. Thank you for joining us. So I think it's time to be wrapping it up for today. We've got 7 hours on the clock. And I think the young people, my own hope for the young people is that they're going to make mistakes, but they will learn from their mistake. Old people, they will not change. They will think that is how it is to be, and they will double down on mistake. At least young people have a chance. That's why I don't want old people. Tinubu has convinced me that old people are terrible. They will not change. And so that's the only gift that the young people bring to the table, the ability to at least adapt and change if they get something wrong sometimes. Anyway, not always that they learn. So, but gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Femi, man, from beginning to the end, you have been here. I really appreciate it today. You spent time with us throughout the day. AY spent time with us too, although more than half of the time he was away somewhere in the wilderness there. I don't know what he's doing. Akin, nice one. Thank you for GC joining us today. I really appreciate it. Nice conversations. And Jagun, thank you for joining us as always. And like you said, you didn't want to come in, but you thought you should just come in and join the conversation. Today, funny enough, I pushed Akin a little bit on some of the the ideas, because sometimes when ideas are coming through, it's also I find it fascinating to get to the end of learn more about that idea. Boom Boom Ray is on the chat. Did I miss Boom Boom Ray being on the platform? No, I'm not sure I did. Boom Boom Ray, I see you there. Thank you for joining us there. You're in the chat. I don't know, maybe somebody tried to slap you not to come in here. Look at that the guy. You see, this is why I should not even say your name. You see, you say that snoring and all the rest of it. That's not nice. That's a very nice thing to say. You can't be saying that kind of.
I was even wondering where's that noise coming from.
Obi.
You sounded like Frankenstein. What's the last one?
Don't mind all these enemies of progress. Tattoo, I see you there. Obi, no, I see you there too. Thank you for joining us. Oscar Blackbone, thank you for joining us. Who else is there? Let's see. Highbury 10. Wow, quite a few people are out there. Even this time. Highbury 10, I see you there. Ray. I think I've sent all these ones already. Let's see if there are other names that I've not read out loud. These guys have been colonizing the charts for quite a long time, I have to say. Don Anthony, I see you there. Don Anthony, thank you for joining us. Afam, I see you there too, Afam. Thank you for joining us. And let me thank the people that donated. And I really appreciate some of these people for donating today, because they really contributed altogether $20 US. Chip Osorio, thank you for the $10. $10 is very serious money. It's not easy money. I really appreciate the donation. And the Canadian dollar is also there, the sibling of the dollar. It's a younger sibling. The Canadian dollar, $5 from Adesina John, and Oscar Blackbone on $5 for he's talking. I think he was commenting at Izon. So thank you for the $5 there. I really appreciate that. Let's see who else is in the chat that I just commented. Mumre is there. Obino. Okay. All right. So till next time, we'll catch you all, and hope you all stay tuned for the show this evening. Dr. Damages will be coming in to conduct some interview, and KJ will take the reaction to the interview, and let's learn from it and question everything, especially KJ. Especially KJ. Let me see what I get this on. They need to question that guy properly, man. So yeah, till next time, guys. We'll catch you guys later. Bye.
Bye.